संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा आहार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा.
Hello. A very good morning to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to kindly settle down. We will begin the inaugural session now. Thank you. Once again, I would like to wish Tashi Dele to all of you for taking out your valuable time and coming here and joining with us for this conference on translation of the Sanskrit and Pali literature, Theravada and Mahayana, Series 4. And with this, before I proceed, may I request all of you to kindly turn off your mobile phone, or you can keep it on flight mode so that we do not have any interruption during the session. Thank you. Well, my name is Kunga Chundan. I'm the program coordinator of Tibet House, and I'll be moderating today's inaugural session. Well, on behalf of Tibet House, the cultural center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, I would like to extend our warm welcome to our distinguished chief guest, Professor Abhay Kumar Singh Ji, Interim Vice Chancellor of Nalanda University, our guest of honor, Venerable Professor Gishingawa Samdela, and our keynote speaker, Professor Angraj Chaudhary Ji from the Pali perspective, and we have Professor Pradeep P. Gogle Ji from the Sanskrit perspective, and I would also like to welcome our director, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdullah, the director of Tibet House, the culture center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And last but not the least, I would like to welcome all the participants who have come and joined with us today. Now, may I request our honorable chief guest, Professor Abhay Kumar Singh Ji, our guest of honor, Venerable Professor Gishingawa Samdela, and Professor Angraj Chaudhary Ji, Professor Pradeep Gogle Ji, and Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdullah to kindly light the lamp of eternal wisdom and proceed to the dais. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, before I begin today's conference, which is on translation of the Sanskrit and Pali literature, I would like to briefly introduce you all about Tibet House and its activities. Well, Tibet House, New Delhi, was established in the year 1965 by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama for the purpose of preserving the cultural heritage at the time when it faced forceful challenges in Tibet, as well as for providing a center for Tibetan culture and Buddhist studies. His Holiness the Dalai Lama recurring emphasis on developing a sense of universal harmony and compassion as its own effective antidote to global suffering, together with the needs for a meaningful exchange between different religious and cultural tradition, also had a profound effect on the purpose and its activities of Tibet House. Tibet House aims to bring together Buddhist masters and Tibetologists, people across different disciplines, students and practitioners, and the common man through its various programs and events. Tibet House continues to expand its objective in saving Tibet's heritage and in exploring and working towards Tibet House's potential contribution to the ethical development of the modern society. Over a period of 5 decades since its inception, Tibet House has come to recognize as a significant institution for the dissemination of the Tibetan culture and the Nalanda Buddhist studies. Tibet House is a 5-story facility which has a museum of valuable Tibetan art and artifacts, as well as a library with nearly 5,000 volumes of manuscripts and books, a resource center, a conference hall, a gallery, and a bookshop. Tibet House offers various study programs on Nalanda Buddhist philosophy, conferences on interdisciplinary subjects such as neuroscience and Buddhist psychology, quantum physics, spiritual ecology, and universal ethics. A publication unit which publishes several books a year, and a program division which regularly organizes lectures, seminars, conferences, film screening, and exhibitions. Tibet House also offers 4 different courses on Buddhist philosophy and psychology and a Tibetan language course. Firstly, the first batch of Nalanda Master's course, which was launched on 9th December 2016 on the occasion of 51st anniversary of Tibet House, New Delhi, in the gracious presence of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, along with Sri Kiran Rijijuji, the Union State Minister of Home Affairs, and Sri Najib Jungji, Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. The first batch of Nalanda Master's course is completed with 372 students from 44 different countries. Second batch of Nalanda Master's course on Nalanda Buddhist philosophy has already started in the July 2022, in which around 900 participants are enrolled from 54 different countries. Secondly, the Nalanda Diploma course, which was launched on 2018, 4 batches have been successfully completed so far. Nalanda Diploma course, which is a 14-month course. This course is designed specifically to accommodate people who are more seriously interested in Buddhist philosophy while being in the midst of busy schedule with other engagement and commitments. Till now, we have successfully completed with 4 batches, and in fact, we are absolutely delighted to announce the recent launch of the 5th batch of Nalanda Diploma course on the auspicious occasion of Chogur Tijen Festival on 9th July 2024. New registration has begun on 2nd September 2024 and will remain open until 31st October 2024. The course will commence on 2nd October 2024. Thirdly, Tibet House is pleased to announce the successful completion of the 2nd batch of Nalanda certificate course with a total registration of 1,689 participants from 62 different countries. And I would also like to bring your attention on the recent audience and blessing of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, which happened in the year 2023 on 2nd June. Close to 500 students who have recently graduated or from currently studying in the Nalanda Master's course and the Nalanda Diploma course offered by Tibet House, New Delhi, received a gracious audience and blessings from His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, and oral transmission of J. Rinpoche's in praise of dependent arising. At present, there are more than 4,000 students from 98 different countries enrolled in courses run by under the leadership of Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, the director of Tibet House, the cultural center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Tibet House also offers a Tibetan language course on a regular basis. There are 4 levels of learning offered at a very nominal fee with scholarship for students and monastics. Till date, 26 batches has been successfully completed, and we are almost about to complete our 27th batch of the Tibetan language course this year, with a total registration of 161 participants and 70 enrolled for the course. The registration for the 28th batch of the Tibetan language course will soon commence in the month of October 2024. Tibet House also offers a Nalanda Dharma studies on twice a week for Tibetans or non-Tibetans alike who are native speakers or have learned the Tibetan language. At the request of this cohort residing in both India as well as abroad, the weekly public online classes by Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula were continued to introduce them to the basic framework of Buddhist philosophy in a systematic way. The topics that are covered guided the students in a stepwise manner towards a greater understanding of Buddhism and provided a basis for further studies in Buddhist philosophy. As you can see on the PowerPoint presentation, these are the numbers of the Nalanda Master's course, the Nalanda Diploma course, and the Nalanda Certificate course. And the total number of students across all the different countries are 5,816. And I would also like to inform you that we have recently collaborated with the Russian participants as well, who are currently pursuing their Nalanda Dharma studies under the leadership of Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula. Now, and as you can see on the PowerPoint presentation, these are the Tibetan language course. We have beginners, intermediate, advanced, proficiency, and it happens for 4 months. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the picture of the Nalanda Dharma Studies, online Dharma Studies, which is being conducted by Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula. Now, coming back to our main event today, on the conference on translation of the Sanskrit and Pali literature, Tibet House, the culture center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, is absolutely delighted to invite all of you for today's conference, Theravada and Mahayana Series 4. And I would like to convey my sincere appreciation to our distinguished chief guest, Professor Abhay Kumar Singh Ji, and our guest of honor, Venerable Professor Geshe Samdela, our keynote speaker, Professor Angraj Chaudhary Ji, and Professor Pradeep Gokhale Ji, and our director, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, for taking out your valuable time, keeping its importance, and accepting our invitation for today's conference. Now, on this note, I would now request Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, the director of Tibet House, the culture center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, to kindly come up on the podium and give the welcome address to all of you. Thank you very much.
With my great respect to all the venerables here, well, and respected Professor Abhay Kumar Singh Ji, our chief guest, and the most venerable Geshe Geshe Ngawsam Denla, the former Vice Chancellor of Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, Sarnath, as our honorary guest, and also Professor Angra Chaudhryji and Professor Pradeep Gokhleji. It is indeed a great joy for us that Tibet House, as explained by the program coordinator, Mr. Kumar Chundela, about the programs at Tibet House and how this conference is conceived. In fact, I'm extremely grateful to Professor Geshe Ngawsam Denla, the most venerable Geshe Ngawsam Denla, for helping us with identifying the scholars from the different universities with respect to this particular topic. That, of course, some of you may know that I was, or maybe even am, a translator myself, doing literary translations, and also now not much oral translation, more literary translations. But with respect to the Pali translation, Sanskrit translation, I'm totally oblivious of these. I can give just general presentations. Besides this, it's a very specialized topic, and we sought the help of the most venerable Geshe the Ngawsam Denla, and who's also a part of Tibet House at the teaching program. We requested him to teach the first 5 chapters of Acharya Chandrakirti's text to the students who Kongala clearly indicated there are about like over 2,000 students doing the Nalanda Master's course from Tibet House. And I'm here, first of all, to welcome you all to this very specialized conference with a specialized topic. And in this connection, it is a random thought that came to me that I remember when I was in the 9th class, meaning that I must be age 14 or 15. His Holiness the Dalai Lama, all along all these many years, when His Holiness was in his 40s, 50s, on the school, TCV school, Tibetan Children's School Professor Balugarji, you are aware of him? You're aware of the school where I was graduated from. Every year during the school anniversary, His Holiness, the school would always invite His Holiness as the chief guest, and His Holiness to bless not only the school, but everybody. The TCV school is a huge campus, and everybody from Dharamsala would just flock in, not for the anniversary, but to have the glimpse of His Holiness's blessings. So this is how everybody's attracted. They know TCV school so well, all because of His Holiness's presence there. And I remember as a little boy, every time we had to do the performance on the football ground in the presence of His Holiness, and then we had to wait there under the scorching sun. And His Holiness, extremely kind, he was rushed through all the exhibitions to make sure that the children waiting on the ground, they are not burnt alive under the scorching sun. That's amazing. So kind. Would just rush to get to the place as soon as possible, so the students, they don't have to sit there for too long under the sun. And I remember, particularly when I was in class 9, His Holiness, again, amazingly visionary leader. This is the kind of leadership that we require. His Holiness said that Tibetans, since we came in exile till today, we focused on the students. Number 1, the food and the stay, good health. Number 2, education. We focused on the students, Tibetan children's education. Now, we have reached the point where all the Tibetan children, they got education. Now we should not feel complacent that we are all getting education. Now we should go for the professionalism, specializations. Wow, it just hit my mind when I was just class 9. And I was so fond of physics, and mathematics. And I was thinking of becoming a physicist. And it hit me so hard. And today, after almost 40 years, now I'm standing here, organizing this conference, translations in Sanskrit, in Pali language of the Buddhist, the canonical texts. So here, the relevance that I see between the two is that we really need to prove that we are a civilization. We are not a barbaric humanity. We are a civilization. And civilization is marked not by what kind of food that you're eating, what kind of level of the development of your thought process. That is marked by that thought process. And if the thought process is so low, it's not a civilization. Today, unfortunately, we see that the world is governed by the physical might, not by the might of the mind. This is very unfortunate. Where the physical mind dominates over the might of the mind, this is uncivilized. This is still barbarism. So today in the world, where the economy is very strong, you can bully the rest of the world. This is the world today. Unfortunately, this is still not civilization. We may come in the boot, suit, and so forth, with luxurious food and so forth. This is not civilization. It is still barbarism. So what is civilization? It is marked by the sophistication of your thought process. And the sophistication of thought process is not just like, say, the Lord Mahavir came, or Ram came, or Prophet Muhammad came, or Buddha came, and then taught something, and that is ultimate. No, this is not the meaning of the sophistication thought process. This is contributions of incredibly brilliant enlightened masters. But the civilization is not just one person. It's a group of the people of the nation, group of the people of the world. So with this in mind, for example, Albert Einstein, he left incredibly great legacies. Physically, of course, when he was in his 20s, he was very smart. But in his late 60s, 70s, he was physically not so appealing. But brilliance, that is very appealing. That is a mark of the civilization of the world. So, likewise, we have Mahatma Gandhi. Again, a brilliant, one individual person. Just look at the physical appearance. So fragile, but mind extremely strong, extremely visionary. Who is the father of the nation, India. So, these are the legacies. If we can contain, if we can carry forward, that's the meaning of civilization. So, in this regard, for example, like as for the translation thing, what is translation? Translation of what? Translation of the rich, sophisticated cognitive thought processes and the affective mental processes. Translation, these materials composed, taught about by the past masters from the different parts of the world. And in India is one of the greatest countries which produce so many brilliant thinkers. So our job is to make sure that these materials, so for example, here in India, if possible, we think of the world. These legacies that Indian great past masters, they produce, they are not only the legacies of the India, but these are the treasures of the world. And if you cannot think of that far, that broad, that wide world, think of the nation. Is the pride of the nation. But we should make sure that these materials, if not developed further, cannot be adulterated. For that matter, the translations, the quality of translations, that is extremely important. And of my personal experience of the translation works since age 30, 34, 35, since I became the translator of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and then they involved in written translations also. And I can see that today, looking back in time, like 20 years ago, the translation which I had been doing, that's extremely gross. And I can see that there are so many sophistications involved in the translation. So with this in mind, what I'm saying is that at least if you cannot be of service to the world, at least be of service to the nation. And how to see that, particularly being in the academic world, how can we be of service to the nation, if not to the world, is to make sure that you make contributions to prove that this nation is a civilizational nation. This is not a barbaric nation. How? Civilization meaning, as I said earlier, it is marked by the degree of the sophistication of the thought processes. So these are all reflected in the literary works, written works, the libraries. And who's going to judge that you are a civilization or not? That what you are in is a civilization or still a barbarism? It will be determined by 2 points. One, brilliant thinkers of the people in other parts of the world. Today, PRC is trying to gain the ownership of Buddhism, saying that Buddhism is PRC's property. They're trying to lure others by giving money, organizing big conferences and so forth. This is not to prove that this is civilization. This is still barbarism. It's fooling others. But what is a civilization? It's marked by you don't have to pay. People will judge you. People will mark you. People will grade you. Great thinkers will grade you. For example, like in the past, the great thinkers like, the great thinkers and physicists like Albert Einstein, and today, like Professor Anton Zelenga, Nobel laureate. These people will judge you. They'll grade you. We cannot be in a cocoon, in a ghetto, that we are doing great. Perhaps we are fooling ourselves. So we have to create a quality translation. This is so important. And how to mark the quality translation? It is not that I, as a translator, I do it myself and this quality translation. No, it must be seen by various translators all over the world. And they have their own sophistications of the translation methods. So they will grade your quality. Whereas, for example, one thing that I say is that for example, Nalanda, a brilliant place where millions of manuscripts were burned. Luckily, a part of which is still today's people can have access to. What are these manuscripts? These manuscripts are the ones which were taken to Tibet. In India, burned fully. And from Tibet, they brought back to India. So people, the whole world can have access to this. They come to India to get access to these materials. It's because of the translations and the authenticity of the translations, the sophistication of the translations, the translational methods adopted, methodology adopted in Tibet under the auspices and the advice of the Indian master, Bodhisattva Shantarakshita, commissioned by the Tibetan emperor, King Trisong Desen. So this gave a quality to the translation. So, and today I was so amazed and I deeply felt so proud. One day I was in Pune University for a conference and I met the Sanskritist, one of the renowned Sanskritists. And during our casual talk, I did not say anything about translation. And he said that we lost a great materials in Sanskrit. But he said that with respect to Sanskrit, I'm not really worried too much. He's a Sanskritist himself. I'm not worried as much. I said, why? Because Sanskrit, even if we don't have the materials in Sanskrit, we have the materials in Tibetan. We can bring them back reconstruct, that means Sanskrit, and you get the quality the Sanskrit materials back from Tibetan. And the Tibetans did a great job in the past, 8th century AD, 1,200 years ago. This was the work Tibetans did under the great auspice and the direction of the Indian master, Bodhisattva Shantarakshita, who himself was an incredibly brilliant philosopher, logician, and the epistemologist. So this is one mark how we can judge, how we can evaluate the civilization by the other thinkers from worldwide. They will judge you. If we remain in cocoon, thinking that what we can do anything, like what PRC was trying to adulterate the history, and other people will laugh at you. Number two, if you truly feel to be of service to the nation, to the world, second mark of the success of what you're doing, contributing to the civilization of the world and the nation, is that the future generations should feel proud of you. What you do today, future generations, that will for sure going to be more mature, more civilized. They will read your works of 2024 and they see that this is a big embarrassment to our nation. If that happens, this is our failure. So today, we should think of these two things, where brilliant minds all over the world, they should respect what we're doing in terms of translations and so forth, maintaining authenticity, and the sophistication of authenticity is also there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Venerable Geshe Dojit Abdullah. Now I would like to request our director once again to kindly offer the white scarf and the souvenir as a token of our appreciation and a gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Abhay Kumar Singh Ji, our guest of honor, Venerable Professor Geshe Samdila, and our keynote speakers, Professor Angraj Chaudhary Ji and Professor Pradeep Gokhale Ji. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest for today's conference, Professor Abhay Kumar Singh Ji. Now we have our guest of honor, Venerable Professor Geshe Samdila. And then we have our keynote speaker from the Pali perspective, Professor Angraj Chaudhary Ji. Professor Angraj Chaudhary Ji. And now we have Professor Pradeep Gokhale Ji from Sanskrit perspective. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Venerable Geshe. And now I would like to request our chief guest for today's conference, Professor Abhay Kumar Singh Ji, to kindly give the welcome note. And before that, I would like to give you a brief introduction about him. Professor Abhay Kumar Singh Ji, Vice Chancellor of Nalanda University, he was born in the year 1960, received his education in MJP, Rohilkhand University, Bareilly, and obtained PhD in Ancient History and Culture. He studied a course in Greek language and civilization in the University of Patras, Greece, presently as interim Vice Chancellor, Nalanda University, Rajgir, where he has been serving as Dean of the School of Historical Studies and Dean of International Relations. During 2018 to 2021, he completed a diplomatic assignment in Embassy of India in Iran as founding director, Indian Culture Center, and established the Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center in Tehran. In his earlier service at the MJP Rohilkhand University, Bareilly, he held the position of head of the Department of Ancient History and Culture and Dean of Faculty of Humanities and Advanced Social Science. In that tenure, he established the Indo-Iranian Studies Center. He also developed an archaeological museum, Panchala Museum, through a Center of Excellence Award. He also served as Professor of Ancient History in the Northeastern Hill University, Nehu, Shillong in 2004. Professor Abhay Kumar Singh Ji was awarded the World Prize for the Book of the Year of the Islamic Republic of Iran 2006 by the President of Iran for his contributions, and later a felicitation with a citation plaque by the Vice President of Iran in the year 2008. He was invited to participate in the prestigious UNESCO colloquium on Afghanistan, meeting point between East and West, in Montpellier, France, in 2003. He has presided in international and national conferences and presented his researches in India, Greece, and Iran, having more than 75 presentations, economic, cultural, and artistic effects in history. He has published about 50 research papers, authored 1 book, co-edited 8 books, and produced 3 museum publications. 13 scholars have obtained PhD degrees under his supervision. He is on the editorial boards of the Research Journal and is a member of Academic Association. Now, without further ado, I would like to request our chief guest, Professor Abhay Kumar Singh Ji, to kindly address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him. Thank you.
Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdor, Director, Tibet House. Venerable Padma Shri Professor Geshe Dwang Samten. Respected Professor Angaraj Chaudhary. Respected Professor Pradeep Gokhale. My respected colleagues here, Professor Siddharth Singh, Professor Baholkar, Professor Rao, Professor Das, and all dear audience. I heartily thank the esteemed organizers of the conference for the invitation sent to me to participate here. I bring to you the goodwill and good wishes of the Nalanda University and also invite you to visit the new campus of Nalanda University, which was recently inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister. The connection of scholars of the Buddha Dharma with Nalanda has been since ages strong, and I see this connection equally important, and in this way it is a natural part of what the present conference proposes to deliberate. We need authentic interpretations and translations of the Sanskrit and Pali texts. And that was once a major activity of the scholars who studied at ancient Nalanda. That should be continued. For the sake of the authentic interpretation and translation, we need our scholars to engage more, and what best could be than Nalanda. So I offer to you this invitation, and hopefully you would be gracious enough to accept this. Recently, the idea of Buddhism is gaining ground. Buddhist philosophy has the intrinsic idea that can remedy the ills of our society, of our civilization. Beautifully said by Venerable Geshe that to be civilized is something to be what we are not today, despite the material progress. The whole idea that we hold in the ethics, in the philosophy of Buddhism, is the remedy for all the problems that humanity has faced, the ills that have been in civilization for ages. We need peace more today than it could have been in the past, because conflict has reached the farthest points and the deepest gravity that world had ever seen. Existence has come almost at a point of about to vanish. And those who exist also have nothing of content left in their lives. Only the study, a thorough study of the Buddhist text and the right, correct interpretation would lead us to the right path. I am no scholar of Buddhist philosophy, but being a student of history, I am familiar with the amount of the false ideas and misinterpretations that circulate in the sphere of knowledge due to the poor and wrong translations of the original works. The entire history of India needs a combing effort and a scanning of the sources, and the originals need to be researched well. All the more important is that the scholars of this eastern part of the world should be involved in the revisit of the text and the original manuscripts. As I follow this line, recently I came across some good activity that is happening in the field of scrutinizing the translations of the Pali text by scholars from the eastern part of this globe, and who have also pointed out the discrepancies, shortcomings, errors and in the translations that have held sway for years and decades. Of course, I know that most of the distinguished professors and educationists and scholars here are doing a lot of good translation in the right, giving it the right meaning. I have surveyed some parts which have come from different countries in the Southeast Asia. It may not be complete because, as I said, I am not a scholar of this. But in history, we look to different sources and through which I have come to know about it. So firstly, I may mention a scholar from Taiwan, Kuan Se Fu. And I read in one of the papers, rightly pointed out that the four main Nikayas were translated twice in completeness. The first was by F.L. Woodward and E.M. Hare from the Pali Text Society, done in 1932 and 1936. This is in 5 volumes, the Book of Gradual Sayings. And the second task was taken up and completed in 2012 by Bhikkhu Bodhi, and it is known as the Numerical Discourses of the Buddha, a translation of the Anguttara Nikaya that was published from Boston. Bhikkhu Bodhi, and with his another publication that is in 2000, has translated the Samyutta Nikaya, and I see that there were 2 or 3 more of his publications in the recent past. Quan Se Fu has discussed that there has been also translations taking the support of the literary conventions and the commentarial traditions. That is the Katha by Buddha Ghosh, just like that. And the importance of Sanskrit and Chinese parallels have been taken as the alternative solutions while translating. You as a scholars would be knowing how much this would be contributing. But then it was in 2006 when Huang Sunil, whom I happen to know, has suggested that there are also big risks. And he cited about Buddha Ghosha's, particularly the interpretation of Nibbana or Nirvana has been somewhere not that faithfully taken up by Buddha Ghosha. So Sanskrit context of the commentaries do not be fully relied upon, because with the passage of times and particularly the development of the different ideas in schools in Buddhism also, somewhere the original meaning might be modified. I also went to the contributions by the scholars in Sri Lanka. The first one, of course, to me, who appeared is the recent ones, as I'm saying, is D.J. Kalupahana. And he has, in the Buddha's philosophy of language, pointed out that Lord Buddha adopted a language of becoming, avoiding the language of existence. And he steered through the substantialist and the nihilist implications. Now this appealed to me, to my mind, because it is the language of the dependent arising, the praticya samupad, that he steered clear of the extremes of permanent existence, that is the Shashvatvad, and the nihilistic non-existence, that is the Uchchedavad. So translating Pali text should not lose the philosophical vision that Buddha had wished to convey. And the complex etymological structure of the terms should be kept in mind. Another scholar who has lived earlier in 1949 had published is Professor K.N. Jayatilaka, and in his interpretations he says the problems of translations and interpretations, to which he gave some guiding attention, the aspects of conveying the spirit of the original and the problem of historical distance and the scientific or emotive use of language that have played much part in the translations. Understanding the individual words of a sentence, I'm quoting from Professor Jayatilaka, that understanding the individual word of a sentence is a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition for understanding a sentence. So individual word, understanding of the individual word of a sentence is necessary, but it is not sufficient condition for understanding the whole sentence. And he cited this chakkam vateti, may mean turning of the wheel, but this is an idiomatic meaning, would be extending sway or exercising authority. So the doctrinal contexts are necessary, and this has again a great relevance in the translation. Further to this, reading from different sources, the key terms in Buddha, such as the Tathagat, the Dhamma, Nibbana, Kam, or Karm, hold meanings that are almost vast, complex concepts. It is not possible always to find a synonym, a parallel word in another language. Therefore, many words are left out as untranslatable. It is better to do so rather than to misinterpret. And again, I came across another example that in recent 1986, in a book, Divine Revelation in the Pali Buddhism by Peter Masefield, the words like Shavak, Satopan, Parto Ghosha, as implying some kind of a superhuman revelation. And this is a construed concept which is alien to Buddhism, where any revelation as a means of knowledge has been rejected. So translation need to know the richness of the concepts that existed in the original language. Another scholar is Min Burm Jin, who has in a paper Problems of Translating Canonical Pali to Other Languages, has pointed out that extensive uses of prefixes in combination with verbal roots in Pali language expresses subtle distinctions in meaning. And this was interesting when the scholar has pointed out that the prefixes like sam, vi, pari, abhi have given much change to the idea. Like Vijanati and Pajanati may translate in English as to know, but both activities involve a kind of knowing and the mode of knowing, which in each case is different. In 2019, a scholar from Vietnam, Nguyen Minh Trang, has given a wonderful suggestion in a paper known as The Hands-on Experience in Translating Buddhist Texts, and where he's concluded that he's reiterating the 7 principles designed by the Buddhist Text Translation Society as the best guidance for their consensus, accuracy, understandable, and many interpretations being part of this. Now, lastly, as I conclude, I would say that who are we given the sanction to translate? Of course, I am referring to the incident of the 2 monks asking Lord Buddha himself, should they be translating his words into chandas? And all the gathering knows about it. And as I would go to the historian Vimal Charan Law, who finally argues and finally says that Buddha accepted and he did not oppose any sort of a translation. And coming back to what Venerable Geshe says, if there were no translations, I think we would have lost a lot of wealth of knowledge, and also the right way, the right path would not have been before us even to discover now. We at Nalanda, we understand the value of all that has burned down and it has been retrieved from the Tibetan source. So I wish that this conference and of course I know that all the delegates who are pondering on this question would come up with some very fine ideas about the translation. So with all my good wishes and thanks again to the Honorable Tibet House and the organizers for giving us this chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Abhay Kumar Singh ji. Now, I would like to give you a brief introduction about our next speaker, Venerable Professor Gishingawa Samdila. Venerable Professor Gishingawa Samdila obtained his master's degree from the Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, Sarnath, Varanasi, and subsequently the Geshe Lharampa degree, the highest Tibetan traditional degree equivalent to PhD, from Gandhi Monastic University, India. He worked as associate professor in the research department and later as a professor in the Department of Buddhist Philosophy in the Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies. Thereafter, since 2001, he served as the director and vice chancellor in the same institute for over 20 years. He served as visiting professor at Amherst College, Smith College, and Hampshire College, United States of America, University of Tasmania, Australia, and IIHTS, Austria. He served as an active member in various important committees of the Central Tibetan Administration, Dharamshala, various ministries of the Indian government, Indian national academic bodies, and Indian and foreign universities. He has critically edited and translated a number of classical works of Indian and Tibetan masters. He has contributed articles to special publication and books. He widely lectured at various important forums and universities in the United States of America, Europe, Australia, Taiwan, Thailand, Russia, Korea, and India. He was honored with Padma Shri, one of the highest Indian civilian national awards, by the President of India in recognition of his contribution to education and literature in 2009. He was honored with Vesak Samman in 2016 by the Government of India in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the preservation, development, and promotion of Indian philosophy, arts, and culture within and outside India, as well as his lifelong achievement in the services towards disseminating Buddhist studies and establishing academic institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our guest of honor, Venerable Professor Gishingawa Samdila.
Respected Professor Abhay Kumar Singh Ji, Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdula, and Professor Angaraj Chaudhary Ji and Professor Pradeep Gokhale Ji, and distinguished scholars and friends. Today's topic is a translation of Pali and Sanskrit, and I think this is a very important topic because translation plays a very, very significant contribution role in course of bringing the whole civilization. Any kind of text or tradition is brought into other language or other community through translations. And the quality of translation decides the depth and height of the civilization and knowledge system that is being brought into another community or another language. So every text has three layers. One is the body of the text, another is the knowledge of the text, and the third level, or the highest and the deepest, subtlest level, is the spirit of the text. So in order to reach to because that is the core for which purpose the texts are being translated, we need to have the proper communication, transmission of the spirit of the text. And in order to reach to the spirit of the text, we need a proper knowledge of the text. And in order to reach to the proper knowledge of the text, we need to have a accurate, authentic body of the text. So these three needs to be taken into account. If we lose saying that the spirit is the most important and translation may be roughly done, that is going to destroy the whole purpose of the project. So therefore, to give an example of the Tibetan translation, rules were formulated, And in order to bring authentic translation into Tibetan language, there were certain rules and regulations formulated at the time, which is again, a great kind of visionary idea, and how the whole transaction, whole enterprise of translation was taking place to maintain these things. For example, if we translate, the two, take for example, the Mul Madhyamika Karika or Pramanavartika, the two toughest kind of texts. If we take these, since these are taken as a very authentically done, literally, thematically, I won't go into the details because we don't have time. And the body was not just, sufficient. It was done significantly authentically. And then the knowledge was received from the Indian masters, which transmitted from India to Tibet in a holistic manner, in a very, with the depth. And that is how the knowledge of the Mul Madhyamika Karika, based on authentic body of the text, came to Tibet. But that does not serve unless the very spirit of the text, the spiritual practice of the text, through the understanding of the knowledge of the text, is not there. So these, with the help of the previous two, levels, the spirituality can be obtained. Otherwise, how can one obtain the, spirituality or the spirit of the text? And for example, the another text, Pramanavartika, is a very tough, and Pramana Samuchaya and Pramanavartika, these are very tough texts. And again, taking into account the subtleties of the, the content of the text, and also the literal, aspect of the text. Each word, each sentence, each word has its own meaning, sophisticated meaning, which carries a whole volume of, content. These were taken into account and explained. And the knowledge, again, along with the text, the knowledge got transferred. And with that, the epistemological, with the cognitive systems and the logic system, they were brought, because the very purpose of the logic, epistemology, and these are to understand the philosophy and and attain realization. And for that purpose, the whole process was maintained to reach to that level. So therefore, translation is the most important when any kind of, knowledge or system is translated or transmitted into other language or other, civilization, brought into other civilization. Therefore, the modern translations, and now since we are talking about Sanskrit and Pali, from Sanskrit into, other languages, and now there is a need of, translating into Sanskrit from other sources. For example, the Tibetan, from Tibetan to Sanskrit, because we have lost many of the important treatises in their original, language. And these are now, for example, many of the scholars have done earlier, before 1960s, in other other countries, European and Japanese scholars have done. But then after 1980s, the Tibetan Institute of Varanasi has taken up this project as a major kind of project of the institute, restoring the lost Sanskrit text into Sanskrit from the from Tibetan sources. Again, I won't go into that in depth, because it itself is a major kind of journey. And so from Tibetan into Sanskrit is more possible and works well, because the translation from Sanskrit into Tibetan was, as I mentioned earlier, taking into account all the details of the body of the text, the content of the text altogether, both thematic and literal, the content of the text. So therefore, when we translate, retranslate or restore the text back into Sanskrit, then it fits very well, and also it is quite authentic in the sense that one of our, when we find after the restoration is done and published, thereafter sometimes we find the original, pieces, fractions of the text somewhere else, or sometimes a part of the text elsewhere. So after that, we get the opportunity to, juxtapose this, the restored version and the original version. And in certain cases, we have, like for example, in Mul Madhyamika Avatara, the very, the homage verse was translated earlier by our colleague, and it was almost, 90% correct, precisely correct. And the 10% was because we chose 2 words in place of the other words, but the meaning was the same, but we chose the term differently. And then from the syntactical and from the meter point of view, everything was exact. So this is kind of the exactitude that we can do while translating from, restoring from Tibetan into Sanskrit. So my time is running short. So with this, what I wanted to give a message on this occasion, that there are many translations now being done at the global level into so many other languages. So therefore, sometimes people have, this is a modern area and there should be a kind of free should be a kind of freedom in translating whatever manner the translator wants. Certainly that is right to some extent, but can we transmit the 3 levels in the right manner? These are the parameters of the authenticity of translation. So therefore, when we are doing translation, then these 3 must be kept in mind. Otherwise, if we don't fit into that parameters, then I think that the translation would not be able to transmit the knowledge and the content of the text, which is a great loss in the course of transmission. So I will stop here because I have completed my time. Thank you very much for inviting me and organizing this kind of conference. This is a part of a single kind of unit of the activities that Tibet House has been doing with the leadership of Geshe Dorje Damdula. And as you have heard in the beginning, that so many activities are being done here with the very limited resources. So I congratulate Geshe Dorje Damdula and his wonderful team for accomplishing this, this kind of mega programs, which expands throughout the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Venerable Professor Geshe Samdila, for your motivational words and for sharing us your knowledge and wisdom on the very topic of the conference, translation of Sanskrit and Pali literature, and at the same time for inspiring us with your wonderful words. Thank you. And now, before I move on, I would like to inform all of you that our second guest of honor for today's conference, Ms. Amita Prasad Sarbaiji, she is not able to join today as she has some health issues. So because of that, she won't be able to join with us today. And now I would like to give you a brief introduction about Professor Angraj Chaudhary ji, former professor of Nalanda Mahavira University, Bihar. Professor Angraj Chaudhary was a professor at Nalanda Mahavira Nalanda, where he taught English and Pali literature. There he did research work on comparative aesthetics, East and West, for his D.Litt degree from Patna University. He also edited some Pali Atthakatha such as Suttanipata Atthakatha in 2 volumes, THERAVADA Atthakatha in 2 volumes, and Therigata Atthakatha written by Buddhaghosa and Dhammapala about 1600 years ago for the first time in Devanagari script. He was awarded the Certificate of Honor in Pali by the President of India in the year 2011. After he retired from the government of Bihar Education Service, he joined Vipassana Research Institute, Dhammagiri, Igatpuri, Nashik, established by Vipassana Karya Satya Narayan Goenka. Goenka ji had told him in 1973, when he had sat the first Vipassana course with him, that he might need his services after his retirement. He retired in December 1992. Within 3 months of his retirement, Goenka ji sent him a message to join VRI Dhammagiri, which he was very happy to join. He continued to do the same kind of work he used to do at Nalanda. The work includes teaching Pali literature, editing Pali literature, both canonical and non-canonical, and translating some of the Attakathas into Hindi. He was one of the editors who edited in Pali Tipitaka with his Attakathas, Tikas, and Anutikas in Devanagari script in 140 volumes, for the first time, a Himalayan task never undertaken anywhere in India before. He also translated some Pali Attakathas written 1600 years ago but not translated into Hindi or English so far. The Hindi translation of Sutta Nipata Attakatha in 2 volumes has been published. The Hindi translation of THERAVADA Attakatha in 2 volumes has been sent to the press, and the work on the Hindi translation of Therigata Attakatha has just been completed. His publication include Comparative Aesthetics, East and West, essays on Buddhism and Pali literature, aspects of Buddha Dhamma, Buddha life and teachings, Telakahatagata with its Hindi and English translation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Angraj Chaudhary ji, our keynote speaker from the Pali perspective. Thank you.
Most Venerable Gese Dorje Dandul, Director of Tibet House, Most Venerable Gese Nawang Samthen, former Vice Chancellor, respected Professor Abhay Kumar Singh, Vice Chancellor, Nalanda University, Professor Bahulkar, Professor Gokhale ji, Siddharth, Ujjwal Kumar, and most of you I don't know, so I can't name them. First of all, let me thank you that I have been invited here to talk about the difficulties that one faces while translating from Pali into Hindi. I have done that for quite some time, and I have collected some points here. I wanted the organizer to give a copy to each one of you so that you can read my long paper and read and react also. I don't say that I have done it perfectly, but I have tried my best to translate it and find out some difficulties that one faces while translating from Pali into Hindi. Because this Pali literature is a great literature and a literature which is by itself. I have studied English literature, Hindi literature, French literature in translation, German literature, Russian literature, but I do not find any literature in the whole world which can compare with Pali literature. Because this is a literature which is not born out of imagination. It is not Kalpana Prasut, but this is a literature which is born out of bhavana, pragyamayi bhavana. Because the Buddha talks of 3 kinds of pragya, srutmayi pragya, chintanmayi pragya, and bhavanamayi pragya. So when I studied Pali language I got a first class in 35 days also. Just I read Pali for 35 days and I got a first class. But I couldn't understand its essence of it. When I sat a Vipassana course for 10 days, then I could realize, personal experience I had, that how mind is fickle. This fickleness of mind you cannot understand unless you practice Vipassana and unless you realize it yourself. Andanang chapalang chittang durakhan dunnivarayang ujum karoti medhavi usukaro vatejanam. This I, learnt it by heart, wrote it in the examination, got very good marks. In 35 days I got a first class. But then when I did a Vipassana course, then I could realize what is the meaning of this Phandanang Chapalang Chittang. And I said to Goenkaji, I didn't know the meaning of these words. And there are many terms here. For example, Sati and Sampajanya. You cannot understand Sati and Sampajanya without practicing Vipassana. So in the beginning, I tell you, whoever wants to translate from Pali to Hindi literature must have some experience of Vipassana. Then only you will be able to do justice to translation. Otherwise, it is very difficult to translate. Sati means what? Many people say Sati is Smriti, memory. It's not like that. Sati means to live in the present. To live in the present. And you see how difficult it is to live in the present. You try yourself and you see that your mind goes away. Mind away. You are now here, I am in England. You are here, you are in England. Immediately, within a flash, you can go anywhere. Sati means to keep your mind engaged, to keep your mind fixed to a particular thing. That is why. So I say, this is my experience, that this literature is born out of bhavana, is not out of kalpana. It's not kalpana prasut, but it is pragya prasut. Pragya means to have experience, pratyaksha gyan jisko kehte hain. So, while translating, I have collected some points here. Let me tell you some points that are difficult to do it. And before, I think I should not give a lecture now. I should read out the points because the time is short also. I don't know how much time I'll get. So as I said, how can one understand clearly the meaning of Vedana Pachaya Tanha? Vedana Pachaya Tanha you cannot understand unless you know how your mind works and unless you practice Vipassana. So I request anybody who is engaged in translating Pali literature into Hindi literature, he must have some experience of Vipassana. Then only he will be able to go the right way, otherwise it will be very difficult. I have shown in an article entitled Patisamupad explained in the light of Vipassana that this law of dependent origination cannot be understood without practicing Vipassana. The veracity of Euclid's geometrical laws and Newton's laws of gravitation can be experimented in any outside laboratory and by any intelligent person. But the law of dependent origination can be experimented and verified in this fathom-long body by a person who is free from defilements. And he can be free from them by observing the precepts of morality. Then only he will be able to concentrate his mind. There is one more word, bhavana. Bhavana means to what? To do it again and again, again and again. To do it again and again. This is called bhavana. A very important word here. Practicing Vipassana, one can understand the meaning of words like janati, sanjanati, vijanati, pajanati, parijanati and abhijanati. These are the words you get in the first sutta of Madhyama Nikaya, Mool Pariyaya Sutta. Now, very difficult to translate janati, vijanati, sanjanati, pajanati. How will you translate? I have given some points here. I have myself done it, and if people agree, and I think one should agree also that we can translate it in some way by giving what is called prefixes. So let us find out whether these words are there in Buddhist Sanskrit dictionary first. So if these words are there in Buddhist Sanskrit dictionary, it's all right. But I have tried. In Edgarden's Buddhist dictionary, you don't find these words. No word is given. So how to translate janati, vijanati, sanjanati, pajanati, parijanati, abhijanati? And you know, this is janati, the krama. As you go from Sheikh to Buddha, different kind of knowledge is there. How can you measure this knowledge? And every knowledge cannot be given word. So here something has been given to you that an ordinary man only knows, janati, but the Buddha abhijanati, sanjanati. So you know the dimension of knowledge from janati to abhijanati, and there is something in between. So you have to find out the words while translating Mool Pariyaya Sutta. Pali literature, both the Tipitaka and Allied, is a special kind of literature, and most of the words are used in Abhidha, not in Lakshana and Vyanjana. That is the important thing. In imaginative literature, you find the use of Lakshana and Vyanjana, but here you find the use only of Abhidha. But in Pali literature, this is not the case. Here, words which are almost technical and scientific and which have precise meanings are used, and they have the same connotation wherever they are used. Technical terms and scientific words cannot be used nebulously. There is one-to-one relationship between a technical term or scientific word and its meaning. This is the case with most of the words used in Pali literature, a literature where the study of psychology, ethics, philosophy and religion is happily combined. The vast body of Pali literature contains the teachings of the Buddha and some of the enlightened disciples. The teachings of the Buddha are concerned with 4 noble truths such as suffering, cause of suffering, cessation of suffering, and the way leading to the cessation of suffering. Now, everywhere you find technical terms there, so you have to know its exact meaning. Technical terms used in Pali have precise meanings. If for each Pali term a suitable Hindi word is found out, much of our task of translating from Pali into Hindi will be done. Let us say Paritchit. You find Paritchit. Paritchit has been translated as Prarikchit. That means small consciousness. And Sankhit Chitta is concentrated mind. It's Sankshipt Chitta. Vikshipta Chitta is Vikshipta Chitta. Odan is clear, Devadan. And Sankiles is Sankiles in Hindi. Then our task would be to replace Pali terms with Hindi words. So one of our primary tasks would be to replace all or most of Pali words with those words in Hindi which can fully convey the meaning Pali words can do. Of course, there is no one-to-one relation between words and their referents all the time. What I mean is that all Pali words are not technical. There are exceptions to this end. These are significant exceptions. Take, for example, the word kuti. Kuti is channa kuti, bibata kuti. You find in one of the suttas. Now in the Dhaniya Sutta and the words kasi in the Kasi Bharadwaj Sutta or the Brahmabandhu in the verses of some Theras in the Theragatha. These words are used in different senses, but they have meanings only on 2 planes, material and spiritual. Whereas kuti means cottage or hut made of bamboo and grass for dhaniya, it means Buddha's own self. Everybody makes a kuti for himself or herself by virtue of his or her wholesome and unwholesome actions. Kasi means agriculture for Kasi Bharadwaj, from which he gets grain to eat and alleviate his hunger. But the Buddha's Kasi means developing seal, samadhi and panya, which when developed results into Nibbana, the fruit that the Buddha's Kasi produces. This Kasi completely alleviates hunger, whereas Bharadwaj's Kasi cannot. One meaning of Brahmabandhu is a Brahmin by birth, but the other meaning attains on a spiritual plane where man becomes a real Brahmin by cultivating all the qualities of a Brahman. Let me see. Oh, only 3 minutes are left. That's what I told you in the beginning, that it's very difficult. You have to get a paper and read it for yourself. And I won't take Professor his time now, because he has to also give a keynote address. Let me, in 3 minutes, I do something more. There are some words in Pali and Hindi which mean the same thing, although they are different, spelled differently, because Pali has only dental and not palatal saw. Kusal, akusal, dos, saka, etc. There are some words both in Pali and Hindi which are spelled alike, but their meanings are different. Like akhil in Hindi means whole, but akhil in Pali means without khila, that is without raga, dosa and moha. Then lean in Pali means clinging, sticking. Lean chitta means one who has cravings. But in Hindi it means absorbed. Padhne mein leen, Brahma mein leen. So you find these differences. Speakers of Hindi have to guard themselves against translating Pali words analogically, because Dhamma is Dharma, Kamma is Karma. So Mahapradesh should not be translated as Mahapradesh, because that means something else. Mano as Neech Prakriti, but Hindi words given here for Pali words do not convey what Pali words stand for. Whereas Mahapradesh is chief criterion, Baswati is powerful, Neech Mano means being low and humble, as we find exampled in he that is low needs fear no fall. In the Amagandha Sutta also, Neech Mano Bandhi Tathagatasya means he is being polite. Neech Mano means being polite. So while revising the Hindi translation of the Anguttara Nikaya, Venerable Anand Kausalyan came across 3 words in Asa Sutta. They are Niras, Asavan and Purnas. Although Brihat Hindi Shabdkosh gives 2 meanings of Niras, such as jiski asa puri nahi hui ho, usko bolte asa right. But there are some persons who don't have any hope in life. So for that I have coined a word, sunyas. I have coined this word, sunyas. It looks good and I think it will go on. Atur and usuk also are other such words. They have got nothing to do with the Hindi words atur, and which means inquisitive, and utsuk, which means curious. Both these words are used in a bad term in Pali. Another term is olarik. And then you find another word, chakradharino. Chakradharino, Hindi speakers will know that is about Vishnu Bhagwan, because he has a chakra in his hand. But here chakradharino means in Pali, a man who has a chakra caused by his desire. Chakradharino on his head, that is who is tormented all the time by this grinding wheel. In an article, I have shown why Khagabishan should mean the horn of a rhinoceros and not a rhinoceros. There was a long discussion between me and one scholar of Pali there, that he said rhinoceros, Khagabishan should mean only rhinoceros. I say that Khagabishan means the horn of a rhinoceros, not rhinoceros. and I have written a long article on it. There is another problem related to term. For example, yana. Yana is used in two ways. If you understand it, yana also means vehicle. If you translate it as vehicle, that somebody will go on it. But yana means path. If there is a path, then you have to walk on the path yourself. If it is a vehicle, then you can use this vehicle to go somewhere else. There is a great difference between these two words. So I have given so many examples here. Now I cannot read all because the time is up almost. So let me request all of you, if you are seriously interested in translating Pali literature into Hindi, then you have to work your way by reading these articles and thinking yourself. I will request the authorities to give a copy of it to you. I have sent the material. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Angraj Chaudhary ji. Right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give you a brief introduction about Professor Pradeep P. Gokhale ji from Sanskrit perspective. Professor Pradeep P. Gokhale ji is the ex-professor, former professor of philosophy, Savitribai Phule Pune University. He has worked in the Central Institute of Higher Tibetan University for 6 years as research professor. The books authored by him include Inference and Fallacies Discussed in Ancient Indian Logic in the year 1992, Vadanyaya of Dharmakirti, The Logic of Debate in the year 1993, Hetu Bindu of Dharmakirti, A Point on Probance in the year 1997, Yogatru of Patanjali, A New Introduction to the Buddhist Roots of the Yoga System, released in the year 2020. The books edited by him include Classical Buddhism, Neo-Buddhism, and The Question of Caste, released in the year 2021. Presently, he is an adjunct professor in the Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies in Savitribai Phule Pune University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Pradeep Gokhale ji.
All the venerable, honorable professors on the dais, and professors, scholars, and friends of the dais. While doing a PhD in philosophy at Pune University, I became acquainted with both Sanskritists and modern scholars of Indian philosophy. During my dialogues, I found that they had reservations about each other. Philosophy scholars thought Sanskritists were just philologists and their approach to darshanas was superficial. They do not go deeper into the depth of understanding of Indian philosophy. On the other hand, a senior Sanskritist who was known to me remarked about some Indian philosophy scholars that their research follows the takeoff model. They take some clues from an original text and take off from there. They do not bother about what is meant by the whole text. Thus, the philosophy scholars charged that Sanskritists do not go beyond their primary meaning, and the Sanskritists claimed that the philosophers go beyond the original text without bothering about the primary meaning. Going beyond primary meaning and understanding deeper philosophical meaning is essential. However, such an understanding should have a firm footing in the primary meaning. Translation is the way to give an exposition of the primary meaning of the text. So, about my favorite philosopher Dharmakirti, I felt that to understand what Dharmakirti must have meant in his texts like Vadanyaya and Hetubindu, it is necessary to translate them. So I conducted an exercise on translating the text. The exercise benefited me in arriving at a more consistent interpretation of Dharmakirti's philosophy and criticizing the rival interpretations which I thought were inconsistent. Translating the Buddhist Sanskrit text into English took a lot of work. Though I felt somewhat confident about my understanding of the content of the Sanskrit text, I knew that my English could have been better. I tried to overcome the limitation of mine with the help of my English knowing friends. However, I faced more severe translation problems which are worth sharing here. In Indian epistemological texts, many words look obvious to traditional minded readers. Still, their complexity is exposed when one tries translating them into a foreign language, like English. As a specimen, let us consider some epistemological terms. Let us start with the terms jnana and pramana. We come across various translations of these terms. For instance, jnana is translated as knowledge, and pramana is translated as means to true knowledge or means to valid knowledge, etc. The problems with these translations are as follows. Jnana is a truth-value neutral term in the context of Nyaya and Buddhist epistemology. There can be samyak jnana and mithya jnana. However, knowledge is not a value-neutral term, truth-value-neutral term. There cannot be true and false knowledge or valid and invalid knowledge. So, jnana may better be translated as cognition, or it can be true or which can be true or false. There are many issues about the word pramana. In early Nyaya, the term was sometimes used to mean the means to true cognition and sometimes to mean the resultant true cognition. Gradually, the meaning settled down to an instrumental sense, and the term pramiti or prama was coined, which meant the resultant true cognition. Unlike Nayayikas, Buddhist logicians like Dingnag and Dharmakirti did not use different terms for the means and the result. For them, pramana primarily meant the resultant true cognition, but the word can also mean the means to true cognition. There is no substantial difference between pramana as a means and pramana as a result. Hence, if we identify true cognition with knowledge, the Nyaya view that there are four pramanas would be translated as there are four means to knowledge. On the other hand, the Buddhist view that there are two pramanas would be translated as there are two kinds of knowledge. The resultant true cognition, which Nayayikas call prama and Buddhists call pramana, is generally termed in English as knowledge. However, the word knowledge used in English does not match precisely with the meaning of the word prama or pramana used in Indian epistemology. Generally, the English verbal form I know is used in dispositional sense of knowledge, but in an epistemological context, the words jnana or prama and pramana refer to cognition in an episodic sense and not in the dispositional sense. Another usage of the verb know refers to a propositional form of knowledge. Accordingly, knowledge content is expressible in the form of a proposition. However, this idea does not always match with the Buddhist concept of pramana. For example, pratyaksha pramana, according to Buddhists, has a content, namely swalakshana, which, being non-conceptual, cannot be expressed in the form of a proposition. The point is that there is a considerable gap between the Indian epistemological terms, prama and pramana on the one hand, and the Western term knowledge on the other hand. Hence, translating the two terms as knowledge will be just an approximation. There is a similar problem with translating the terms pratyaksha and anumana as perception and inference. In common parlance, we believe we know things, their qualities and motions through perception. This idea of perception is suitable to the Nyaya conception of Laukika Pratyaksha. However, it is not suitable for the Buddhist conception of Pratyaksha. In ordinary perception, there are two elements. One is the one is the sensory intuition, which involves no concepts or categories. According to Dignaga Dharmakirti epistemology, only the first stage can be called Pratyaksha or Pratyaksha Pramana. The second stage, which involves conceptualization, is not regarded as Pratyaksha by them. Hence, it is difficult to say that the Buddhist epistemologists accept perception as Pramana in the sense that Nayayikas do so. There is a similar problem with Anumana Pramana also. Due to time constraint, I will not go into details. I just want to point out that there is a semantic gap between Anumana as Dharmakirti understood it and inference as Western logic understands it. In this way, the translations of the Buddhist epistemological terms, Pramana, Pratyaksha, and Anumana as knowledge, perception, and inference are all inexact. We face a dilemma here. Since the original terms do not have the exact parallels in the target language, we have two options. One option is keeping the original terms in the translation as they are. Such a translation fails to convey the intended meaning of the original text. The translations of the Buddhist Sanskrit texts in Indian languages generally follow this practice. By reading such a translation, we only have an illusion that we have understood the original text by reading the translation, but actually we do not understand the meaning of the text. The other option while translating the text in a foreign language is to use approximate parallels in the absence of the exact parallels. This option can mislead the readers, so both alternatives are problematic. The second option is a lesser evil because it at least takes us nearer to the intended meaning, though it does not capture the exact meaning. In such a case, to minimize the misleading character of the approximate translation, I propose that such a translation should be accompanied by clarifications and explanatory notes wherever possible. Here I have discussed a very small sample of Buddhist Sanskrit terms that are also at the core of Mahayana Buddhist literature as a whole. One can identify many such terms and discuss their possible translations in detail. Due to time constraints, I will avoid discussing this point. Toward the end of this talk, I would like to mention two issues that are very relevant to the question of translation in general and the translation of Mahayana Sanskrit literature in particular. One issue is this: what is primary and what is secondary in the translation of a text? Word meaning or sentence meaning? The second issue is, how is Nitartha Neyartha distinction relevant to the translation of a Sanskrit Buddhist text? Issue 1. Primacy of word meaning or sentence meaning. In Purva Mimamsa school of Indian philosophy, we come across two theories regarding how the meaning of a sentence is known. According to one theory, a word does not convey its meaning individually, it conveys it only in the context of other words. That is, the sentential meaning is primary and word meaning is secondary. This theory is called Anvitavidhanavada and was introduced by Prabhakar. This was a response to Kumarila's theory about Abhihitanvayavad, which was called Abhihitanvayavad, according to which we know word meaning one after the other while understanding the sentence meaning. Then they are put in order in the form of sentence meaning. These two theories of comprehension of meaning refer to two policies of translation. One is word-by-word translation and the other is a sentence-oriented translation. We also find such different styles in the translations of Buddhist Sanskrit literature. Though I don't know either Tibetan or Chinese, when I happen to read some Mahayana Sanskrit texts with some Tibetan and Chinese experts, I was given the impression that Tibetan translations are of the Buddhist, Tibetan translations of the Buddhist Sanskrit text are word-oriented, whereas Chinese translations are sentence-oriented. Of course, these claims cannot be absolute. Even in a word-oriented translation, one has to consider sentence and context. Similarly, a sentence-oriented translation is impossible without considering word meanings. I hope the experts present at the conference will throw some light on this issue. Now, issue number 2, Nitartha-Nayartha distinction. It is well known that Mahayanists try to maintain internal consistency in Buddha's diverse teachings by referring to the distinction between Nitartha and Nayartha teachings. According to this distinction, Nitartha teachings are supposed to be taken as meaningful and true as they are. Teachings of the Mahayana type are Nitartha in this sense. But teachings of the Shravakayana type are supposed to be derivatively meaningful. They are not to be followed as they are. Hence, two aspects of the Nayartha teachings are relevant. One, they are not to be taken at surface level, but are to be interpreted differently. And two, the Buddha has had a particular intention, abhipraya, behind the Nayartha teachings, namely elevating the spiritual level of the disciples who cannot understand the higher teachings. Let us see, for example, what Vasubandhu in Vimshatika says about Rupayatana, visual object as a sense door. Rupadhyayatana stitvam tad vineya janam prati abhipraya vashaduktam upapaduka sattvavat. Vasubandhu means that when the Buddha said that there are beings born without a father and mother, that is upapaduka sattva, he did not mean that there are such beings. He meant that there is a continuity of consciousness series even in the future. Chitta santati anuchedam ayatyam abhipretya. Similarly, when he said that there is a visual object as the sense door, he did not mean that the visual object is a material object. He meant that visual consciousness arises from its seed, that is swabija, and visual form appears. So the seed consciousness and the object consciousness and the object appearance are called the two doors of consciousness. His intention behind the assertion of Rupayatana was not to assert the existence of the visual object, but to deny the existence of the soul. That is, to assert Pudgala Nairatmya. I think a Sarvastivadian would interpret such statements as actually implying the existence of beings, that is, collections of five aggregates without a father and mother, and existence of visual objects as insentient objects existing independently of consciousness. Of course, a Sarvastivadian would agree that while asserting that there is the sense door called Rupa, the Buddha did not mean to accept any soul substance, rather he meant to deny it. The point is that here we come across three layers of meaning, insofar as the so-called Nayartha statements are concerned. First is the layer of literal meaning. Second is the layer of interpretation, that is, when the statement is regarded as Nayartha, that is derivatively meaningful in a particular sectarian context, the derivative meaning of the statement will be the second layer of interpretation. And the third layer is that of intention. What was the more profound meaning intended by the speaker, that is the Buddha, behind making such a statement? It formed the third layer. My suggestion here is that while translating Buddha Vachana, particularly which is treated as Nayartha, in a particular context, we should keep the three layers as separate as far as possible, so that the text will be more open for further deliberations. So far, I have just shared some of my observations and puzzlements regarding the translation of Buddhist Sanskrit texts with you. I do not claim any expertise in this field. I am in fact humbled by the honor you have conferred on me by asking me to give a keynote speech. I rather look forward to benefiting from the expert presentations and expert comments that will follow in the proceedings of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Pradeep Gokhleji, for sharing your knowledge and wisdom on the very topic, translating Sanskrit Buddhist literature and some issues. Now, without any further delay, I would like to conclude this inaugural session, and I would also like to thank our chief guests for today's conference, Professor Abhay Kumar Singh Ji, our guest of honor, Venerable Professor Gishing Awa Samdila, and our keynote speakers, Professor Angraj Chaudhary Ji and Professor Pradeep Gokhleji, and last but not the least, our director, Venerable Geshe Abdullah, for taking out your valuable time and giving us, all of us, this wonderful opportunity to listen to your wisdom and knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and we'll begin the first session of today's conference within 5 minutes. And it will be moderated by my colleague, Ms. Kamasijula. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We'll begin the next session within 5 minutes.
गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा
Question answer. So all these are to be incorporated within 30 minutes. It is. Oh, I see. Okay. So we have 1 hour.
1.5 hour, but we can
1 hour. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So it is now for 1 hour. So we can have each speaker speaking for about 12 minutes, I think, and that will suffice, Kindly, please, I request the speakers to speak within 10 to 12 minutes, and then we can have some, questions from the audience. First of all, the Professor Siddharth Singh Ji, his topic is the cultural context and the philosophical nuances, translating Theravada Buddhist text from Pali to Hindi. Okay, yeah. So moderator is there separately. This lightens my job.
Tashidele and greetings to all.
Thank you all for joining today's conference on translation of Sanskrit and Pali literature. So we had a very insightful and inspiring morning session with Venerable Geshe-la and other speakers, distinguished speakers. We will now begin with the first session of today's conference. So for this session, we have our chairperson, Venerable Professor Geshe Ngawang Samden-la, who is the former Vice Chancellor, Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, Sarnath. And we have distinguished speakers, Professor Siddharth Singh, Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Dr. Sherup Tenzin La, Assistant Professor, Department of Indo-Tibetan Studies, Institute of Languages, Literature and Culture, Vishwa Bharati Santi Niketan. And then we have Dr. Ujwal Kumarji, Associate Professor, HOD, Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Calcutta. And then finally we have Professor Shrikant Bahulkar, Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies, Savitri Bai Phule Pune University. Now let me please introduce our chairperson, Professor. Okay. I would now like to request our chairperson to start today's session. And thank you all.
So, to save time, I'm not going to read the introductions of the speakers. And so, kindly please go through the booklet in which they are very beautifully mentioned and along with their photos. So now I would like to request Mr. Siddharth Ji to speak on the culture, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, well, namaste to all of you. Honorable Chair of the session, Professor Geshe Ngawang Samden, Most Venerable Professor Geshe Dorji Damdul, Director, Tibet House, Professor Abhay Kumar Singh Ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Nalanda University, Professor Pradeep Gokhale Sir, Professor Bahulkar Sir. It is a true pleasure for me to join this one-day conference on this issue of translation of Sanskrit and Pali literature. I remember that in 1980s, there was a publication called People's Publishing House, which used to publish entire Russian literature in Hindi. And they not only translated entire Russian literature into Hindi, but they also ensured its proper distribution through the vehicles in the different cities. And BHU often had, my own university where I studied, often had its vehicle. And through that literature, Russian literature translated in Hindi, most of the Indians of 1970s, 80s got introduced to the literature of Fyodor Dostoevsky, Leo Tolstoy, Anton Chekhov, Maxim Gorky, and so on. Unfortunately, if we talk in the terms of Sanskrit and Pali literature into Hindi, after the freedom of India, the translators, we had magnificent scholars like Mahapandit Rahul Sankrityayan, Bhikshu Jagdish Kashyap, Bhadantanand Kaushalyayan, Bhikshu Dharam Rakshit. Those scholars gave a great contribution translating Pali literature. And their objective was to translate the original literature of Tipitaka, because they had to start from the scratch. And that entire collection was because of the paucity of the funds, where most of the texts were translated and published from very minor publications, and we still do not have any collected translation of Tipitaka published from any one institution so far. I think using this platform, I would like to make this suggestion that we have now institutions like International Buddhist Confederation, Rashtriya Sanskrit Sansthan, and so on. We should think about compiling all the translation which were done by these scholars. Even Mahayana Sutras, L.M. Joshi translated Vimalkirti Nirdesh Sutra. Sadhan Pundarik Sutta was translated by Bihar Rashtra Bhasha Parishad, by Ram Mohan Pathak. And we do not have those availability, so that is one task we should take into account, which should be published from any one institution. When we see, because I'm here to deal with the Pali Hindi translation, and I have done 2 translations of, one is a Dhamma Sangaho, produced by Dhammakitti Mahaswami, and I translated it, edited it, which was published from Motilal Banarsi Das, and then I translated another Buddha's biography. So Dhamma Sangaho is about history of Buddhism, and Jinacharit of Vanaratan Madhankar, which is the biography of the Buddha. And third one, I was not aware that Honorable Professor Anurag Chaudhary sir has already done recently the translation of THERAVADA At Katha. I am working on that. I am also doing retranslation of THERAVADA and its At Katha. And while observing the previous Hindi translation of these scholars, I found that generally 3 kind of models of the translation, Hindi translation, have been followed by these different set of scholars. One was Mahapandit Rahul Sangrityayan, who was not only a scholar of Pali and Buddhism, but he was also activist at the same time. And his journey from the Vedic Pathshala to Buddhism and then to Marxism, it contributed to a lot to his entire way of writing. So he didn't bother of using very Sanskritized word while translating the Pali text. He used very colloquial words, local dialect kind of words like Nadiya ek ghat bahutere, which is generally not followed by the scholars who often tend to translate in a very chaste Hindi. Another model was Bhikshu Jagdish Kashyap and Bhikshu Rakshit ji and Bharat Singh Upadhyay. I'm sorry, I forgot the name of Bharat Singh Upadhyay. So these scholars, they use very pure, Sanskritized, refined Hindi instead of using very local dialect. And third model, which was followed by Swami Dwarikadas Shastri, and his entire collection has been published from Bodh Bharati, which was his own publication. And he, on the other hand, he used chaste Hindi and very Sanskritized Hindi, but instead of doing literal translation, he followed the path of free translation, what we call. And instead of doing the word-to-word translation, like Professor Anurag Chaudhary sir, he mentioned that he was mentioning the Mool Pariyaya Sutta, Janati, Sanjanati, and so on, then Abhijanati. All the entire Pali literature is flooded by these kind of synonyms word, which is not easy to translate exactly. And for example, I used to teach Sigalo Vad Sutta long back to bachelor student, and then there's a gatha in which the word comes Neta, Anuneta, Vineta for the Buddha. So how to translate Neta, Anuneta, Vineta? The Hindi translators have this freedom because they know that many words can be understood by Hindi readers if you put Pali words as it is. But it has been a big challenge for the translators who have done it in English. So Pali Text Society scholars and Sacred Book of East series or Harvard Oriental series, those scholars, they tried to translate each word and they put a lot of effort. Hindi translation is rather in that way that is less challenging because, for example, there is a gatha in Dhammapada. Appamado amatam padam. Pamado machuno padam. Appamatta namiyanti ye pamatta yathamata. Appamad. So apramad in Hindi, those who know good Hindi, they know that apramad, if you put the translation apramad or don't be apramadi, so it looks like enough itself. But in English, it was a challenge for those scholars, and apramad has been translated as thoughtfulness, mindfulness, indolence, vigilant, and so on. So those kind of challenges are less for the translators who have indulged in translating Pali literature into Hindi. But still, the two questions which, if I talk from the perspective of research methodology, historical research methodology, number one, we call in research methodology internal criticism and external criticism, two words, these two terms. External criticism is what should you select? What actually the Buddha taught? What are the texts which are in true convergence with the Buddha's original ideas? In the morning, Gokhale sir perhaps, or another scholar mentioned about Mool Madhyamik Kariga. So I remember that during my student life, I read Mool Madhyamik Karika through the interpretation of the Chandrakirti's Prasannapada. And it had a certain way of interpretation, and it leads in one direction. Later, I read another translation of the David J. Kalupahana of Mool Madhyamik Karika, which was based on the interpretation of Kumara Jiva. And he took entire Shunyavada of Mool Madhyamik Karika to pure empiricism. So he had his own way of understanding philosophy and how the commentaries and how translations mold your idea, and how if you click with the translation, so how the entire philosophy may be changed. That is one example. Another example we often know everywhere in the conferences, the slogan is there that be the light of yourself. Atta Deepo Bhava. Now it is wrongly being presented by Appa Deepo Bhava. Actually, Appa Deepo Bhava is never found in the Pali literature as far as my knowledge is there. So Atta Deepo Bhava, Radhakrishnan, Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, he translated Dhammapada in English. And of course, in the Dhammapada's translation, he mentioned that Deepa, we know that Deepa can be translated as Dweep, island, as well as it is translated as a light. He mentioned about the island, but he chose, when he had to present Buddhism, he chose the light translation of that. And through Radhakrishnan, entire tradition of Indian philosophy scholars, including Chandradhar Sharma, C.D. Sharma, and many scholars, they followed that translation, and still it is being practiced. And later, I remember that Walpole Rahul challenged that idea, and he said that it is not light in that context. It is island. And Dhammapad At Katha mentioned about that, well, as Yatha Samuddam Samudde Sayam Patitham Katva Deepam Viharat. That like in the ocean, there's an island. It stands itself. In that way, you should do vihar, you should wander about like that island. So entire interpretation, entire philosophy by one correct translation, thanks because of the commentary, the entire notion is changed. Because when you do the light translation, it goes toward Upanishadic Brahma, philosophy of Brahma. There are so many parts, Aham Brahmasmi concept. And when you do the island, it goes towards the Buddhist philosophy. So there's a difference. The entire orientation by just one correct translation, it changes a lot in understanding the philosophy. So that is very important. Another thing, as a translator, I understand that there is another term in research methodology which is called methodological agnosticism. methodological agnosticism is that you should be free from the bias when you are dealing with the subject. You should not do the translation to prove your thesis, but you should be honest with what text actually want to convey. So that is, and always translators have that choice. Translators have that choice of the having bias or having freedom from the bias. And other thing is that if we talk in the terms of the syntax, in Hindi is also very flexible language. For example, there's a Buddha's last word, anicca vat sankhara. English translation, PTS translators, they have translated impermanent indeed is all the conditioned things. Now Hindi translator has two choices at least. Anitya hai sanskar, if he has to follow the syntax. Anitya hai nischay hi sanskar. At other place, sabbe sankhara anicca word has come.
You have
So-
15 minutes. I've extended it because it's over 1 hour. We have
Okay,
the whole session.
okay. Thanks a lot, sir. So I've got the notice of 2 minutes left. So I will try to.
can extend it.
Okay, sir.
Communication
Sir.
between us.
So in the translation, you have whether you want to maintain the syntax as it is, or you want to make it more lucid for the clients who are going to go through your translation. That is also an important decision. I remember that Milind Paiho has been translated by 3 scholars, Rhys Davids, and then I.B. Orner, and then Bhikkhu Pesal. 3 translations. Bhikkhu Pesal adopted the model of a lucid translation which should be understood by most of the common readers. And I.B. Orner and T.W. Rhys Davids, they followed the translation for the scholars and researchers. So every translation or translator also has that, should keep the clientele in his or her mind, that what kind of readers he or she is going to address. For me, it's an ideal translation, as because I deal with the academics. For me, the ideal translation is one which is honest with the literal translation, as well as which deals with the contextuality of the entire text. Because if you don't understand the contextuality, Professor Angara Chaudhary sir mentioned about that, the vipassana, the importance of vipassana, that if you realize it, when we deal with, I teach Abhidhammat Sangho also, and in Abhidhammat Sangho, there are 4 kind of planes, the meditation path, and Kama Vachar Chit is like, and after that Rupa Vachar, Arupa Vachar, and Lokottar. In Arupa Vachar, there are 4 stages. Akasa Naichayatan, the meditation on the infinite space, and so on. We teach that, but it is so difficult to understand without practicing it, that what is Neva Sanyana Sanyayatan. How to understand Vijnana, the meditation, concentration on the infinite consciousness. So those kind of things. So I would just conclude with 2, because I will take only one word, which is Nibbana. Yamakami Sogen, famous Japanese scholar, in his book, 6 Systems of Buddhistic Thought, at one place he has written that it is more difficult to explain Nibbana than to attain it. Because Nibbana, in entire Pali literature, it keeps on coming in Vibhanga. It comes as Dhuva, Sassat, Nitya, eternal, permanent, and stand still, like which is achyut, which is not movable. On the basis of that translation, I remember that many scholars, even of Buddhism, they understood, they portrayed Nibbana as something which is a positive, which has a positive existence. Even La de la Vele Pussy, in his lecture on Nirvana, he tried to compare Nirvana with paradise of the biblical, of the theology. But and on the other hand, when you find a gatha, achi yatha vata vegen khitto atham paleti na upeti sankham, evam muni nam kaya vimutto atham paleti na upeti sankham. Like a flame is blown out by the wind, so you cannot reckon it with. Similarly, Nibbana is like that. That Nibbana is once it is attained, and after that, so the difference between what we call in Abhidhamma Saupadhises Nibbana and Anupadhises Nibbana. In Sutta terminology, Nibbana and Parinibbana. The Gathas are mentioning only Nibbana. If you do not understand that which kind of Nibbana it is trying to convey, so you will always be confused that what is the final message of this Gatha. So with these words, I'm grateful to all of you for your kind patience to attend my speech, and I'm grateful to the chair and Tibet House for inviting me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Professor Siddharth-ji, bringing out certain, critical thoughts and the issues of translation. Now I would like to request Dr. Shetuk Tenzin-ji on translation of Tibetan literature from Sanskrit, its significance and translation methodology. You have 15 minutes. Now you will get the chits before 3 minutes from the moderator.
스페이스에 가셨어요. 스페이스에 가셨어야지. 있나? 저 손에. 알아. 이런 영어. Namaskar and Tashidalek to one and all. Most Honorable Professor Geshe Samtala, Chairman of the session, and co-speakers on the dais, luminaries of the dais, and delegates and the scholars. I choose the topic, Translation of Tibetan Literature from Methodology. And I'm not sure how much I can do justice to this, this topic with the main theme of the today's conference, but I'll try my best. We have listened enough to Pali and Sanskrit so far. So now let me tell you something about what Tibetan has done in the past, especially during the 8th to 9th centuries by the king Tida Songtsen, the son of Trisung Dilsen. Before I begin this deliberation, I just say just a few words. I first joined Sarnath in 1981, where I met Professor Geshe Samtala. And they were the first batch to carry on the restoration project, which he mentioned already in his deliberation. And translation of Tibetan, this tradition has changed a little bit. We used to translate from Sanskrit to Tibetan. And in 1980s, we have started the restoration work. And Geshe-la were the first batch to do that. So in fact, usually we say that Gendin Chimpe was the last Lotsawa who translated the Dhammapad from Pali, and Shakuntala and some other minor Sanskrit text as well. But I would say that this doesn't stop here with the Gendin Chimpe as the translator. I would say that we have still living translators like Geshe Samtala and also Geshe Lobsang Dorjila here. They're still carrying on this Sanskrit, Tibetan, and Tibetan Sanskrit translation work in Sarnath. And right now I'm working in the Department of Indo-Tibetan Studies in Shantiniketan. And this department was founded by Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore in 1922. he visited Paris in 1921, where he met with the Professor Silver Levy, the great sinologist and Indologist, who knows Tibetans well. And he invited him to Shantiniketan in 1922, where they have started the Tibetan studies. And they started with the 5 students, including Tagore himself. He studied Tibetan there. And this department was founded with the aim of reviving the lost Indian cultural heritage. I mean, to restore the lost Sanskrit text of Nalanda especially, to restore back to Sanskrit through the Tibetan translation. We have virtually lost the Nalanda's Sanskrit text, which is still survived in Tibetan translation, in Kanjur and Tenjur, we call it, the Tibetan canonical text. There are about 4,567 texts as counted in Derge Tenjur edition, in which there are some indigenous texts, Tibetan Sumchupa, Tangju, Negetsandil, and then Cheratoja Chemo, Cheratoja Ding. 6-7 texts are there. And of course, there are some few Chinese texts also, like some Naya Pravesh and all these things. But 99% are Sanskrit texts which were lost in Nalanda. So, yeah, I shouldn't forget this one. I want to thank Geshe Dojit Amdullah, whom I met him in 1989, I think, when he first joined the Institute of Buddhist Dialectics in Dharamsala. I was also the same student of him. And then I'm very glad to see you today here in this prestigious cultural center of Tibet House. And thank you so much for inviting me on this occasion. I had a few occasions to, cooperate with your works, some official works with the Tibet House. Thank you so much for that. And before anyway, I cannot finish within a time. I can guarantee this one. But for me, this verse is very important. I occasionally read these verses to remember the gratitude and the kindness of the Indian Pandits and the Tibetan Lord Savas who sacrificed their lives for the sake of Buddha Dharma. And this is extract from Pawa Tsukla Tengwa, the great Kagyupa scholar, Kagyupa historian, Karma Kagyu scholar. And this is on the chapter of Indian Pandit and the Tibetan Lord Sawa. And this is the continuing verses actually. Yeah, I have the English translation as well. Just let me read out this first. So we can see 2 scripts here. One is Uchin, one is Ume. Pawo Tsukla Tengwe Chunchun Kebe Gatunle, Hejir Loben Tamba Tenamji, Luso Longju Jeba Len Tongtu, Changwar Pyang, Chazam Kalaker, Pyu Mongbe Mimbakusen Ne, Yangda Chuginawa Gezeba, Pyu Chembe, Loben Tamjela, Sanskrit classics into Tibetan language during the early spirit of Buddhism in Tibet. Madhyapati comprises of two sections, namely, of Keche. The first section deals with the date of Keche, that's the royal decree. Brief notes on historical events took place during those days and the translation methodology. Number two, section two. The second section is the descriptive glossary, which contains not merely the equivalence of Sanskrit terms, but also the philosophical interpretation to 414 of the entries available in Mahabhyutpatti, which runs into 9,565 lexical entries and divided into 277 chapters. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So, with regard to the first section, the author suggests certain rules and methods to be followed by lots of us related to translation methods. The three important points related to translation methods declared in the first section of the Madhyapati. During the reign of Emperor Tida Songtsen in the 9th century, a great deal of Sanskrit Buddhist scriptures was translated into Tibetan. In the process of framing the translation methodology, the following three important factors came into being and made them mandatory for Lotsawa to follow while carrying out translation. They are namely, rules of Sanskrit grammar should strictly maintain while translating. Number two, up there, yeah. Okay, anyway. Should not contradict the concept and the theme of Dharma text. And number three, translation should be comprehensible and easily understood by the Tibetan. These three important methods concerned with the translation methodology is a result based on the experience and lessons gathered in the long process of Dharma translation activities over hundreds of years since the beginning of Sanskrit Tibetan translation task that initiated by Emperor Songtsen Gampo in the 7th century. Though the first Keche was conducted during the Emperor Tisung's rule, nevertheless, there occurred several inconsistencies in philosophical concept, grammatical rules are not followed strictly, a great deal of newly coined vocabularies and phrases has entered in the Tibetan lexicon. Keeping these matters in view, the second Keche was conducted in which the committee proposed certain criteria to be followed unanimously by all the Lotsawas while carrying out the translation. Hence, the above mentioned three important factors came into existence. As a result of these, the Madhyapati serves as the manual of translation methodology for the future Tibetan Lotsawa since then. This paved the new way for upgrading the quality and quantity of translation and has greatly inspired the translation activity. Now comes the three principal methods of translation during Tapchosum. The following three methods have been adopted according to the Madhyapati. Methods, number one, that is Thengyur, we call, method of meaning translation. With regard to the method of meaning translation, it is the translation of particular words which one can be able to comprehend the meaning clearly even in Tibetan language by maintaining the actual meaning of the Sanskrit words. In other words, in this method, the certain criteria must fulfill, that is, one must strictly follow the grammatical rules, should not contradict with the concept of grammar text, able to demonstrate accurately the essential theme of the verses or passages. For example, yoga is translated as nil jur in Tibetan, whereas nil is not available in Sanskrit. It's just simply jorwa. Yoga is jorwa. But in order to clarify the meaning to the Tibetan student, Lotsawa have added the extra word like nil. Then similarly, like a sattva, sempa, taupahapa, which means brave. This is also added by the Lotsawa. And in the case of Gelong also, only long is there, mendicant. If you say long, in Tibetan, it simply means beggar. So in order to avoid this confusion, they add ge. So these types of things are there. So anyway, I'll jump to next, otherwise I'm running out short of time. The second one is Tegyur, that's a literal translation. Unlike the method of meaning translation, the literal translation provides the word-to-word translation of the Sanskrit word. For example, pragya, sharab. Pragya is translated as sharab in Tibetan. Here the prefix pra is translated as rab and gya as she. It should be rabshe. But as the Sanskrit and Tibetan are the two distinct linguistic families, the syntactical sequence between the two languages may vary. Hence, there are a number of cases where Sanskrit words are translated in a reverse way in Tibetan. Such is the case with the word pragya. Instead of rapshe, it is translated as sherab. Another example is Chatur Arya Satya is translated as Bhagavad Dembashi in Tibetan instead of Shi Bhagavad Demba. But there are also cases where the Sanskrit words are translated in a sequential manner. For example, shamatha and vipassana is translated as Shi, Shine and Laktung. Shama, Shi, Tha, Ne. Shine. So this is literal and translated in a sequential way. So, then the third one is which means retaining the Sanskrit words as it is, like we do all the mantra chanting in Sanskrit, like Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Abhyajar. This is all Sanskrit, yeah. Only Tibetanized form, that one. So with regard to the retaining Sanskrit word in Tibetan translation, the Central Committee of Translators, during the Chida Songtung's time, they have formed the special committee called Chumdien de Ringlu Dunsa in Tibetan. Okay, from 7th century till 8th century, they have translated without kind of any criteria to be based. So during that time, Chida Songtung's time, they have compiled a dictionary called Mahayana and Madhyapati. So in the Madhyapati, so these things are mentioned there, the method of translation. And these things have become a manual for Tibetan Lochawas. So, decided that if the Sanskrit words are translated into Tibetan may cause more complicated than intelligible, are not encouraged to translate. Rather, these words should be transcribed in Tibetan. For example, the proper noun like Padma, Utpal, Chandan, Champaka, Pundarika, Kumuda, Malika, Nagrota, Indra, Neela, Varanasi, Ganga. I just pronounce like a Indian actual pronunciation. But in Tibetan, they say Pema, Upe, Tsende, Tibetan's form of this pronunciation. So these were not translated into Tibetan because of the fact that these tropical flowers and trees are not known to the Tibetan as they are not grown in high altitude of Tibetan plateau. The important suggestion was made in the Madhyapati that in order to avoid confusion to the Tibetan who are not familiar with the Indian tropical flowers, plants, places, and animals' names, the name of the place, Yul, animal, Rida, flower, meadow, plant, Sishing, and then precious stone, Rinpoche, fish, should add to the noun, for example, Yul Varanasi. In those days, nobody knows, what is Pema, what is Chandan. So to make it more clear, the Lodza have added Metok Pema. If you add Metok, then they are Metok, which means a flower in Tibetan. If they add flower before these tropical plants or tropical flowers of India, the Tibetan can, easily understand this one. So these are the things which, which was adopted during the 8th century. So I think I shouldn't go this further, and time is lacking now. Okay, I'll skip some important points I have to mention, but I think time is running out. I'll just wind up in 1 minute. Plus, yeah. Even I have to catch a flight also. Okay, so these things you can see easily through here. Yeah. So yeah, please. See, before the 8th century, we can see the spelling like that. The Indian the terms like Guru, we put Ha there in order to make more clear sound of Sanskrit. Though it is not proper way of transliterating. So after, I think during the time of this Chida Songzen, it was standardized. So we should follow this side, Guru. But in Tibetan, they read like a Tibetan style, and they say Kuru. So it shouldn't be Kuru. They might read Kuru, if there's no prefix. So they, this side you can see all the, the root letters are prefixed with a ha to make sound more closer to the Sanskrit. That's why they make it like this. Anyway, now, yeah, one thing I want to find out, I think Gisela can also, I think it is a Maudgalyana, the stack letter, Nga and Ga. But we find the corrupted spelling like Mongol. It should be more. Nga is, the structure looks like a Ta. So that got I mistake. Then again, we have certain cases where sometimes people might thought that these are the original Tibetan archaic words, which are in fact not. These are these are the words which derive from the Sanskrit in a very corrupted form. You see, mukti, mutik, pearl, right? So like Brahman, thamse, we just read like a Tibetan form. Then pataka, phate, like a, flags.
We can wrap up.
Last. Okay, I'll not read all. So these are some lists I made at the Sanskrit grammar in Tibetan Tengyur collection. We have about 49 minor, major Sanskrit grammatical text. So I think, yeah, last question, I'll just wind up now. Proper way of winding up, sorry. So, yeah, okay, I'm just reading. And before the Pali scholars, Peter Skilling, one Western scholar, he published an article. It's Theravada text in Tibetan Tengyur. Sorry, Tibetan text, Kanjurwa, right? Yeah, absolutely, Kanjur. So he listed 13 Pali texts. Number one is Dhammacakka Parivartana Sutra. And probably this is a hypothesis, in my opinion, because the main translator was from Sri Lanka. So he guessed this is he brought some copy from Sri Lanka, and then he translated in the 14th century. And in the colophon is written that he was Brahmin by birth from Sri Lanka, and he translated 13 works. These are very small, actually, texts. Some are like 3 pages, some are just 1 page also, maybe 1 folio also. But I think Dr. Lobson Abdullah will elaborate on this matter, whether this is translated from Pali source or from Sanskrit. Content may be same, title may be same. Voila. So thank you so much for your patience, for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Tirupanjala, for bringing out certain issues and also, highlighting the rules and regulations, as well as he has said that some of the Sanskrit grammatical texts translated into Tibetan. For your kind information, there are some Sanskrit grammar, which are not known to Indian, the current Sanskrit scholars and also Sanskrit grammarians. Like, for example, the Manjushri Vyakarana is one thing, and then Chandra Vyakarana is also not known to the Indian, the mainstream Indian grammarians. So therefore, these are some of the very important kind of texts which are still lying in Tibetan version. So thank you very much, Dr. Shevtuk Tenzela. Now I'm inviting Dr. Ujjwal Kumarji, Tracing the Path, the 1,800 years journey of the Sadgati Karika, from Sanskrit to Chinese, Tibetan, Pali, French, English, Bengali, and Hindi translations. Dr. Ujjwal Kumarji, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Sir. My two teachers on the dais, teachers of the dais, scholars, and learned audience. Just one line in Hindi. कि जैसे आपका भाग्य आदमी का भाग्य होता है, उसी तरह से ग्रंथों का भी भाग्य होता है. कुछ ग्रंथ बार बार ट्रांसलेट होते हैं, पढ़े जाते हैं, लिखे जाते हैं, और कुछ ग्रंथ बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होने के बावजूद भी वो दरकिनार हो जाता है. आप बहुत अच्छे स्कॉलर हैं, बहुत अच्छे एकेडमिशियंस हैं, लेकिन आप सिस्टम से दरकिनार कर दिए जाएंगे. हर चीज़ का एक भाग्य होता है, समय होता है. द टेक्स्ट विच आई एम गोइंग टू डिस्कस हियर is Sadgati Karika. Let me say a few words about the text. This text is talking about the 6 realms. Here, Gati means, made of this root gum, go or to move. But in this context, the text is discussing about the 6 realms. These 6 realms are Niray, Tirakshan, Pret, Asur, Manus, and Deva. In Buddhist traditions, we have different point of view. Like in Theravada Buddhism, especially in Pali traditions, they follow only 5 gatis. And also some Sravakyan traditions, they follow 6 gatis. In Mahayana also, sometimes they follow 5 gatis, and sometimes they follow the 6 gatis. So this text is discussing about the 6 gati system. And as I have mentioned in the introduction itself, that this text was translated into different languages. Though I pretend that this text was written in Sanskrit, because the original source I have right now in Sanskrit, but still I am not quite sure. Might be this text was written in some Sandhvi language nearby the Sindhu Pradesh, but the available source we have is only the Sanskrit. And this text was associated with a very great Indian master, Ashok. In one of the manuscripts found by Silva Levy from Nepal Darbar Library in 1928, this colophon is mentioned there. Arya Sadharma Samrupasthan Mahayana Sutrantra Samakrishta Mahapandit Asoghosena Sadgati Karika Samapta. So from this colophon, we know that this text is written by the Ashok. But in the writings of Ashok, always you will not find 6 gatis. Most of the time, he used 5 gatis. So the scholars have opinion that this text was not written down by the Ashok itself. In order to popularize the text, this text was associated with Ashok. That's why, after the association of this text to the Ashok, this text was transmitted to China and translated twice in the period of Sung dynasty in Chinese, and also translated in Tibetan. Just a minute. The first Chinese translation was done by Fathen Dharamdev, and this person was from Nalanda, is Dharamdev, around 1973 or 80. And then second translation was translated by Suryasha. Further, this Sadgati Karika was translated into Tibetan in the name title as Sadharm Samriti Prasthan Karika by Dharmkara or Devarakshit. I think most of the audience is here from Tibetan, and this seminar is going on in the Tibetan House, so it would be better to speak few more words about the Tibetan translation. Though I am not the scholar of Tibetan, I don't know Tibetan, I don't know Chinese. but with few references, I'm just citing you here in order to maybe do some collaborative work to produce this text with Tibetan, manuscripts. According to Tibetan translation colophon, the text is known as Sadhana Prasthan Karika. The translation was compiled by the Indian Upadhyay, Dharamkar, and the Mahasansodhak. I don't know the Tibetan word. I have written down here was Devarakshit. This translation is found in the Sutra Vritti section of the, I don't know how to pronounce Tibetan, that is in Tibetan canon. And it is divided into 6 sections. The Sanskrit text has been ascribed in Tibetan to Dharmik Subhuti Ghosh. And this much information I have right now about the Tibetan. Further, very interesting this text is that this text was translated into Pali also. I mean, the Sanskrit text was translated into Pali around 1300 AD or before that. And this text was translated from Sadgati Karika to Chhagati Deepani. The Pali name was Chhagati Deepani in original. And this Chhagati Deepani was mentioned in the inscription of Burma, pagan inscriptions. Sorry, I have just written down here Pali in Devanagari script. It would be better if I wrote in Roman so that some of the foreigners can also read it. And we are also talking about here the purpose of the translation. So the purpose of the translation is also mentioned in this Chhagati Deepani, that and there is a colophon of this text. Fortunately, this Chhagati Deepani has also one commentary, that is Chhagati Atkatha or Tika, you can call it. And the commentary is available only in Khmer script from Cambodia. And the text, this text, Chhagati Deepani, is only available in Khmer script. From Khmer script, I have translated it, and this is the line that Saddham Sati Pathan Sutato Jin Uttato Panditena Asaghosena Deepita Chhagati Deepani Sahi Sakat Bhasahi Deepita Durannaya Sad Sathan Avinyay Deepantar Nivasinam Iti Tam Parivattetva Magdhanam Nirutya Hitay Mandpayanam Bhasitamam Nayadhuna. The translator said that the Saddham Sati Pathan Sutta was spoken by the Buddha, and the Chhagati Deepani was composed by the learned Asoghosh. It was difficult to publish it in Sanskrit, as the inhabitants of the island, that is Burma, Myanmar, were unfamiliar with the Sanskrit language. Therefore, I translated it into Magadhi to assist those of limited intellect. Here the author has very clearly mentioned about the purpose of the translation of this text. And this text was translated as Chhagati Deepani. But as you know that in Pali tradition, we don't have 6 gatis. There are only 5 gatis. So that was against the system of the Theravada. So what to do? They have re-edited the text. And they re-edited and renamed the same text to add something more, verses. And the text was known as Panchgati Deepani. So this text was re-edited from Chhagati Deepani to Panchgati Deepani, and this is the differences that they did, that they have -1 chapter from the Sadgati Karika, Chhagati Deepani, that is the Asur Kand, and they put this Asur Kand into the Pret Kand. And in this way, they have make a new text that is called Panchgati Deepani. As I told in the beginning that the text has also a Bhagya. So this text was first time discovered by M. Leon Fir. Fir was a librarian in France, and he was posted in Cambodia, and he went through the manuscript of this Panchgati Deepani. And before the publication of the Pali text, he translated the text in French and published it in 1883. And after that, he published the original Pali text in 1884 in PTS Journal. When I was a student in Banaras Hindu University doing my master's, I went through the PTS Journal due to my Guruji, because they have just purchased under the fund of Center of Buddhist Studies. And from that time, in 2002 or 3, I was working on this text until I am working on this text. So the FEER published this text in Pali edition, and the Sadgati Karika entered into India through PTS journal as Panchgati Deepni. That was the journey of this text. And by mistake, till today, people understand that this text, Pali text, is the original text as Panchgati Deepni. But that was not the case. Fortunately, in around 1886, Russian scholar Miniev found the manuscript of Chhagati Deepni in Burma. Unfortunately, he didn't worked on it. He didn't publish on it, and even the manuscript is also lost. Recently, I checked this manuscript in London library, and the manuscript name is mentioned, but the full manuscript is not there. And that's why we didn't know about the Chhagati Deepni. Further, Paul Muss, one very great student of Silva Levi, he edited this Sadgati Karika and published a French text in 1939, La Lumière sur les six voies, the illumination of the six paths. And first time in 1939, Muss edited this Sadgati Karika along with the Chinese and Tibetan translation. And he knew about that this text was also available in Pali. Unfortunately, the manuscript with Silva Levi had not the first 21st verses of Sadgati Karika. So the Muss, he translated Panchgati Deepni into Sanskrit in order to complete the Sadgati Karika text in his French edition. And in 1983, again, the one most development was that the Hazelwood published the English translation of FEER edition. And later on, very interesting story is here, that this manuscript of Silva Levi reached to Sant Rakshit Library of Sarnath. And late Professor Banarsi Lal reported that manuscript in The Journal in 2008. And he mentioned about the Sadgati Karika. And he also mentioned that I knew about the edition of Sadgati Karika in French, in Pali, in Chinese, but he has no clue about that because this Muss text is not available in any Indian library. Very unfortunate, our library, we are very poor in library. In India, you don't find out any manuscript in library. Only 3 minutes, my goodness. So let's come to the point about the translation. How the Pali translator translate the text from Sanskrit to Pali. For your reference here, I have just mentioned the Tibetan. I don't know Tibetan, but for the reference of Tibet House, I have just mentioned these Tibetan lines. So just see this Pali from Sanskrit. The first approach was that they have just verbatim they translate. That is called the shadow translation. I mean same Sanskrit and Pali. Like the line is Vyagra Marzar Gomayu Rich Grid Vrikadya Jayante Prit Mansada Krodhana Matsranara. And the Pali line is Vyagh Majjar Gomayu Ach Giz Vakadayo Jayante Pich Mansada Kodhana Macharara. So this is one approach that the translator translate the Sanskrit text as it is, as a chaya, as a shadow. Second example is that the translator used some precise words, some specific Pali terms. For example, in this verse, you see, the Sanskrit verse is Kal Sutrena Sansutra Patiyante Daruvata Jwaladhi Kakraichai Trah Kal Sutra Trata Samrita. Sorry for my Sanskrit poor pronunciation, and here the screen is very small, so I can't see properly. The Pali verse is that Kal Sut Anusarena Falate Daru Vayato Kakachehi Jalantehi Kal Sutam Tato Matam. Here, the Pali translator very precisely used the word the Kal. In Sanskrit, the Kal, the author has often attempted to use precise Pali terms when translating, such as use Kal for Kal, because Kal is used for time in Pali. And the other case is, for example, preference for Sanskrit form. Keeping the Sanskrit form, like the word Garuda, author, the Sanskrit text say that Krodhacha Garudeswara. And the Pali author also used the word Garuda. Because in Pali, it would be better to use the word Garul, not Garud. In Pali Tripitaka, mostly we have the word Garul. And the author substitutes some Pali words from Sanskrit, like for the word kripa, author has replaced it by daya. Like for example, niskripa, adayo, ratan, the word for crying, the author replaced in Pali like ruda. And like for example, the word niranam, author replaced it as a pranina in the sense of man, human beings. So this is the other method that the author has used to replace the Pali word. And sometimes the author use alternative Sanskrit forms in Pali. Like the word in, I have given here the verse. The verse says that Rodram Ravam Vibuchanti in Sanskrit. And the translator translated Ghoram Ravam Vibuchanti in Pali. So this such type of method he has used in order to write a proper text. So in order to come to the conclusion that I said here from my heart, that the integration of the Sadgati Karika into Pali literature, particularly as the Chagati Dipani or Panchgati Dipani, represents a significant adaptation. The translation aimed to make the teachings more accessible to the Pali-speaking audience, particularly those unfamiliar with Sanskrit. This adaptation highlights the dynamic nature of Buddhist texts as they were translated and adapted to different culture and linguistic contexts, contributing to their wider dissemination and influence within various Buddhist traditions. Sometimes, a text is lost in its original form and remains accessible only in its translated or adapted version, with readers perceiving this adapted version as the original work. In Pali literature, there are numerous texts that are no longer available in their original form. For example, the early Atkatha literature, such as Samantapasadika, the commentary of Vinay Pitak, was translated or edited based on the ancient single Atkathas, Mahapacharya or Kurundi by Budghos. Over time, these translated or edited Atkathas gained such acceptance that the original texts on which they were based are either not available today or are obscured from the reader's view. While the passage of time and the vicissitudes of history, the original text can become lost, and readers may only know them in their altered, augmented, or refined forms. The journey of Sadgati Karika is a precise example of this phenomena. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for the Tibet House and Gesela for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ujjwal Kumarji, for a very interesting depiction of the journey of Sadgati Karika through various languages and versions and editions. So now I would like to invite Professor Shrikant Bahulkarji. The topic is problems of translating Buddhist Sanskrit text with special reference to Tantric texts. Professor Bahulkarji.
I am standing here only for display. My Guruji is going to read the paper. Anita. Again, same problem? Give me in my laptop. All right. The data. How to add? Where? इसको लगाना है. Okay. I will add here.
नहीं ये नहीं बैठेगा शायद.
बैठ जाएगा गुरुजी.
ये ऐसा है.
एक मिनट आप दीजिए.
ऐसा ही है.
हाँ.
नहीं बैठता.
नहीं गुरुजी, ऐसा जाएगा मेरे लैपटॉप में उल्टा जाएगा.
हाँ ये वैसा है.
आ गया. कौन सा फाइल है?
कॉन्फ्रेंस पीपीटी PDF है ना?
नहीं
ये
PDF ऊपर वाला है।
हाँ,
PDF दे दे।
ठीक।
ओके।
Dignitaries on the dais and friends. I'm going to speak on problems of translating Buddhist Sanskrit text with special reference to Tantric. It's traditionally believed that the Buddhist tantras were taught by the Buddha manifesting himself in different forms and at different places. For example, in the case of the Kala Chakra Tantra, it is said that while the Buddha gave the teachings of the Prajna Paramita at the Gurdrakuta mountain near Rajagruha, appearing at the same time at the Dhanyakataka, Vihar in Amravati in South India, he gave the teaching of Mantrayana, that is the Tantric way. There is another traditional belief that in the case of at least some tantras, the root tantras were lost, and what we have now is condensed versions, the Laghu Tantra. Apart from the secret doctrine of the Tantric tantras teach, the compositions themselves are difficult to understand and translate. As regards an English translation of Buddhist Tantric text, one faces several problems. First, the Sanskrit of these texts cannot be said to be classical Sanskrit. It is not Buddhist hybrid Sanskrit, is much more irregular. Secondly, the manuscripts of Tantric texts are sometimes highly corrupt. It's not easy, therefore, to ascertain a correct reading. One has to select one of the corrupt readings as the Sanskrit from the pen of the author of the work. Thirdly, the Tibetan translation of the Tantric texts help us understand the probable meaning of the text concerned. However, at times, these translations are also defective as they are based on one of the corrupt manuscripts and the understanding of the translator. Sometimes there is no question of a corrupt text as it is well preserved in the Tibetan translation. The text is clear. However, it can be understood only with a traditional explanation offered by the commentaries. In this connection, I would like to refer to D.L. Sneglow, who has attempted to set an example of editing such a work. He prepared a critical edition of the Sanskrit text of Hevajra Tantra, along with its Tibetan translation available in Kanjur, and also offered an English translation of that work. Pointing out the peculiarity of the Sanskrit text of the Hevajra, he states, I quote, more than 100 lines are quite irregular. And although they clearly represent shlokas of a kind, it is impossible to see how many of them can ever have been anything but irregular. Thus, where there is a choice of reading, the original one is by no means the one that would permit correct translation. Likewise, in the case of grammar and syntax, there seems to be complete carelessness in the matter of endings and irregularities of a kind that would be insufficiently explained by the ignorance of scribes, unquote. In his review article on Snellgrow's edition, A. Wayman remarks, I again quote, thus an editor of a Buddhist Sanskrit manuscript uses the Tibetan translation for predicting the words and syntax of the original, and I believe that it is a better description of what Snellgrow actually did. That is to say, he sometimes gave greater weightage to the predictability of the original Sanskrit words on the basis of Tibetan translation than he gave to the words he actually found them in the 3 manuscripts of which he made primary use, unquote. In his remarks on editing the Samorodaya Tantra, Sudha criticizes Snellgrow for having reversed the editing process and for having excessively relied upon the Tibetan materials. However, he too assumes that the original text of the Samorodaya Tantra or any other Tantra was imperfect. He assumes that the author of the Samorodaya had an intention to write a good Sanskrit. It appears that the so-called author of the Tantra, with all his good intention, produced a work which did not follow the rules of classical Sanskrit grammar. Sudha further explains, The author intended to write the Samorodaya Tantra in grammatically correct Sanskrit, but when he felt difficulty in establishing a correct meter, he gave priority to meter, especially to the 5th, 6th and 7th syllable, or more exactly the 4th, the 3rd and the 2nd syllable from the last respectively of each pada of shloka, and consequently introduced various kinds of grammatical distortion. Unquote. These distortions are mainly observed in the case of metrical passages where the rules of prosody are ignored. The authors of the metrical passages would not bother much if the meter becomes defective with 1 or 2 syllables less or in excess. As an example, I now intend to discuss a verse from the Hevajra Tantra and the difficulties one finds while translating it. Hasitanche kshanabhyantu alingam dvandvakaistatha tantrenapi chaturnaancha sandhya bhashan na shabditam. It is to be noted that Snellgrove, the editor and translator, used the 3 manuscripts, as I said. Out of them, 2 manuscripts, A and C, has the reading Alingyam, and manuscript C omits the passage. It means that Snellgrove has slightly amended the text. The Tibetan has a literal translation. Gotang tawa daggitang tutang dejin ni nyani ki gyukyang nampa shinamski gongspe teni madakpa. Sorry for my bad pronunciation of Tibetan. Snellgrove translates, as for the smile, the gaze, the embrace and the union, even by the tantras, the secret language of these 4 is not mentioned. On this translation, Snellgrove comments, I quote, each of these stages representing the 4 consecrations is identified one of the 4 classes of tantras. The confusion of the grammatical endings scarcely permits a sure translation. Unquote. As Snellgrove rightly points out, the case endings of the words hasita, ikshana, alinga and dvandvaka create a problem for a translator. Further, the words tantrena and chaturanam also add to the confusion because tantrena is instrumental and chaturanam is genitive. Snellgrove seems to connect the word sandhya bhasham with chaturanam and translate the passage accordingly. Now, as mentioned before, the case endings of the words hasita, etc. do not convey a proper meaning. On this verse, the commentary Yogaratnamala has the following glosses. Hasita ityadina atiguhyatamaha chaturnaamiti kriyacharya yoga yogottaranamiti na shabditam na kathitam. I translate. By the word smile and so on, the speaker Vajragarbha speaks of the extreme secrecy of the 4 means the 4 tantras, namely Kriyacharya, Yoga and Yogottara. Not mentioned means not told. It may be said that the gloss is not much of help in correcting the erroneous readings of the verse. However, it rightly explains the word Chaturnam as Kriyacharya, Yoga and Yogottaranam Tantrana. Another commentary, Evajra Panjika Muktavali explains Atiguyatamaha and so on. According to the commentary, the secret language Sandhya Bhasha is not mentioned by the 4 tantras, namely the Kriyacharya, Yoga and Yogottara, but the tantras falling in the category of the Yoga Niruttara alone. The interpretation conveys a better sense of that verse. The commentary mentions the 5 instead of commonly known 4 classes of tantras. These 5 classes have also been mentioned in Yoga Ratnamala in its gloss on the word Sarva Tantra Nayam. It says Sarva Mantra Nayam iti, not Tantra, Sarva Mantra Nayam iti Kriyacharya Yoga Yogottara Yoga Niruttara Bhedena. The explanation given by this commentary does not add much to that found in the Yoga Ratnamala. However, the gloss is important as it has preserved a better reading. Hasita Prekshanabhyam and Alingan Dvandvakais Tatha. The reading would make the first 2 padas complete without much metrical irregularity, except the violation of the rule of Sezura, that is Yati, which violation is not uncommon in the Tantric text. Moreover, this verse is also found elsewhere in the Buddhist Tantric text. For example, Rahasya Deepika commentary on the Vasanta Tilaka quote the verse with some variant reading. Asita Prekshatabhyam va Alingadvandvakaistata Tantranapi Tantranamapi Chaturnam Sandhya Bhashena Deshitam. One of the manuscripts used by the editors has the reading Valingana and Dvandvakaistatha, which is closer to the reading found in the Pratika given by the HPM. On the basis of the evidence given above, the words may be amended in the manner given below. I actually omit that and I go to the next example. Yeah. It is observed sometimes that the Tibetan translation of a particular text help in understanding the Sanskrit text. An example may be cited from the Guhya Samaja Tantra, one of the famous Buddhist Tantric texts. The text has a verse that is frequently quoted in other Buddhist Tantric texts as well. Abhave bhavana bhavo bhavana naiva bhavana iti bhavo na bhavasyat bhavana nopalabhyate. The verse is very clear. There is no corruption, etc. Referring to this verse, Jit Tucci says, the verse is very important since it is meditated upon in the process of mystic experience connected with mandala of the Guhya, that is Guhya Samaja, and the complex and long rituals which it requires. The Tibetan translation of the Guhya is accessible to me in 2 manuscripts, fairly old, which I found in some monasteries of Western Tibet. Both of them read the verse as follows. Ngopo mepe gompa me, gompa java gompa min, deltar ngopo mo mepe, gompa mixu me pao. On the basis of this translation and the same quoted elsewhere, which suggests that the reading abhave may be corrected to abhavena, as the Tibetan translation to mepe points to the instrumental case of the word abhava, and the words may be translated accordingly. However, this suggestion is difficult to accept. No manuscript of the Sanskrit text has any variant. While it is possible to assume that the text is corrupt in all manuscripts, it is not necessary to correct it on the basis of the Tibetan translation. The Tibetan translation correctly points to the instrumental case of the word abhava, that is abhavena, and not the locative abhave. Here it should be understood that the locative itself should be taken in the sense of the instrumental. In the Buddhist Tantric text, such cases are frequently met with. The Tibetan translation shows a correct understanding of the text on part of the translator. Okay. The literal translation of the verse is as follows. Since things do not exist, there is no meditation. Hence, there is no meditative cultivation of an object of meditation. Since a thing like that is a non-existent thing, there is no meditation to be objectified. It is to be noted further that Chandrakirti's commentary on the Guhya Samaja, the Pradipodhyotana, interpret the verse in various ways, keeping the word abhave as it is. The commentary offers 4 interpretations, namely Aksharartha, that is literal meaning, Samastanga, general meaning, Garbhi, impregnated or hidden meaning, and Kolika, ultimate meaning. I omit the passage and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Bahogarji. I'm waiting. Professor Bahogarji, for bringing up very critical issues in the course of translation of Buddhist texts, particularly with reference to Tantric text. Now I would like to invite some questions. So we are already, we have grabbed the scheduled time for this session, that is 1 hour and 30 minutes. So still we can take quick couple of questions. I think we have, the scholars from whom you can get the, doubts clarified. Is there any? Yes? Yes, yes.
Has given. Oh yes, yes. Thank you. A little confusion is there. When Buddha was asked, was requested by two of his disciples to convert his teaching into the chandas. So as far as I know, that he denied that permission to convert his teaching into chandas. How long the scholars may answer this?
Yes. Do you have any?
Speech. Well, I think your question is related with the inaugural session, not with this session. And I believe you can have discussion with the scholar. But as far as our understanding goes, as a researcher or a student of Pali literature, yes, he spoke. He answered that Sakai nirutya pariya punitum. So what he wanted to say, that instead of making it a monolithic structure, instead of presenting the Buddha's teaching into the form of any one language, he gave freedom to the people to learn Buddha's teachings in their own way, their own dialects. So I believe that the scholar in inaugural session also wanted to convey the same thing, what actually is understood by the passage. So I don't think that there is any contradiction in what you want to say and what a scholar wanted to present.
Yes, any question? Yes, please. And the third question, that will be the last question.
Sir, my name is Abhinav. I wish to ask you this question, that sometimes when we are translating the things, I mean, it is for Professor Siddharth, sir. So sometimes when we are translating the things, it is a problem, it is a very genuine problem, that what we wish to convey to the people. So, for example, if I'm not able to convey to the people, then it will not be very fruitful to the community. And at the same time, we are trying to, to capture the theme of the Buddha, to capture the theme of the Dhamma, that yes, this is the translation of the Buddhist text. So how do you maintain these two extremes? I mean, I won't say extremes, but how do you maintain these two extremes, that we are in the middle way, that we are also able to convey to the convey the teachings to the common people, and also able to translate the very theme or of the Dhamma. For example, in the Brahma Samyutta, the Buddha says that I won't be able to teach to the people. I won't teach people because they won't be able to understand me. But the Brahma replied, Brahma Sahampati, he replied that yes, there are some people who have less defilement, so you will be able to teach them. They will be able to understand you. So how can the translators maintain this? That we are able to even translate the things, the theme of the correct theme of the Buddha, and also to convey to the people, because sometimes people don't understand.
Thanks for. Well, there are two things. One. Am I audible? Okay. Hindi, you always have a lot of choice in while choosing the local Indian words. I'm not talking of Hindi only, Bengali or Tamil or whatever. So, and as well as in English, as I mentioned, that same apamad, in Hindi at least we are much more closer to Pali. So that's why you can either use alasya or alasya rahitata for apramad. You can also use apramad. You can leave apramad word as it is. From apamad Pali, you can just translate in apramad as Hindi. In English, you have many other options, and same is the case with all the languages. Now, as I mentioned, that you have to choose your clientele, that who is going to read your translation. In that clientele also, you will always have the choice of the words, that whether you want to leave with the little Sanskritized word, or you want to leave with the little rather relatively easier Hindi words. If you may have gone through the translation of Abhidhammat Sangho by Ramshankar Tripathi ji and Bhanant Revadhamma, that is one way, extremely difficult. Many times, even the Hindi readers are not able to grasp the translation. But there's their own way. They were not trying, because they understood that Abhidhamma has a lot of pregnant words, and everyone is not going to deal with the content of Abhidhamma. So they chose their own way. In English also, you have the example of Narathera. He used very simple. If you go through the translation of Dhammapada and Abhidhamma Sanghos, a manual of Abhidhamma, he chose very simplified, lucid English, so that even the beginners of the English language, they can understand the content of that. And in the footnotes, he explained that. So that choice is there. Philosophical things are other issues which I have briefly discussed in my talk. That philosophical issues, if you have good understanding of the philosophical nuances, as well as the contextualization of that same word has been used in different contexts in different sense. Even the Dhamma, Akusal Dhamma. In Abhidhamma, we have Akusal Dhamma also, not only Kusala Dhamma. So Dhamma has been changing a lot of places according to, I mentioned about Nibbana also. So those things we will have to take into account. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very stimulating sessions this morning. I had a couple of points. How do you capture the flavor of a language into another? And what is the role of a translator in terms of the definitive and the interpretive meaning because of their cultural context? And finally, what is it that gets lost in translation? What is it that gets lost in translation?
Okay, your question is for me? Okay.
Anybody?
So would you like to respond, Bahalka sir? Okay, okay. So in my... Okay, so perhaps.
Not expect that.
Okay, so...
I mean, could you please repeat the question?
Okay.
Retain the flavor of a language.
Well,
And thirdly,
yeah,
what is the role of the cultural context of a translator in terms of the definitive and interpretive meaning?
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to give a brief answer, but whenever you translate a passage from one language to the other, and if the language, for example, a modern language, English, the connotation of the Sanskrit word or Pali word cannot be captured necessarily when you translate into English, because the connotation of the English word is quite different from that. So it is just a provisional translation. When it comes to technical terms, it is not possible to translate it accurately. So as Professor Gokhale suggested, it is better to retain the word and give an explanation. Like Professor Siddhartha Singh spoke on nirvana. It is difficult to translate the nirvana in that translation. Instead, one has to give an additional note or something like explanatory notes. And what was your third question? Yeah. Yeah, if you do not understand the correct meaning, as I said about the Tantric text, if you do not understand the correct meaning or implied meaning, it is not possible to translate correctly. Professor Gokhale gives the example of Nitartha and Nayartha. These are the two types of interpretation. And one, it is if you just translate literally, it is the mechanical translation. But when it comes to implied meaning, you have to provide the real explanation. That is how we can translate. But at the same time, it is not easy to translate any particular text correctly.
If I may add little more in this context. So you see, the language is ever evolving, and our philosophical understanding is also evolving according to the different texts are being presented. Like we came to know about new texts, Sadgari Tikarika and Shagati Deepani. And if you see the English translation of the Pali texts, which were done during 1950s or 40s or 1870s or so. So all English translations were they were using all the biblical terms. The gospel, the Paul Koros famous book, The Gospel of the Buddha. Even the gospel word was taken by Dr. Ambedkar also in Buddha and his Dhamma, because he was trained in that kind of ecosystem. Scripture, salvation has entirely different philosophical meaning. If you compare for Nibbana has completely, so salvation they applied, which they used, they applied in their Abrahamic religion, Semitic religions term, they applied the same thing. So all those things, and now we are evolving, and then liberation and emancipation came into existence. So every translator has his or her own ecosystem of learning the language, even his or her own native language also. My Hindi may be different from somebody else's Hindi. So generally they apply their Hindi in that way. And everyone may have notion of the purity or impurity or correct Hindi or lesser correct Hindi, and they have been applying that. But as long as it is addressing the real meaning, the real content of the text, I think it is justified and it is their choice.
Thank you very much. So it has been a very productive and enlightening session with the presentations of papers, bringing up very interesting issues. So the translation, as we have, all of us have in mind that what kind of methods and things translation can be done with such accuracy. First of all, a translator must have the knowledge of the source language and the target language. Not only knowledge, but also command on the source language and target language, and most importantly, the content of the text and the entire cultural context of the text as well. Because when we understand a text, it is not that we understand the text. For example, in one shloka, in one verse, there is one word, then that has to be understood in the context of the shloka, and the shloka has to be understood in the context of those words. It is very much like, in Buddhism, the anshi bhava, relativity, the relation between the whole and the parts. A very similar method is followed in the textual, hermeneutics as well. What is the nature of the vase, the ghata, the top of the ghata or the bottom of the ghata? The bottom of the the ghata is related to the ghat itself, and the ghat itself is related to the bottom of the ghat. So therefore, everything is, even if we go more at the microscopic level, then the top of the ghat is dependent on the atomic kind of existence of the bottom of the ghat. So therefore, everything is interdependent. And similarly, we can apply the same thing in the hermeneutics of the text, that we have to understand the meaning of the particular word in the context of that line or the verse, and the verse has to be understood in the context of that very chapter, and the whole chapter has to be understood in the context of the text, and the whole text has to be understood in the context of the tenet according to which this is being stated. So therefore, it is a very complex and interdependent kind of philosophy that we must keep in mind. There is no such solidified or reified kind of a particular entity called a word which carries all its meaning with itself. When it appears in the text, then it must be seen as a kind of solidified or reified or absolute meaning, absolute word with with the meaning. So everything has to be understood from different context in relation to its, the text lines and whole context. So therefore, and the reader also has to, reader, in order to get the correct meaning of the text, if it is translated correctly, then the reader also need to be educated in order to reach to that level of the text. And then only one can read it properly, get the meaning properly. That is why the texts are studied again and again and again to reach to the level of the author's understanding. And that is how the textual understanding and has to be, understood, and and which is related to the bhavana, the realization. So it is really very important to understand the whole kind of system of understanding the text, whole system of the text. And there is a literal, the Shabda Shastra, and then the Bhava Shastra, and then there is a Shastra related Shastra, that can be understood in the context of the whole culture, right? So it is not that simple. Just as Nibbana or Nirvana or the karma has to be understood in different contexts at the different levels. Then only we can understand what karma is meant in this very context. We cannot apply the same understanding of meaning of the karma everywhere, wherever it appears, right? So we are really running short of, not only running short of, we are already very much beyond the scheduled time. But I hope that I do not want to lose the, the knowledge that the scholars have brought, and that this can be properly digested and informed to the audience and to to others who have scholars who are present here. So I very much thank Professor Bahulkarji, Siddharthji, Joelji for having a wonderful presentation, thoughtful, who have worked with bring these important issues and be a food for thought for many. Very much.
Hello, everyone. We have now come to the end of the first session, and thank you, everyone. So I now would like to request Venerable Professor Gishang Awan Samdinla to kindly offer the souvenir and the white scarf as a token of appreciation to all our distinguished participants. Thank you all. First, Dr. Ujwal Kumarji. Professor Siddharth Singh ji. And finally, Professor Shrikant Bahulkar ji. We will now recess for a lunch break, and next session will resume at 2:45. And for the next session, we have Ms. Kama Zombala. She will be our moderator. And I request all of you to be punctual with the time. So please be back on time at 2:45 p.m. Thank you all.
गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा था था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा संगति बोधि स्वाहा पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा था गति गति पार गति.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats as we proceed with the second session. Thank you. A very warm good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a refreshing lunch and are feeling re-energized. Thank you for returning for our afternoon session. So for this session, we have an exciting lineup ahead, and I'm confident that the discussions and insights we share today will be both enlightening and thought-provoking. Your engagement is key to making this session meaningful, so I encourage you all to kindly participate and share your perspectives. So before we dive into the session, I would like to warmly request our chairperson and the speakers for this session on the dais. So our chairperson, Professor Pradeep P. Gokhale, a former professor, Department of Philosophy, Seven Tribal Pune, Pune University, and Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, Sarnath, followed by speakers, Professor C. Upendra Rao, Professor Sanjeev Kumar Das, Professor Bimalendra Kumar, and last but not the least, Venerable Dr. Geshe Lobsang Dorji. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Okay.
Time readjust. One picture is not. We will have the same time.
Okay, thank you. So now, without further ado, I would like to request Professor Gokhale ji to kindly lead the session, sir.
Friends, it is a very enlightening experience which I have been having this morning. I mean, it is largely practical, that is, sharing one's own experiences and problems which one faces while translating. And this sharing will certainly enrich all the participants, and particularly those who are actually engaged in these activities. Of course, I mean, these practical issues are also based in certain theoretical understanding. So it is a kind of practice in the light of theory, and theory also is something which is to be translated in practice. So how both are interrelated, that one has to understand. And now with with this introduction, I will just, there are three papers. One is, one speaker is Professor Upendra Rao from Jawaharlal Nehru University. Then Sanjeev Kumar Das from Shanti Niketan. And the third speaker will be Geshe Lobsang Dorje from Sarnath. So I am told that each one will get 15 minutes for presentation, and it will be, and when all the presentations are over, there will be question answer session. So I request Professor Upendra Rao to make his presentation.
Chair Pradeep Gokhaleji and also Professor Das and Lamaji and those who are sitting in front of me, the director of Tibet House and respected monks and lamas. So I'm very happy to come to this conference. It is so perfectly organized so that we are getting some knowledge out of this conference. And I'm very much thankful to Tibet House for creating such an academic atmosphere, which is very much required in presenting. So my topic is analytical study of Pali translations. When this conference was on the translations, I got few ideas. So I wanted to share these ideas through these few slides. For any translation in Pali, particularly I'm concentrating on the Pali, even though I had a lot of perspectives, a lot of ideas about the Sanskrit translations also, because I know Sanskrit. I'm teaching Sanskrit also in JNU. I studied mainly Sanskrit from my childhood. Then I studied Pali also. So, but particularly in Pali, now translations of the Pali. So, in order to understand the Pali translations, one has to know what is Pali, and then one can understand the problems of the Pali translations. We have to know what is Pali, and Pali is an ancient Indian language. First, we should understand that. And then it is important for understanding it is in the sense Pali. Pali is very important for understanding Buddhist culture and Indian history and religious and philosophical situations of ancient India. Pali is a beautiful language because if you read the canonical literature, many metrical literature, you will find so many beautiful gathas in Pali. Like Selo Yatha. Just today only I was quoting that. I remember that Selo Yatha Eka Ghano Vatena Nasamirati Evam Ninda Pasamsesu Nasaminjanti Pandita. That is what the Buddha gives definition of the Pandita. Normally, Pandita means we think that scholars, but Buddha says no, Pandita means he who is having balance, Ninda Pasamsesu. So like that, you will have beautiful poetry in Pali. That's why I wrote Pali is a beautiful language. It has many books, many texts in Pali language, very rich Pali literature. But unfortunately, Indians have forgotten this language. And now, when we think about the Pali translations, I have some peculiar and some ideas. So I was thinking today in the morning just to leave about the paper, because whatever ideas I am getting, I am just presenting in front of you. Why we need translations? Exactly. Why when we need translation, and what is the need of translation? Who needs these translations? This is very important. You also can think calmly and just in meditative situation, you can get an idea that actually who needs this translation. Suppose if I go to France, let us think, I don't know French language, I need translation, because without translation I cannot understand anything there. I need translation there. If I go to Germany, I need German translations because I don't know Germany. That is why I need translation. And if you go to, that is what I wrote, if you go to new foreign lands, you need translations. Certainly, definitely you need translations. And if you think in that manner, in these lines, do Indians need translations of Pali and Sanskrit texts? That is a basic question, actually. We need. I'm coming to the point, we need translations. That is why we have translations, but originally speaking, because all these texts are in Sanskrit and Pali, some of them in Prakrit also. But Indians do need translations. Unfortunately, they also need translations today. Because That is why in previous slide, unfortunately, we have forgotten this language. That is what I wrote. That means we are not studying these languages. Even though Pali was a spoken language in India, of course, there are some, we are not entering into whether it's spoken or we are not, in general, I am speaking, it was spoken language. That is why it was collected in the Pali language. General concept, let us follow, because it was a language, it was used in ancient times. That means it was spoken language, it was very living language, it was called Magadhi. I mean, unfortunately, later on, the tradition and the studies of Pali have stopped. That is why we are now not able to understand Pali. And simultaneously, new Indian languages have emerged in India. That is why we are also translating Pali texts to understand. Sanskrit also same. Sanskrit also, once upon a time, it was a spoken language also. And that is quite evident by the Mahabhashya of Patanjali. And by several other evidences are there. It was also spoken. Otherwise, there cannot be such sutras in Ashtadhyayi, Durat Dutecha, Pratyabhivadani, Ashudri. These are sutras are there. So that means it was also spoken language. Magadhi also was spoken language. Because Prakrit is not the name of any language, it was the name of collective language. So many Prakrits were there in India. So they were spoken languages in India, and once upon a time we used to speak these languages. That is why literature is collected in that. But unfortunately, modern languages have come. That is why we need in translations. But actually, do Indians need translations? They needed in modern languages. But originally, what happened when this is the natural phenomena, but English translations and other translations have started for these texts when foreigners have entered into our land. So they needed to understand to Pali texts and Sanskrit texts. That is why they needed translations. So that is one translation. Translations of this Pali and Sanskrit texts in foreign languages. Mainly the great translations, Tibetan translations and Chinese translations, and any other languages also, German translations and French translations. That is okay, because as I told you, if we go to other country, we need the language. That is why they translated in their languages. But Indians also needed translations. That became the big question. And that also is a natural phenomenon, because it's a long course of duration of time we got the modern languages. That is why we needed translations in modern languages also. So now when we have the modern translations, we have questions actually. For some translations I wanted to show, but that is not so important. That later on I can show translations. What exactly we need for accurate translations? You see, when we translate in Indian languages now, Pali texts and Sanskrit texts, so far so many speakers have discussed about the same topic actually. How to translate this Pali and Sanskrit texts. So what exactly we need? This first we should know the language into which we are translating. Suppose if we are translating into Hindi, we need the Hindi language. And also the language from which you are translating, you should know that also. Suppose if you are translating Pali into Hindi, so you should know the Pali language also. And we need to have good vocabulary and the use of accurate words, for which we need to have thorough reading of literature from which we are translating. So thorough reading of the literature. Suppose if you are translating Pali text into Hindi or any other languages, so first you should have the thorough reading of the Pali literature. Only then translating of this Pali text will be easy for you. In the case of Pali, we need to have this literature reading, Pali literature reading first, and grammar also we need, and Prakriti Pratyaya awareness. we need in Pali. And which is Prakriti and which is Pratyaya, this kind of awareness we have. And also structure of the language we should know. And sometimes the same word may have different meanings according to the various contexts. The word, for example, in Sanskrit, we have very famous saying, Saindhava Manaya, somebody says. Because Saindhava has two meanings. Saindhava, one is the salt, the other meaning is horse also. Horse, ghoda. So it needs context actually. Saindhava, somebody asks you, bring salt, Saindhava Manaya. So somebody is eating and asks Saindhava Manaya, what you will bring? You will bring only salt, not the horse. So, so it has, but the word has having two meanings. Because Saindhava is salt because it is coming from Sindhu. Salt is prepared from Sindhu. And horse because that horse is from Sindhu land. Sindhu land horses are very famous. That is why the horses of Sindhu are called Saindhava. So in this way, but now I wonder that can we really translate Pali words and convey their original meanings into foreign languages? This was already discussed just now. There are various words in Pali that often get translated into English but appear not to be so much helpful. Translations of terms of these ancient languages, Pali, must help us to understand the real sense used by the Buddha. Usually, we translate dukkha, for example. Let us take dukkha. Generally, we translate as suffering. Sometimes some people say stress, unsatisfactoriness also. But dukkha is best left untranslated. And because this is also one important thing, some important words, like previously there was a discussion about the nirvana. Dharma also is such a word. So better we use the same words into translations. So if you use the same word into translations, how can they understand? Because they have to understand, because understanding the meaning of word is not that important. Understanding the context, understanding the culture, understanding the meaning of the real meaning of the word Buddha is saying originally, that conveying, that is very important. That is why if you use original words, if somebody want to understand, and he can come and he can search and study what is the meaning of dharma, then he can understand that. But hurriedly, if we translate dharma as some righteousness or some religion or something, duty also, it has several meanings according to dharma word. And in that way, there is normally, Pali translations are very easy because if you know the other ancient Indian languages, you can understand Pali words very easily. Because Pali is not so complex, because there are no sandhis. And there are sandhis, but not complex sandhis. There are sandhis, why not? But not very, not like Sanskrit. Because in Sanskrit, we have very words, and sometimes we have the vidya, dudya, dudara, durdura, dari, dirgha, daridra, drumadrodreka, mahurmi, medura, mada, mandakini, mandat. Like that, we do not have in Pali. Because always we have assimilation and these words. So, but there are some texts which are not easy to translate. Recently, I found one manuscript, I translated it, that is Vajrasara. That is very interesting book. And Vajrasara is a comprehensive Pali work, and where the technique of chamatkara was used in the text. It's not ordinary text. It's a chamatkara poetry you can find in Pali. And that is developed in that, that was basically written in Lanna in Thailand, Lanna dynasty. The text became very interesting with the literary talent. For example, I am taking one stanza. I could not show here, but I am just reading this. Yassa dasakkara asam visu o apusabubhu. Like stanza is like this. Yasya dasakkara asam visu lo apusabubha vachasa paguna tvathi manasa so sukham labhi. So this is the verse. So this verse is very difficult to translate. So because it's a, it is sometimes called acrostic poetry, or we call it very puzzling and something. It is a very rhythmic and is chamatkara. We can say that. What actually he says here, the meaning of this verse is, the one who learned by heart the 10 syllables, yassa dasakkara, the one who learned the 10 syllables. What are the 10 syllables? A, sam, vi, su, lo, a, pu, sa, bu, bha. These are the 10 syllables. Vachasa pagunatvatho. What are the 10 syllables? What is this a, sam, bu? Actually, author says that, briefly he writes, a means araham, sam means samma sambuddho, vi means vijacharana sampanno, su means sugato, lo means lokavidu, then a means anuttaro, pu means purusadhamma sarathi, sa means sattha, bu means buddho, bha means bhagava. So this is what actually author is writing like this. Yasya dasakkara asam visu lo apu sabubha, like this. Yasya dasakkara asam visu lo apu sabubha, because I could not bring that my spectacles. That's why I am not able to see. I am very difficultly, with great difficulty I am reading this verse. I am not seeing clearly it. Vachasa paguno tvatho. And he gets what he gets because he, the araham, samma, sambuddho, vijachana, sampanno. So this is that. And this is why actually, this is, all verses in this text are like this. So we had early translations, also later translations, and nowadays we have so many translations are going on. For example, in Andhra and Telangana, in Telugu also, so many books are translated, many books are translated. Diganikaya, Madhyamanikaya, Sutta Nipata, Dhammapada is translated into all languages already, but these texts also translated into Kannada also, they are translated. So the translations are going on now very well, but this kind of seminar will help those translators and all scholars. The procedure and the process of translation, so that hastily we cannot translate anything. So because translations are very important, but unfortunately, but one thing I can say, all our Indians, even though we have modern Indian languages, we are translating and we are getting the knowledge of this Pali and Sanskrit text, to try to go back to those languages. Pali and also they have to learn Pali and Sanskrit languages, because they can learn. Indians learn very easily if they want. No need of translations for them. So if you learn these languages, you can directly enjoy the literature from these texts. And also another very important thing I am concluding. See, if I have that concept from many years, I am not actually favorable to translations. If you translate anything into other language, you lose the original, because people don't need the original text. We take the translation. So this also, Sanskrit and Pali translations may be harmed these languages, Pali and Sanskrit languages. Because everything is easily available in translations, why we need Sanskrit and Pali? That is why in India, you will find many people I want to learn Sanskrit, I want to learn Pali. Many people say, everybody says almost, but nobody learns. Only few people, everybody, if I say I'm professor in JNU, oh, I want to learn Sanskrit, sir. How many days it will take time to learn Sanskrit? How many days Pali? But originally, they are not trying to, because there is no need of learning of these languages. Things are available in translations, therefore, we are not learning these. But Pali and Sanskrit are very much Indian languages. If you are not learning, who will learn them? So grammar is there, literature is there, everything is there. We can learn them. That is one thing. And the second thing is a lot of Sanskrit Shastras, so many Sanskrit Shastras have been translated into Tibetan and Chinese. Great translations. But I am always wondering what happened to the original texts, original Sanskrit texts. So, how they have disappeared. Somebody said recently, we were discussing, somebody said that first they have preserved in Tibet and China. Yeah, and so many days. And in course of time, they declined in course of time. I think, I don't know, this is, venerable lamas and scholars may enlighten me, but maybe they did not need them. That is why they kept like this and they were destroyed. Or I don't know how they are destroyed. It was a large number of Sanskrit texts in Tantra and many other disciplines are not available now. So, but these translations, at least Tibetan and Chinese translations, they just helped us. Great translations. Due to them, we can understand there was such a great literature in Sanskrit. So these are all speculations and my ideas. Briefly, I could present within 15 minutes. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you to Upendra Rao for your comments and descriptive account. Questions also which you have raised. Maybe some of them could be taken up at question answer session level. I now request the second speaker, Sanjeev Kumar Das, make his presentation.
Gange tu zenyur sungwe tawa tamje pangwe che dambe jeni tenzeba gotam de la chaaz. Honorable Chairperson of this academic session, Professor Gokhleji, Honorable Director of Tibet House, Venerable Geshe-la, Honorable Professor Gishingawa Sanden-la, our former Vice Chancellor of the Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, distinguished scholars on the dais and off the dais, my brothers and sisters. First of all, let me extend my gratitude to the organizers of this conference for inviting me, and also for giving me an opportunity to share something about the paper which I have prepared. Before saying something about my paper, first, I think I must say something, extra thing, because in this hall, I can see some young scholars and they must know about it. In the previous session, somebody raised a question and my description, my opinion will be as an answer of that question. You know, if we see any text in Kanjur or Tenjur, in the colophon, we find a line mentioning this text was translated by this Lotsawa with the assistance of this Pandita. So what does it indicate? I find this method wonderful. It means our traditional masters and Lotsawas already used to follow some wonderful methodology. You see, there had to be two persons. One was subject expert, another was the language expert. And the subject expert was not like an academician only. They were, he or she was an accomplished master. And these two persons were needed because recently, I will share my experience. Recently, I was going through a text. The translator translated a word. The text is related to the 6 yogas of Naropa. And there is a Tibetan term, Dongjuk. The translator used the term Gram Pravesh. So this is totally wrong. Here, although the term Dong means death, but here it doesn't refer to death. It refers, the term Dong also refers to village, but here it doesn't refer to village, it refers to death. So if these two kinds of experts are not assembled together for doing a translation work, this kind of mistake may occur. Another thing, recently I have been doing the Hindi and English translation of 105 Tibetan masters. So after completing the Hindi translation, I gave it to a Hindi expert to go make correction. So in Ladakh, you might have heard the name of a monastery in Wanle. So the expert omitted my word. Instead of Wanle, he has written Hamle ke baad. So this is very curious. If subject and language expert are not do not work do the work together jointly, this kind of mistake may occur. Regarding my paper, in the morning session, Dr. Shedup Tenzila also presented a very wonderful paper, and which is very similar to mine. So I don't think I have anything new to share with you. Anyhow, taking the opportunity by using my ignorant thought, whatever I could prepare, I shall try to share. Actually, my paper reflects the answers of 7 basic questions. Number 1, identification of Buddhist Sanskrit literature. Number 2, period of translation, place of translation, manpower. Manpower here refers to the subject expert and language expert. Code and mode of translation, tradition of translation work, and need and significance. So you'll find the general introduction in the 4 or 5 paras, and which contains the identification of Buddhist Sanskrit literature. Briefly saying, Buddhist Sanskrit literature are condensed or summarized into 2 categories, Kanjur and Tenjur. So Kanjur contains more than 1,500 texts, while Tenjur contains more than 3,000 texts. Regarding the second question, regarding the answer of the second question, it has already been mentioned in the previous session that the translation work began in Tibet after 7th century under the sponsorship mainly the royal patronage of the second spiritual king of Tibet, Tisong Deuten. So the translation work carried on in two periods, early and later. So the early translation period continued till 9th to 10th century, and the later period began after 11th century. You may say after the appearance of George Palden Atish Dipankara. So regarding manpower, I have already told you. So in that the place where the translation work used to be done, there was a department in Samye Monastery, and in that monastery all the translation works used to be done, and the works were done by means of joint effort, subject expert and language expert. The code and mode of translation. Okay, so this is regarding the codification. It happened 3 times, you see. Now this is important. I think a question was raised by someone in the morning session. So the Tibetan translators basically gave emphasis on literal translation. Actually, there are 3 kinds of translation. One is literal, another one is meaning, and the third one is mixed. There is reason behind it. You see, if we don't make literal translation, what will happen later on when the target translation will be needed to retranslate it into the source translation, we will lose so many words, and gradually our root source will be lost. So this is the main reason. Another thing, if a translator needed to use, you may say, use a unique word, he or she needed to get approval from the editorial board. Nobody was allowed to use a word which was made by himself or herself. No concocted word was not allowed to be used. So there was an editorial board in that translation department. So every translator was required to get approval if any word needed to be used. So the next para is about the catalog. So you see, particularly the second spiritual king of Tibet, Songtsen Gampo, he made this strict rule, as I mentioned earlier. Then another thing, in Tibetan translation, we find 3 kinds of translation. Yes. One is literal, another one is, we find 3 kinds of word. One is the actual word, another one means the words which were translated by the translators, another one is corrupted. Corrupted means, for example, the Sanskrit word was corrupted. For example, Brahman, Mukta. So those words were corrupted. No, those were not translated by the Tibetan translators. And the third category was the mantra. Mantra was also not translated by the Tibetan translator on account of reason. Now the next, also these are some words which are not translated by, these are some words which are which we find in the Tibetan literature in corrupted form. Karpur, Gugula. I have already mentioned it. Oh, tradition of translation is actually the tradition of translation began with the inception of Thunmi Sambuta, the father of Tibetan scripts. After inventing Tibetan script, he, according to source, he translated 21 literature from Sanskrit to Tibetan. So after him, the translation work continued. The most important thing, the modern generation will always ask us, what is the need? What is the scope? What is the significance of translation? Do you have any scope of job? So let me share. I think there are several Tibetan boys and girls in this hall. They should know also. If we see, we'll find huge project from Tibetan to English, from Tibetan to Hindi, from Tibetan to other languages, particularly 84,000, ACLS, FEMT. They're spending trillions of dollars for this translation work. And you might be wonder that, like Tibetan translation, we will not find any other big project in the whole world. And normally I use 3 words, triple P. What will be our scope? What will be our what is the significance of doing translation? Number one is for the first P stands for preservation. Second P stands for propagation, and the third P stands for profession. So we can first thing, we can preserve our language, literature, and culture through translating the Buddhist Sanskrit literature. We can earn huge quantity of money. I think the Tibetan guys know that America, some organizations in America, they are giving $10 to $200 for translating 1 page of Tibetan text. So in this way, we can earn huge quantity of money, and of course, we have number of holy masters who are propagating this holy dharma in this whole world for bringing peace on earth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Sanjeev Kumar Das, for bringing out many theoretical and practical issues concerning translation. And now, the third speaker. Some presentation.
सर्वदृष्टिः प्राहनाय यदसद्धममदेश अनुकम्पा मुबादाय तं नमस्यामि गौतमं तं नमस्यामि Gautam. Most respected chairperson of this section, my Guru, Professor P.B. Gokhleji, Venerable Geshe Tamdila, Director, Tibet House, most respected Professor Geshe Tamdila, former Vice Chancellor, Center for Tibetan Studies, all the speakers, all the eminent officers, all the staff of the organizers, all the participants all over the world, good afternoon to all. Thanks to Tibet House, Geshe Tamdila, invite me and give me opportunity to speak in this conference. My topic is on an introduction of Sanskrit and Pali Tripitaka, available in Tibetan translation. I would like to read from main point here. The content of articles is divided into 12. First one, a brief chart of the Pali Tripitaka, Buddhism in Tibet, establishment and the development of Buddhism in Tibet, process of Sanskrit texts translated into Tibetan language, translation of Kanjur and Tenjur, brief description on available Sanskrit original texts, interpretation and development of philosophy in Tibet, different types of translations in the Tibetan Kanjur and Tenjur, Sudra and Shastra Pali translated into Tibetan, Pali Tripitaka translation project, Chinese and East Turkestan Liu, Sudra and Shastra translated into Tibetan, personal opinion on the translation of the Sanskrit and Pali literature into other languages. I would like to read a little bit in the beginning, then I skip all because it's too long. First Buddhist council was conducted at Satapani Guha, Rajgiri, after 3 months of Buddhacharya Munis, Maparinibbana at Kushinara. According to the Theravada tradition, the great Vinaya practitioner Upali recited the Vinaya Pitaka, Ananda recited the Sutta Pitaka, where Mahakashyapa was the chief coordinator. It was expressly mentioned in the Mulasarvasya school, Vinaya Chudra, that the great Mahakashyapa has also recited Abhidhamma after the recitation of the Vinaya and the Sutta by Upali and Ananda. The 500 Arhat who were presented there also accepted recitations. The teachings were preserved orally by the Sangha. The Pali Tripitaka was transmitted to Sri Lanka during the region of King Ashoka, was initially preserved orally and was later written down on the palm leaves during the 4th Buddhist Council in 29 BC, according to the Theravada tradition. Similar teachings of Pali are found in the Mulasarvasya school in the Agama, the Chinese language, which is translated from Sanskrit. Now I skipped. Here I have introduced 3 Tripitakas. These are the Pali Tripitakas. This is the brief chart of the Pali Tripitaka. Vinaya, Sutta and Abhidhamma. Vinaya has 5. Sutta has around 5,454 and Abhidhamma has 7. Total there is 5,466 Sutta, Vinaya and Abhidhamma. And these are the 15 Uttaka Nikaya suttas. And this is the Tripitaka chart of the Mulasarvasya Nikaya. It is also divided into 3, Vinaya Pitaka, Sutta Pitaka, Abhidhamma. But Vinaya Pitaka is a little bit different. And it has 5, so it has 7. And the Sutta Pitaka, we used to say Diga Agama, Madhyama Agama, Sanyukta Agama, Ekudara Agama, and Chudara Agama. These all are available in Chinese language. In Abhidhamma, it is 7, but it is not same as Pali. There's one thing I introduce you. There's one Prajapti Shastra, that it has 8 chapters. We Tibetan translation have 3. That is Lok Prajapti, Karma Prajapti, and Hetu Prajapti. Now I'll read a little bit about Buddhism in Tibet. When religion was there in Tibet, even during the region of 27th Empire of the Tibet, at the time an Indian scholar named Sudatta, along with his translator Matichitta Rakshita and Thisi from Khotan and East Pakistan, reached at the place of King Lathotorenyenzen. Those well-wishers tried to introduce the Buddhism to the king, but due to the linguistic barrier, Buddhism could not establish by them. And those well-wishers presented 4 Buddhist sutras and 3 symbolic objects as gift to the Tibetan Empire. According to the famous book Manikampam in Kadam Kakulma, which are mentioned in the Tibetan language, the 4 sutras and 3 symbolic objects are as follow. Prana Puraka Shadavandana Sutra, Arya Karanda Vihu Nama Mahayana Sutra, Arya Pratita Samudapad Nama Mahayana Sutra, and thus Kushala Sutra. 3 symbolics are: first, small stupa made by the gold or crystal, older block of the Arya Avalokiteshvara mantra, and third one is mantra of Pratita curve on the stone, Yadhamma Yedu Prabhava. Now here, this is how the establishment and development of Buddhism in Tibet. I want to skip here. I don't want to read all. It takes time. And this is the Kanjur, and it has a Kanjur, Deke Kanjur, Chone Kanjur, Peking Kanjur. All these are there, and Kruya Kanjurs. And the translation of Kanjur, the huge translation work is not only the highest level of translation in human history, but also the largest number of the translation from one language to another. This is universally accepted fact. Kanjur, that is Buddha's word, translated into Tibetan language, are collected in 108 volumes, which contain a collection around 1,500 sutras, which assert the deep and profound philosophical teaching of the Buddha in 3 training of the wheels, including the precepts of the monk and nuns, and the performance of ritual and tantric practice in particular. These are profoundly incorporated the 10 topics. So this is 10 topics. Vinaya, Prajnaparamita, Avatansa, Ratnakuta, Sudra Vargaha, Tantra Vargaha, Paratandra, Dharani, Kalachakra. Total there is 103 volumes and 1,108 texts. And beginning Kanjur is not same as Degek Kanjur. It was completely opposite. Tantra in the beginning, Tantra, then Prajnaparamita, Ratnakuta, Avatansaka, Sutra, Vinaya and Dhruva, and Vinaya and catalogs. It has around 107 poti and 1,037 texts. And these are all the palm leaves of the Kanjur editions preserved in Tibet. Vimala Kirti Sutra, critically and edited Sanskrit manuscript and Tibetan editions we have published. And then translation of Denjur. Denjur, that is scripture written by Indian masters, translated into Tibetan language, are collected in the 225 volumes, which have collections around 3,500 texts. If we look at it from the subject point of view, apart from Buddhism, philosophy, justice, and spiritual practice, there are also collections of the many general subjects such as medicine, art, grammar, poetry, verses, ethics, drama, etc., which are based on 18 topics. These are 18 topics. So the Tantrika, Prajnaparamita, Madhyama, Sutratika, Chidamatra, Abhidhamma, Vinaya, Jatakaha, Lek Parikatha, Pramana, Shabda Vidya, Chikitsa Vidya, Shiva Vidya, Iti Shastra, Vishwa Vidya, Adisha Gran Sangraha, Sudalipi. There are 214 poti and 3,228 texts. This is speaking Tenjuru, same as same subject is same. The number of the texts is here 225 poti and 3,962 texts. It has a 724 text extra comparing to the Dege edition. And this is the Madhyamik Avatara Bhashya, Sanskrit manuscript and beginning editions. This is a Mula Madhyamika Tika by Acharya Bodhipalat. We have edited, critically edited 2 chapters. The process of Sanskrit text translated into Tibetan language. I will read a little bit from the beginning. Many rules were made for translating Buddhist terminology and the philosophical scriptures in Tibetan language for the authenticity of the translation, so that there is no problem in the bringing the accuracy of the words and meaning in Tibetan translation. Therefore, bilingual Sanskrit Tibetan dictionary were prepared. There are 3 famous dictionaries available in the name of Mahavidvati, Madhyavidvati, Kwalpavidvati. More than 10,000 words are stored in these 3 ancient dictionaries. Using these dictionaries as the basics, Indian scholars and Tibetan translators jointly completed the translation works. In order to translate it verbatim from the original Sanskrit languages, the form of each root, suffix, and prefix of the Sanskrit words were brought into Tibetan language, so that etymology of the Sanskrit words could also be explained accurately. I just jump the brief description on the available of Sanskrit original texts. From the Vinaya, we have only 2 texts were available in Sanskrit, and from the Avatamsaka 3, and from the Chudra, what called, it has 5 texts available in the all the most of the Parjaparim Sutras available. Now this Avatamsaka we have 3, and Ratnakbuddha we have 5 texts available in Sanskrit. Rest of all, there's a 20% available in Sanskrit nowadays. Interpretation, development, philosophy in Tibet. I will read a little bit in the beginning. Tradition of interpretation developed on the basis of Buddha's teaching is very important. It emerged on the basis of morality, concentration, and wisdom. Now I will run out. There's I have found out some kind of translation I find. Now I will read here. Different type of translation in the Tibetan Kangyur and Tengyur. Last 30 years of my own experience, I have found around 10 different types of translation used in our Tibetan Kangyur and Tengyur by Indian Pandita and Tibetan Lodzawa. The 10 different translations are phonetic translation, Confucian translation, direct translation, meaning translation, literal translation, skip or letter translation, mix or arranged translation, partial translation, perfect translation, mistranslation, and wrong translations. So this is phonetic translation, like Palasha, Shing, Palasha, Shing, not otherwise. Place you or Nasi like this. Padma, Medapama like this. Jadi, Me Jadi like this. Patliputa, you Patliputa like this. Confucian translation is Varanasi for Komujik, Ramagaram for Tatoyu, Kashmir for Kaje, Avanti for Yo, Magadha for you. And direct translation means Buddham Sharan Kachami, Sangha Chapcho, Dharmaswam Kachami, Chol Chacho, Sangam Sharan Kachami, Gundil Chapcho. And meaning translation is Buddha for meaning translation means Buddha for Sangye, Dharma for Che, Sangha for Gindi, Ratna for Kunjo, Bhagwan for Chomden De. Now run away. Little bit. Now here, this direct translation. Sharaka Paru the Chemba, Tongda Java. Shar Sasika Pajaparamita. This is direct translation. And skip translation means Om Mani Peme Hum, Om Muni Muni Mamuni So, Om Taratuta Swaha. And mixed translation means Mam Tawat Aneni Yadi, Vridam Kushalam Bavinju Prasad Vegaha, Atha Madasam Dadure Parshid, Paro Abnain Mato Abi, Sartako Ayam. So this is here. All this Tibetan translation is rearranged. This is a mixed translation. Now partial translation means Jambudip, Shariputra, Mongolputra, all these are half Tibetan, half Sanskrit. Now this is the best translation I have seen. Namastare Ture Vite Tutare Bhai Nashni, Ture Sarvanash Datare Swahakare Namastute. Now here you see Chaksel Namas. Tare Tare Nyurma Ture Vire Pamo Tutare Tutare Bhai Jigba Nashni Selma Ture Ture Sarva Dhengun Jibe Da Tare Dwama Swaha Swakare Swaha Akare Ige Kyola Dudo. Kyola means they Namastute Dudo. This is best translation. Now this is a mistranslation. For example, I read out here in refer to the act of expressing the different meanings instead of providing the exact terminology as in Sanskrit. For example, Sanskrit Amanaskara should be translated in Tibetan Ayila Cheba. Contemplation of letter A in mind, but mistranslation A as a negation, it was translated as non-compilation Yilame Cheba. You will find out this one is Ayila Cheba, Imbe Yilame Cheba. in that. So like this Kundalini and all this Tibetan translation is a mistake. These are now I will show you a little bit about the Sajja Gunga Gense has given some examples in terms of the gate for the wise. It has given some Saraswati, Bhagarat, Godavari, Narayan, all these translations made in Tibetan mistake. Now Sutra Shastra Pali translation in Tibetan. I have found some 50 Pali Sutra in Tibetan Tirupataka. And I will read a little bit here. In the beginning of the above list, I have added 13 Pali Sutta. They are translated by the great Tibetan translator Tharpalosa Nyama Gense, who visited India in 13th century and met the Sri Lanka great master Ananda Shiri. They both translated these Pali Suttas, which are in the Tege Kanjur at the end of Prajaparamita section. There are more than 100 of sutras cited in the commentary of the Abhidhamma Kosha composed by Acharya Shamadeva Deva, who are much closer to the present Pali Sutta. Many sutras I have identified and given the references of each in the commentary of the Abhidhamma Kosha by Shim Jambayang. Pali Tripitaka Translation Project. On many occasions, His Holiness Dalai Lama has instructed translate complete Pali Tripitaka into Tibetan language. Thus, under the direction of the Yangtze Rinpoche and Professor Kishing Awan Samdela, former Vice Chancellor of Center of Tibetan Studies, Pali Tripitaka Translation Project was constituted a few years earlier. The 7 illumined students of CHITS were selected for the Pali Tripitaka translation. Rinpoche has instructed us, among the 3 Tripitakas, we have to translate Sutta in the beginning. Thus, we have selected Dig, Nikai, and distributed sutras to the translators. Last year, we have submitted first draft of 34 Dig Nikai Sutta, 40 Sutta of Majjhima Nikai, catalog of complete Pali Tripitaka, and Pali daily prayers to Yangtze Rinpoche, Secretary, Office of His Holiness Dalai Lama. It was finally released by His Holiness Dalai Lama on the 26th September 2023, Dharamshala, and bless us with his warm heart. These are the ceremony photos. Chinese sutras now will run what is available, and Li sutras available in Tibetan translations. There is around 18. Now this is the last one. Personal opinion on the translation of Sanskrit and Pali literature in other languages. The main aim of conducting this conference is to find out the solution of 7 different points to discuss on the norm and issue of the translation of the Sanskrit and the Pali Tripitaka in other languages. Thus, in this regard, I would like to submit some of my personal views as follows. First, selection of text is very important, and the translation should not be missed anything from the beginning of translation. The selected text should be beneficial not only for the scholars, but also should be helpful for the common readers. Second, the norms of good translation depend upon the selection of a text. If the text is easier to understand by the common people, the translation should not be in a literal translation. If the selected texts are on the philosophy or unique subject, they should protect each and every words and use as much as common words as possible instead of using bombastic terms. The third, translation system is changing day by day. The process of translation has not remained as before. Hence, classic translation should be slightly changed and new translation should be incorporated if necessary. Fourth, should interpret it. And now this is the last one. Finished. This is last, only 1 minute. Interpretation should be translated or translation proceed interpreted. In this regard, the translation should not be influenced by the certain word understanding or interpretation. He, she shall always be wise enough and should not go under any pressure. Thus, interpretation should be earlier by understanding the complete concept of the text. Fifth one, particular of the original classic terms created a problem not only for the understanding the meanings, but sometimes it is not suitable for that particular context, but still protecting the same words. Thus, we should find a suitable words against it and replace the same. The main purpose is easily to understand the readers without any problem. Some Sanskrit terms exist in that particular language which cannot convey intended meaning should be replaced. Secondly, religious and technical terms in the Sanskrit or Pali understanding through the Christian culture does not fit for them. Hence, one should interpret according to its technical terms. In some case, on the basis of Tibetan and Chinese translation, many texts were translated into the English or any other Arabian language, which are regarded as authentic translations. But later, when original Sanskrit texts were discovered, it was found the many meaning and terms did not quite fit in that particular language. Okay. Now last one. Thank you. Sixth Samuja of Arya Acharya Santideva and Acharya Chandra Kirti Prasannapada Sanskrit original and Tibetan translation are not matching each other in many places. Sometimes large number of Sanskrit paragraphs are missing in the Tibetan translation. Sometimes large number of Tibetan translation are missing in the Sanskrit original. In this kind of case, I think it is due to different editions of the texts reached in Tibet and what we are holding here. Bhagavad Sabha. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for imparting very important information about the translation activity of Pali and Sanskrit Tipitaka into Tibetan, which already taken place and which is going on. So understand that the shortage of time when they wanted to speak more, but I had to stop them or curtail their speech. For that, now all the three papers are open for discussion.
Thank you. Namaskar. I'm not a scholar of translation, but I'm very interested in history. My mother is a retired professor of literature at University of Delhi, and she has studied linguistics for her MPhil. So I've grown up studying and learning a little bit about it, and my dad was a writer. So short story, what I'm seeing is, the Britishers, when they were coming into Tibet, like there's, of course, James Prinsep, who translated the pillar, Ashoka pillar, James Prinsep. I didn't see much reference to the contribution of the European scholars, because there were many Europeans who came, and in this region from Afghanistan down till Tibet, they traveled and they did a lot of translation activity. In fact, like I said, Prinsep was the first person who brought. So do you have any other names of Europeans? Because we cannot dismiss their contribution. We have to acknowledge and respect that. Are there any other famous or other kind of European scholars, could be British, Germans were there in Tibet, who also did similar work, sir? Any of you respected sirs? Thank you.
There are so many, actually. Your observation is very correct, madam. So many British people, British scholars, you can say, translated so many texts that we had to recognize these translations. What you are saying, that is true, because they did so lot of work. German translations are also there, but English translations are also there. You see, now sometimes I wonder, so many texts in Pali which are available now on internet archives and in other sites. All important texts are already translated into English by great scholars. Those scholars, they have contributed so much. They spent their life for this translation. It was not easy for them. That is true. Whatever your observation is very, very true. And there were great scholars and German scholars also, French scholars also. So without the efforts of George Sides, now it was very difficult to understand the entire Cambodian Sanskrit inscription. So he had a lot of contribution, George Sides, and later other French scholars also. So similarly, we have great German scholars who wrote about the Pali also, Pali language and literature, Guy, Grierson, all this. So we had to contribute, we had to recognize them.
I am just going to add Madam questions and what Professor Rao has said, that there is a book called Western Contribution to Buddhist Studies. Okay, a wonderful book. And in that book, if you want to know the Westerns, what they did, especially to Pali studies, Theravada studies, you have, that is a simple book. And the first, to just mention one more important thing is that the first Pali text edited and translated in Europe was by Viggo Fosbull. And he translated in 1855 Dhampad with Latin translation. And the important of that translation is that the Dhampad edition was in Devanagari. Initially, they used Devanagari edition, Devanagari script. Later on, they started adopting Roman, and now Roman is the standard script. But around 1855, you will see the contributions in Pali studies. And you know, most of the time we forget about the French scholarship. French people did a wonderful job, especially for the Mahayana Buddhism. And in one name, if you want to remember one name, you have to know the translator of Abhidharma course. You know the French translator of Abhidharma course? Poussey was a priest. He was a French priest. And he spent around more than 40 years to learn Chinese. And he translated from original Chinese to French. That time the Sanskrit text was not available. And he translated it. After on, when the Sanskrit text was found, then we came to know that his translation was as it is true, as it is accurate. Then Acharya Narendra Dev, he translated that French translation into Hindi when he was in Hazaribagh jail. So our translator people did like that work. So we have to, a lot of examples.
Even Bodhicharyavattara was first translated into Russian by Minayev, before English translation, I think. First Minayev translated into Russian Bodhicharyavattara, long ago. Yeah, Russian, it was translated into Russian, Bodhicharyavattara, Minayev.
Sure. Yes, there is another mic.
And this entire discussion in the terms of the schools, for example. So generally 3 kind of schools were there. One was Franco-Belgian school, one was Anglo-German school, and third was Leningrad school. So these 3 scholars, like Sharbatsky was related to Leningrad school, who was dealing with Buddhist Pali literature, as well as mainly he contributed to Mahayana literature. If we talk in the terms of institution, so the first Harvard Oriental series was established when Dharmananda Kaushambi, father of great D.D. Kaushambi, he went to Harvard and he worked on Visuddhi Maggo, which was later translated by the title of The Path of Purification, and another translation, The Path of Purity. So from there, Harvard Oriental series released a lot of Pali text. Not only Pali text, actually Upanishads, Shatpath Brahmana, for example, a Mahayana text. Then 1881 Pali Text Society was established in London. So, and the third, Sacred Book of East, how can we forget Max Muller edited Sacred Book of East, 50 volumes. So these, and of course, even V. Fosbull was French, who translated Dhammapad and after that Suttanipat and all. So all these scholars were associated with certain schools, and many of those, they established their own institution like Pali. Nobody can forget the contribution of Pali Text Society, which is still working, and all the, so, and many scholars independently, they worked, like somewhere like, even I would like to include some scholars of Indian religion like Mirza Eliade. He was not directly dealing with the Pali or Buddhist studies, but he made, as a scholar of history of religions, he actually coined the term history of religions. Before that, it was comparative religion term was being used. So those things are there. So that if you go through the school, so you can get the entire list and all. Okay, thank you. Yes, sorry.
Sorry, Paul.
Thank you.
There is another question.
My name is Tashi. My question is basically on translation from Tibetan to English or from Sanskrit to into English. What is happening today is everybody is translating in their own way. For example, klesha, some people translate negative emotions, some people translate obstacles, some people translate so different ways they translate, and it's difficult to come together. Ancient time, Tibetans found a way to have a fundamental principle. If you are translating Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, Buddha, you must translate Sangye. There is no other way to translate, because that is the principle, that is the rule. So do you think we can work on that to translate on any other language? It can be in Hindi, it can be in English. So if that is not happening, then automatically translation itself is becoming problematic. So that is one thing. And nowadays what is happening, retranslation is not happening. Like if I translate Bodhicharya Avatara, I will not give you second people who will work on my translation. I will try to sell, or I will try to do something on, with my translation. But ancient time, for example, Dharmakirti's work, Pramana Vartika, translated 4 times. So they didn't have any problem if the second person come and work on my translation and correct. They are happily, agree with each other. So that can happen, or do you think, is there any way to come together and work together? Thank you.
You have made very important points, I think. On many terms are problematic and they are translated in ways, and therefore certainly the scholars of those languages and Buddhist studies, they should come together and work specifically on certain terms which are problematic. For example, now can we say that, how to translate the term dukkha is an important issue, because the word dukkha itself is used in Pali and Sanskrit in different ways, in different senses. It is not always used in the same sense. For example, when you say dukkha as Arya Satya, you may translate it as suffering or whatever, but suppose dukkha vedana, adukha sukha vedana, here dukkha is an adjective and not a noun. So the term dukkha as adjective and noun should be distinguished. Jarapi dukkha, maranampi dukkham. So here the word dukkha is adjective. And there you cannot say jara is also suffering, death is also suffering. Suffering will not be the correct translation of the word dukkha there, because it is an adjective. And suffering is not an adjective, it is a noun. So many such terms, you can say it is unsatisfactory. You have to make a distinction between noun and adjective. And the word dukkha is used in both ways, in Pali as well as in Sanskrit. So this distinction has to be kept in mind. Similarly, when you say, dukkha vedana, you can translate it as painful. Sensation can be painful or pleasant or neither painful nor. But when you are talking in general terms, that is everything that we experience is dukkha, there everything is not painful. So there it is a kind of philosophical comment on the nature of everything. It is not just reporting an experience. So in this way, many terms, klesha, for example, one of the issues is that many of these terms are used in non-Buddhist context, non-Buddhist tradition. The word klesha is used in non-Buddhist pain, and therefore it is likely that one may be tempted to translate those terms in Buddhist tradition in the same way. So that temptation always has to be, I mean, one has to avoid that.
Sir, sometimes I think that one day we have to stop these translations, I think.
No, no, not at all.
Because
I am
we had to go
completely
back.
against it.
Because we had to go back to originals, because always, you see, he asked the same question.
Translators should go back to the original.
Yeah.
Not everyone. Everyone cannot. So
It is not
everyone has to
easy.
depend on translation.
It looks very strange, but we had to try at least to understand the originals. That is what I meant.
You can make a general appeal to the original. Anyway. So I think we have, yes, you want to take.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question.
So this will be the last question.
Yeah, it's more not about a question, I guess it's a request. First, I would like to say my name is Sabina. I came from Delhi University, but the thing is I'm not from India, and unfortunately I don't understand Sanskrit, and I'm from Russia. So yeah, I would like to, just the man just said the thing about translation to Russian and English languages. So if it will be possible to, I would really appreciate it, so that in our country also people will be able to hear about Pali literature and from its roots. So if really here is any way of getting a translation into at least English, me and whole our country, Russia, would really appreciate it. That's more of a request of not a question. Thank you. You didn't understand what I said? I can repeat. Yeah, just the thing I wanted to say, is there any way so that we will get a translation into Russian or English, so that we could be able to meet you in our country as well, in Russia, like this, but not into Sanskrit, but to Russian, so that our people would be also able to participate in such a huge conference.
Activity is going on, and
team, Russian scholars are doing translation, and one of the Russian scholars is translating Vibhanga, the Vidhamma text. So there are Russian scholars. Don't worry about that.
And
if you want English translation of the Pali literature, Pali Tripitaka, all the Pali texts are available in English translation. Easily you can download it.
Also, just to share that the director of Tibet House, who's taking all these classes, there's now direct Russian translation as the teachings are going on in Russian.
Sir, one thing, sir, I just would like to ask to the speaker. Sir, you have just mentioned about a text called Vajir. So, Vajir Sara. So, are you doing editing the text, or what's your work, sir? Because as I know, Javier Snake did PhD on this text already in 2019, and later on PTS published the text in 2021. And the text was written in northern Thailand, as you said, Lana. Lana is a place, or Lana period you also call, by Ratnapanya in 16th century.
Text was not that. Vajrasara, that is already translated into Khmer. So when I was there, this Vajrasara is published in Khmer. So we have worked on that for so many years.
No, Vajrasara in Khmer is the available in Pali text, available in Khmer script.
No, translated into Khmer, Vajrasara.
Translated in Khmer language.
Yes.
You mean Khmerian language.
Published also. I have a book.
Yeah, that is the addition. That is the addition. But already we have a lot of manuscript of this Vajrasara, and there is also commentary. I mean, the explanation you just explained here, that was the commentary of chapter number 1, verse number 15. Yes,
that is a commentary also. Vajrasara is having Vajrasara Sangaho and Vajrasara.
Vajrasara and Vajrasara
two
Tika.
texts. Vajrasara is one text, and another is Vajrasara Sangaho. I did not translate, or I did not work on Vajrasara Sangraho. I translated only Vajrasara. That is published in Khmer, and when I was there, I was teaching Sanskrit and Pali in those to university students. So one of my students brought that book to me, and we have worked on that. And Vajrasara Sangaho is very, very nice actually. That is different. Not different, but it is along with the Tika. And this Vajrasara, we collected some verses from that Vajrasara Sangaho, and they published it. My text is based on that.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
So, okay, thank you all the speakers and the audience also for contributing to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for such an interactive session. We sincerely appreciate you all taking the time to share your extensive knowledge with our audience. Your expertise were truly appreciated, and I hope it is insightful and valuable to everyone. So thank you once again. Now I would like to request our Professor Pradeep P. Gokhale ji to kindly present the souvenirs and khatas to our speakers as a token of our gratitude. So Professor C. Upendra Rao ji, Professor Sanjeev Kumar ji, Professor Sanjeev Kumar Das ji, and last but not the least, Venerable Dr. Geshe Lobsang Dorjila. Thank you all. Now, before I conclude this session, I would like to convey my sincere appreciation to all the respected speaker and chairperson, Professor Gokhale ji. Now we will have a 20 minutes break for high tea, and then we'll resume with our most anticipated session of student panel discussion, for which my colleague Ms. Pemberton-La will be moderating, and will be chaired by Venerable Professor Kaveri Gil Tensi Vesemengila. Thank you all. संगति बोधि स्वाहा।
था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा संगति बोधि स्वाहा गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति 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 गति पार गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति संगति बोधि स्वाहा
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I kindly request everyone to settle down as we are about to start our closing session today. Once again, a very warm Tashidelik and good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the closing session of today's conference. My name is Pem Padun. I'm the Deputy Program Coordinator at Tibet House, New Delhi. I will be moderating this final session of the student panel discussion. We are incredibly fortunate to have Venerable Professor Kawirji as our chairperson. And we also have 7 enthusiastic panelists who are Ms. Kamasichula, Ms. Sewang Ladula, Ms. Senthil Hadula, Ms. Pujala, Mr. Rahula, Mr. Abhishekla, and Mr. Pawan Kumala will be sharing these insights today. With this, I would like to kindly request our chairperson and all the participants to come up to the dais and take your respective seats. Okay. Before we proceed the session, I would like to give a brief introduction of our chairperson, Venerable Professor Kavir Gilla. Venerable Kavir Gilla is non-resident senior fellow at the Center for Excellence in Himalaya Studies, Shiv Nanda University, Delhi. Professor Kavir Gilla holds advanced degree from the University of Cambridge, where she also taught development economics and political economics. Professor Kavir Gilla completed the Nalinda Master course in Buddhist philosophy at the Tibet House, New Delhi, and previously served as a principal of the Dalai Lama Institute for Higher Education, Bangalore. I now request our chairperson to kindly take over the session. Thank you.
Good evening and Tashi Dele. Thank you for your patience to stay for the last panel. It's always the best, the student panel discussion. Before we start, for words of auspiciousness, I will just recite a verse. Enthused by great compassion, you taught the immaculate Dharma to dispel all tainted views. To you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. I would like to thank Tibet House, the director, Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdullah, and all the staff for inviting me to chair this panel. It's a great honor. Tibet House conferences have become absolutely amazing. And today I just had two observations from listening to the presentation since morning. The first is that, I'm starting to wonder how our teacher, Venerable Geshe-la, has convinced us that without knowing Sanskrit, Pali, or Tibetan, we are able to study the great Buddhist canonical texts in English. So I think it's a hallmark of a teacher that there is so much encouragement that, on emptiness and on the most sophisticated texts of the Buddha's teachings. There are many of us who are, proceeding and able to do that. Though, of course, the takeaway message from all your presentations is that if one could, have an understanding of these languages, it would greatly enrich our journey. My second observation, of course, it gave me new appreciation for the great Lotsawas of Tibet. They were considered dharma beings in and of themselves, the great Rinchen Zangpola, and so many others, who made this journey possible, who even gave their lives. So many great Jezun Ra Lotsawa for the Tantric texts, for the sutras, all the teachings, and in the complete form, the Buddha's teachings are to be found in the land of snows in Tibet. So it is a greatly symbiotic relationship that the Buddha's teachings have flourished in the Arya Bhumi and then kept up and maintained in the land of snows in its complete form that we have with us today because of the political situation and we literally have this scholarship with us today in India with His Holiness the Dalai Lama here since 1959 and all these great teachers and masters. So I do hope, as many of you spoke today, that in fact, if we could have the translation back into Indian languages, Indic languages, this would be a great, great service to India, and also our move, as Geshe-la said in the opening panel, about the soft power possibilities of Buddhism in today's world, where China is claiming access to this entire tradition, whereas it is actually India that has had it, and we must honor that, and honoring that, as Geshe-la said in the opening panel, and many of you have also eloquently said, is the mark of civilizations, is then maintaining that literature, those living lineages, which is so, so important. So with that word of welcome, we will turn to our student panel, and I will call up each speaker. We have a fantastic set of 7 of them, and they will have about 8 minutes each. So our first speaker is Ms. Karmasi Chola. She's pursuing a master's in Buddhist studies at Rabjung Yeshe Institute in Nepal. She's translating Lama Dakpa Shedrub's commentary on the 3 principal aspects of the path. Her focus is on understanding these aspects in the Gelug tradition and exploring how compassion and dependent origination lead to happiness. Ms. Sicho aspires to make these teachings accessible to all while aligning her personal growth with her long-term goal of transcending linguistic barriers. And as ever, the younger generation is so inspiring. She also is working in Tibet House, Delhi. Big round of applause, and over to you.
Tongni Ningje Song to Jukpe Lam Checher Silze Kanjen Tindro Gun Chana Bemu Tinzin Gatsocho Solwa Depso Shenden Tindrop Show. I welcome you all, and thank you all for joining today's conference and making it to the end of today's session. And I also would like to thank Venerable Geshe-la and Tibet House team for giving me this opportunity to, for my own personal growth and to deliver what I would like to say. So now, without further ado, few weeks ago in a car drive with Venerable Geshe-la, I remember asking him what I, as a student within my own capabilities, can do to spread the rich Nalinda tradition as reflected in Tibetan Buddhism to our neighboring Chinese brothers and sisters, to which which the population constitutes 18% of the world population, to which Venerable Geshe-la responded by saying there should be a short-term goal as well as a long-term goal. So for the short-term goal, one has to improve, taking every opportunities one can, such as taking part in workshops, conferences, and so forth. And the long-term goal is to set a vision. So today, I think I'm taking this opportunity to improve my ability to deliver what I intend in a very short amount of time and become more fluent. So I would like to start. So first, in these degenerate times, in the name of religion, caste, ethnicity, and nation, we have created havoc in various parts of the world, causing constant fear, unhappiness, and anxiety. We oftentimes identify ourselves with the secondary aspects of ourselves, such as the nation, religion to which we belong, and so forth. To be honest, these secondary aspects of our existence does play an important role. It has its own conventional purpose, but due to our ignorance, this has created division among us. At Tibet House, I have the opportunity to meet many participants from different backgrounds, and when I feel close to them, I used to ask them, why are you a Buddhist? Are you a Buddhist by birth or by choice? To my surprise, most of them would reply they are a Buddhist by choice. So when I further asked them, why are you a Buddhist by choice? Then they would say that the teachings of the Buddha gave them solace, a sense of satisfaction, and a meaning to their life. So with this, since we all acknowledge that we all want happiness and get rid of misery, from the Buddhist perspective, the root cause of misery is the self-grasping ignorance and the self-cherishing attitude. Self-grasping ignorance is the ignorance which, it is the subtlest form of ignorance which views things as existing objectively real. whereas self-cherishing attitude is the attitude which considers oneself more important than others. These two subtle forms of ignorance give rise to various manifest sufferings such as anger, hatred, ignorance, and you name on. Only by removing these two types of ignorance, we can able to experience maximum happiness and total fearlessness. So one might wonder what is wrong about thinking about oneself, and because it doesn't harm others. So I think it is in the first place, it is a wrong question, because we have this notion of I versus the others. We think we have this sense of I only in dependence on others. So we create this division thinking I exist as objectively different from others. So having discussed about the nature of suffering and its root cause, we will now discuss about the remedies to these two root afflictions. And this brings me to the topic of my dissertation, which is on the three principal aspects of the path. The first of which is renunciation. Renounce what? It is to renounce the misery. And second is bodhicitta, the unconditional love of bodhicitta. It uproots our self-centered attitude. And third, the wisdom of emptiness, which uproots our self-grasping ignorance. So the teachings on these two gems, the bodhicitta and wisdom of emptiness, are explained extensively in Tibetan Buddhist canon. That is why translation plays an important role here. It is because of the purpose of translating these two gems, the concept of the bodhicitta and emptiness, that we have to be more mindful and to spread the teachings on these two gems. So this brings me to my next point, a brief history of translation during the early and later diffusion of Buddhism in Tibet. Particularly, I would like to discuss on the Kangyur and the Tengyur section. Discussions on translation with emphasis on loss during translation often led to skepticism. The shifts in phonetic qualities, grammatical relations, and etymological implications during the translation process has given rise to strong theories of translatability. Particularly, the philosophers of the Vyakarana and Mimamsa philosophers in India, they posit that there is an intrinsic or essential relation between the word and the meaning. But in contrast, Sakya Pandita Kunga Khyentse, who is the founding forefather of the Sakya tradition in Tibetan Buddhism, he said that he argues that language is a symbol or a medium through which human exchange experiences, information, and ideas. In line with Sakya Pandita Kunga Khyentse, Ralph Waldo Emerson, an American essayist and philosopher, he said, any important insight into human experience and human nature in one language should be translatable into another language. So coming back to Sakya Pandita and his views regarding translation, he Buddhicizes the nature of language. He defends his theory of translatability by bringing the Buddhist view that there is no eternal relation between the word and the meaning. The speaker has to give meaning to the word by investing a sound with the particular intentions. Sakya Pandita proves his point in his book, Treasury of Reasoning, in which he used the term generality and object generality. Term generality is the general concept that we form of a particular sound. So once we have the term generality, we have the object generality, which is a concept we develop and then we associate with the term. And it is known as the object generality. Since both the term generality and the object generality are different from the sound and the object itself, Sakya Pandita, he holds that these two are conceptual constructions, thus proving that translation is possible and the insights can be transferred without any barriers. Now I would like to talk about the translation of Buddhist scriptures in Tibet. It was during the 6th to 8th century that Tibet experienced its golden era. The spread of Buddhism during this period is known as the early diffusion of Buddhism in Tibet. Many scholars and Pandita were invited to Tibet, and many scriptures were translated. It was only during the 8th century King Chizong Deodzin that the translation was systematized and standardized. This led to the formation of the famous volume known as Mahayutpati Dictionary. Yeah, and this effort by the three emperors also led to the foundation of the Tibetan Buddhist canon, known mainly as the Kangyur and Tengyur. Kangyur is the collection of the translated words of the Buddha himself, and Tengyur is the collection of the commentaries by the Indian Buddhist scholars on the words of the Buddhas. In the Tibetan Buddhist canon, without going too much into the detail about the many additions present in Tibet, such as Yege, Chone, Narthang, and so on, which gives different counts of the Kangyur and the Tengyur volumes. Roughly speaking, there are around 103 volumes of Kangyur and 213 volumes of Tengyur. These counts do not include Tibetan indigenous works, indigenous masters' work, which far exceeds total volume count of Kangyur and Tengyur. Now, one question might arise, like, did Buddha give teaching constituting only 103 volumes? Well, the Buddha gave 84,000 heap of doctrines, and what constitutes each doctrine? There are various theories and traditional beliefs around this question, you know. Example, in Chungmabadze by Treasury of Abhidharma by Acharya Vasubandhu, he said that each doctrine has the weight of being carried by the king of the god Indra's elephant. That suggests that 84,000 heap of doctrines are so vast that 84,000 heaps of such elephants are required to carry them. In Golden Rosary of Gold, Good Explanation by Jetsongkhapa, it is mentioned that some of the Buddha's teachings are in other realms of existence, not in the human realms. Also, he mentioned that the Buddha's teachings underwent destruction in history, due to which the Nagas came and took it. So, yeah, these are traditional beliefs, but I'm just saying it. So one such example is Arya Nagarjuna, who is said to have gone to the Naga realm to retrieve the scriptures such as Prashnaparamita Sutra, the Perfection of Wisdom Sutra. So what I'm trying to say here is that although we do not have access to all the 84,000 teachings of the Buddha, but what we can do is preserve what we have in our hands. And we have to preserve it, and then we have to make it accessible to all sentient beings, transcending the linguistic barriers. Because what is the purpose? The purpose is to transmit the teachings on emptiness and the unconditional love of bodhicitta for the benefit of beings, to make them to make all of us live a meaningful and purposeful life. So with this, I come to the conclusion of my talk, and thank you all.
Thank you so much, Karmala, for that wonderful talk. Our next speaker is Miss Sewang Lamo, who is at present pursuing a PhD at Banaras Hindu University with, I think, Professor Siddharth. Her notable achievements include completing and pursuing the Nalanda courses from Tibet House and the Logic and Debate course by Institute Lama Tsongkhapa in Italy. In August 2024, she spoke at Vajrayogini, organized by Yoga Life, and she's also qualified by Indian Council of Philosophical Research. She aims to blend philosophical wisdom with compassion to foster a more meaningful life for herself and her community, bridging theoretical insights with practical applications for personal growth and community growth as well. Over to Sewang Lamo. Same with Abhishek.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Venerable Professor Kavarikil, for introducing me. First, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdula and the entire Tibet House team for providing us this invaluable opportunity. Your dedication to fostering our skills and knowledge is greatly appreciated, and it has been an enriching experience for us as students, and I feel privileged to do my presentation in presence of my supervisor, mentor, Professor Siddharth Singh Ji. And today I'm honored to share the chosen topic on approaches to the translation of Buddhist texts in China and Tibet, cultural, linguistic, and philosophical impacts. So, the journey of translation marked by cultural, linguistic, and philosophical adaptations, which played a crucial role in shaping Buddhist thought and practice across the regions. It will cover the evolution of translation approaches, the influences of early translation efforts, and the preservation of assimilation of texts in these distinct yet interconnected traditions. The spread of Buddhism into China involves significant cultural and religious exchanges. Buddhist monks from Kuka in northern China were crucial in translating texts, aiding Buddhism's growth in the 8th century AD. Despite the decline of northern states, Buddhism thrived under the Uyghur Turks in Tufan until the 11th century. Initially introduced from eastern Turkestan by nomadic tribes around the 8th or 1st century BC, Buddhism quickly earned recognition as tolerated religion. Buddhism in China gradually assimilated with the early Buddhist monks adopting elements of Taoism. To make Buddhism concepts more accessible to the Chinese audience, Taoists in return exchanged ideas with Buddhists benefiting from their teachings, particularly regarding the organization of monastic lives. This mutual exchange facilitated the translation of thousands of Buddhist texts from the Indian languages into Chinese, making it one of the largest translation projects in history. By the 6th and 7th centuries, major schools of Buddhism such as Pure Land Buddhism and Chan Buddhism, later known as Zen Buddhism in Japan, has formed, and these schools remain influential even in modern China, where religious practice are suppressed by the government. Other schools like Hunyang, Tentai also emerged differing in philosophical outlook, geographical focus, and political influence. This school later spread China, influencing Buddhism in Korea and Japan. And if you talk about the translation now, in early China stages, the translation were marked by the lack of formalized lexica or grammatical guides. Translators used previous works to inform their choices, which led to multiple Chinese equivalents for the same Sanskrit terms. Classical Chinese script being logographic, used symbols to represent both sounds and concepts, which posed a challenge for Chinese translation in the 2nd and 3rd century CE. When trying to convey Sanskrit sounds and concepts like ka or jwa, the lack of uniformity in expressing these phonetic and conceptual elements made it difficult for Chinese Buddhists to fully understand the original Indian ideas. However, this began to change in the 5th century CE with the introduction of Siddham script. Emerging from northern India and the remnants of Gupta Empire, Siddham was a phonetic script where each symbol represents a fixed sound or consonant. Unlike the ever-changing Chinese logograms, the Siddham letters preserve consistent pronunciation over time. And here Saroj Kumar Chaudhary shares that Chinese scholars took Siddham with great excitement. They used them in their innovation, translations, and commentaries of Buddhist Indian sutras. It also allowed them to innovate their translations of Indian Buddhist sutras and even develop grammatical treatises on Sanskrit. For example, Fa Fun Hyu in 517 CE, the earliest non-Sanskrit Chinese lexicon, mirrors later Tibetan lexicons by prioritizing Buddhist terms. And monks like Vajrabodhi and Amanga Vajra further popularized the script, making an essential tool for transmitting Buddhist knowledge, in which in India, the Siddham script gradually evolved into Devanagari script, which is widely used in writing Sanskrit today. And as we all know that translation and hermeneutics were essential to spread Buddhism in China, as they helped bridging linguistic and cultural divides. According to Master Xin Yan, he shares that Some phrases and terms in Chinese texts are unfamiliar because they refer to concepts or objects that don't have direct equivalents in the Chinese language. For instance, the words like thaka, which is a borrowed term not native to Chinese, and such as Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are borrowed from the Sanskrit. The terms like Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, which is the state of unsurpassable enlightenment or all-knowing wisdom, and Mahaprajnaparamita, the great perfection of wisdom, are transliterated from Sanskrit because their meanings are difficult to convey precisely in Chinese. He shared that although these sutras may seem challenging, consulting dictionaries for these terms can help them more understandable. Okay, then in contrast, the translation of Buddhist texts into Tibetan was far more structured and systematic process. Many scholars who have talked from the point of view of translation from Sanskrit to Tibetan already spoke that Tibet developed a standard grammar and lexicon, establishing a sacred language or chosket. Chos correspond to the Sanskrit term dharma, and kat denoting the language Bhashya in Sanskrit that were used consistently for translating Buddhist texts. In early Chinese translation, due to lack of formalized lexica, led to multiple Chinese equivalents for the same Sanskrit terms. Translators often relied on previous works, which resulted in various interpretations. In contrast, Tibetan translators focused on semantic clarity. For example, they translated Buddha as Sanghyes, the awakened, and Bhagavan as Chomdandes, the one having victory and transcending. This approach ensured that Buddhist concepts were accurately integrated into the Tibetan culture and philosophical framework. Tibetan translators using standardized grammar and vocabulary played a crucial role in preserving the exact meaning of Buddhist texts. Despite challenges like in the 1950s Chinese invasion, texts were preserved by Tibetan exiles. The Tibetan translation of Sanskrit works are particularly notable for their preservation of texts that have otherwise been lost due to destruction. These translations are crucial for understanding many Sanskrit texts that are otherwise ambiguous. The translation efforts continued vigorously until the 17th century, involving sending Tibetan scholars to study in India and inviting Indian scholars to Tibet. This translation includes not only religious texts but also works on grammar and literary criticism, reflecting Sanskrit's broad influence beyond Buddhism. In essence, the translation of Buddhist texts into Chinese and Tibetan represent two distinct but complementary approaches, each shaped by its cultural and linguistic environment. Each Chinese translations were marked by adaptation and improvisation, while Tibetan translations were characterized by systematic rigor and standardization. Both approaches have profoundly influenced the development of Buddhism in their respective regions, contributing to its rich and diverse heritage. Moreover, the influence of Sanskrit extended beyond these regions, impacting languages such as Mongolia. With this, I end my presentation, and I want to share that it has been insightful to hear about the real-world challenges scholars are facing in translating texts from Sanskrit into languages such as Hindi, English, Tibetan, and Russian or Chinese. It is clear that more focus is needed in this area, and we hope that the younger generation will also engage in these efforts to ensure that the authentic teachings of Buddha are preserved and shared for the benefit of all. As Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdul mentioned in the morning session, that these teachings have the potential to bring about changes in both cognitive and affective aspects of the mind, and be able to bring it into realities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sebang Lamala. Very comprehensive presentation. Our next speaker is Ms. Tanzin Ladhon, who is right now pursuing her PhD from IIT Delhi while serving as a teaching assistant there as well. She's doing the Nalanda Master's course, Diploma course, and has also served on the transcription team of Tibet House. And she also has been the program coordinator of Flowering Dharma, a youth organization in Ladakh. She's also been an educator of sea learning of Emory University, USA, and she has been a speaker at the Sarva Mangal Yoga Series, Anubhav Series, organized by Spic McKay in June 2021. Over to you, Stanzin.
Thank you, Venerable Professor Kavirila. Good evening, everyone, both present here physically and those joining us online. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Tibet House staff, Venerable Geshe-la, for giving me and all of us here students this opportunity to share our presentation at today's conference. I will be speaking on the topic, the role of the three Tibetan Dharma kings in bringing the Tibetan translation of Buddhist texts from Sanskrit and spread of Buddhism in Tibet. As we know that Sanskrit language has played a significant role in the promoting literary anchor and cultural heritage in India, today we'll explore how the three Tibetan Dharma kings contributed to bringing Buddhist literary works from Sanskrit to Tibetan. In Tibetan, Sanskrit is known as Lekshariskat, and the literal meaning of it is the elegant language of the gods, as many of the profound Buddhist texts were written in this language. It is considered that through Buddhism, though Buddhism was introduced during the reign of King Lathoriri in the 5th century, but Tibetans did not have its own script, which Venerable Lobsang Dorjila discussed in detail in earlier session. It was three Dharma kings, King Songtsen Gampo, King Trizong Detsen, and King Tril Rinpoche, made extraordinary effort selflessly to bring authentic Tibetan Buddhism to Tibet, making their reigns known as golden ages during their reign in Tibet. Let's begin with King Songtsen Gampo, the 33rd king of Yarlung dynasty, who is considered the founder of the Tibetan Empire. In the 7th century, he unified the Tibetan plateau, transforming Tibet into powerful centralized state. His reign marked the initial introduction of Buddhism into Tibet, especially through his marriages to Princess Bhakhuti Devi of Nepal and Princess Wenchang of Tang dynasty in China, who brought sacred text, images of Buddha and artisans to Tibet, further embedding Buddhism in Tibetan society. These marriages helped to establish a Buddhist presence in royal court and laid the foundation for the integration of Buddhism into Tibetan society. To facilitate the translation of Buddhist texts, King Songtsen Gampo appointed his minister, Thonmi Sambota, to study in India. Sambota invented the Tibetan alphabets and grammar and known as the father of Tibetan literature, about whom Professor Sandeep Kumarji also went into detail in earlier session. During his lifetime of King Songtsen, he promulgated laws to harmonize the 10 virtues prescribed by Buddhism, also commissioned the construction of first Buddhist temples in Tibet, which played a critical role in propagation of Buddhism in Tibet. He built the famous temples of Ramoche and Jokhang in Lhasa, and the grand architecture of 11-storied palace known as Potala. The remains of original smaller structure which he built is preserved to this day. Later, Tibetan Buddhist tradition often depicts him as an emanation of Aryavalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva of compassion, underscoring his lasting spiritual significance. His reign is seen as turning point that marked the beginning of Tibet's long association with Buddhism, which would flourish under his successors. King Trizong Detsen, the second of the three Dharma king, ascended to the throne in 8th century during a time of great transformation in Tibet, about whom in the morning Dr. Shedrubla went into huge detail, so I would not go into that. To reinforce the establishment of Buddhism in Tibet, Trizong Detsen invited highly respected Indian scholars like Bodhisattva Shantarakshita and Acharya Kamalashila, two great Indian scholars monks from Nalanda University and known for their expertise in Madhyamika's philosophy, epistemology and logic. Bodhisattva Shantarakshita was invited to Tibet to help to introduce and formalize Buddhist teachings. He played a crucial role in establishing the monastic tradition and began the work of translating key Buddhist texts into Tibetan. However, his initial efforts met with resistance due to local opposition from born priests and natural disaster that were interpreted as a sign of disfavor from local deities. To overcome these challenges, Bodhisattva Shantirakshita advised king to invite Guru Padmasambhava, a Tantric master from Swat Valley in modern-day Pakistan, who was renowned for his spiritual power and mastery of Vajrayana practices. Guru Padmasambhava is credited with his subduing the hostile spirits and local deities that were believed to be obstructing the establishment of Buddhism in Tibet. He also performed rituals to pacify these forces and ensure the success of Buddhist missions in Tibet. Under the guidance of Bodhisattva Shantirakshita and Guru Padmasambhava, Trizong Detsen founded the Samye Monastery in 8th century, the first Buddhist monastery in Tibet. Samye Monastery was designed based on the model of Udantapuri Monastery in India, combining elements of Indian, Tibetan, and Chinese architectures. It became the center for Buddhist learning, practice, and translation. He established a translation bureau at Samye Monastery, which was constituted of Indian and Tibetan scholars, to undertake the colossal task of translating the entire Buddhist canon. This project involved the translation of hundreds of Buddhist sutras, tantras, treatises, and commentaries into Tibetan, mainly from Sanskrit. It laid the foundation for creation of Tibetan Buddhist canon, which would later came to be known as Kangyur and Tengyur. During his time, the event known as the Council of Lhasa, or Samye debate, was a critical moment in the religious history of Tibet. Trizong Detsen organized the debate to solve the conflict between proponents of Indian Buddhism, represented by Acharya Kamalashila, a disciple of Bodhisattva Shantirakshita, and the proponent of the paths of Chinese Buddhism, represented by Chan Master Mohiyan. The Indian school led by Acharya Kamalashila advocated for a gradual path to enlightenment through study, meditation, and ethical conduct. In contrast, Chinese school, specifically the Chan tradition, promoted the idea of instant enlightenment to achieve the direct experience without need of extensive study and practices. After several years of debate, Trizong Detsen declared Acharya Kamalashila and the Indian Buddhist tradition, the Nalanda tradition, as the victors. This decision has profound implication of the future Tibetan Buddhism. The outcome led to the establishment of the Indian Buddhist traditions, particularly the Mahayana and Vajrayana teachings, as the dominant religious philosophy in Tibet. The decision reinforced the importance of scholastic study, ritual, and meditation practices as the central elements of the Tibetan Buddhism. This work not only preserved the teachings but also made them accessible to Tibetans in their native language, allowing for a more profound understanding and practice of Buddhism. The translation efforts created a new intellectual and spiritual landscape in Tibet, which would go on to develop its own unique philosophical schools and lineages, such as Nyingma, which claims direct descent from Guru Padmasambhava's teachings. King Trizong Detsen is venerated as a pivotal figure in Tibetan Buddhism, regarded as an emanation of Bodhisattva Manjushri, the embodiment of wisdom. His reign set the foundation for the further growth and flourishment of Buddhism in Tibet. Lastly, King Triralpachen, the third of the three Dharma kings, reigned in 9th century, was deeply devoted to Buddhism. Building on the foundation laid by his predecessors, he established Tibetan bureaus, employed Tibetan and Indian scholars, and standardized terms and definition for the accurate translation of Buddhist texts. Unlike his predecessors, who faced substantial opposition from the Bon tradition, Sri Rinpoche was able to focus with greater ease on the consolidation of Buddhism thanks to groundwork laid by other two kings. He initiated the comprehensive review and editing of previous translations to ensure consistency and accuracy. This effort involved checking the translation for fidelity to the original Sanskrit text and correcting any mistakes or inconsistencies if discovered. The establishment of this institution structures ensured that translation process was both methodical and rigorous. To facilitate the accurate translation of Buddhist texts, Rinpoche introduced a set of standard terms and definition and creating specialized vocabularies to express the key Buddhist concepts. Okay, so I'll skip this. Usually, we see the problem in today's translation of Buddhist concepts in other languages, such as English, as we don't have standardization, uniformity in translation words, and removing the potential ambiguities. So those were removed during the King Rinpoche's reign. And he also initiated the compilation of catalog, which became known as Chorak, a record for translated scriptures. And after that, during his time, he invited Losavas from Indian and even the Indian translators such as Jinamitra, Dhanashila, and Surendra Bodhi, and Tibetan Losavas like Kawa Palsek and Chogra Gelsen. Rinpoche's devotion to Buddhism was so extraordinary that he made his young son to take monastic vows and gave various kinds of privileges and administrative authorities to the priesthood. Despite his assassination and temporary decline of Buddhism under his successor, King Rinpoche's work laid a firm foundation for the revival of Buddhism in Tibet, as latest masters like Jo Atisha Dibamkara, who was invited to Tibet by immense efforts of important figures like Lama Yesheo, a king of Western Tibetan kingdom, and his nephew Changchobo. In conclusion, the visionary efforts of these three Dharma kings ensured that the teachings of Buddhas were preserved and propagated throughout Tibet and beyond. Their contribution enriched Tibetan culture, literature, and philosophy, making Tibet a major center of Buddhist learning. By translating Buddhist texts from Sanskrit in Tibetan, they safeguarded these teachings for future generation, preserving them even after many of the original Sanskrit texts were lost due to man-made and natural disasters. And we owe to richness and continuity of Tibetan Buddhism to these great kings and their dedication to the Dharma, which continues to inspire practitioners worldwide till today. In closing, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Tibet House under the and Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula for organizing these enriching conferences time and again. Such events are particularly valuable for students like us, providing platform for deep philosophical and academic exploration through the insights of eminent speakers. And I sincerely hope that more such conferences will continue, and these are essential more than ever in today's world for civilized society, which Venerable Geshe spoke in the morning. And once again, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ladullah, for an excellent tour de force of the history of the three Dharma kings. Our next speaker is Ms. Pooja, who is a dedicated scholar with an MA in Political Science from IGNOU and MA in Buddhist Studies from the University of Delhi. She's also pursuing a diploma in Pali. Pooja has presented award-winning papers on Buddhism and organized events, including mindfulness workshops and cultural programs. She actively contributes to academic communities and has also participated in the Women's Development Cell at Shivaji College and various international initiatives. Over to you, Pooja.
Good evening, everyone present here and joining online. My topic, Dr. Bhadant Anand Kaushalyan, contribution to Pali translations. Dr. Kaushalyan is one of the pioneers in the Indian Renaissance presenting for realization of the aspiration, the modern and developed nation, a visionary intellectual dedicated for revival of the rich heritage of the subcontinent, the Buddha and his universal teaching for individual as well as social emancipation, following the footprints of Mahatma Gandhi in social and linguistic movement. He chose to adopt and promote Buddhism on the path of Dr. Ambedkar. He just did not stay as a lay follower of Buddha Dhamma, but also became a monk Buddha tradition and kept on obeying the order of Buddha of monks of Charit Bhikve Charikam Bahujan Hitaye Bahujan Sukhaye for entire of his life. Adoption, education, enhancement of the Buddha path remains the fundamental principle of his mission. He adopted Buddhism following the path of Dr. Ambedkar for annihilation of caste and realization of casteless society, which has foundation of equality among humanity and scientific inquiry. He called himself Ambedkarite and stayed throughout his life in Nagpur, the center of the revival of Buddhism in the modern India, and propagate the message of peace and humanity of the Buddha and advance the mission of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar of social justice and equality. Dr. Kaushalyan, renowned scholar of Hindi, traveled to South and Southeast Asian country to study Pali and Buddha Dhamma. He traveled and studied in Sri Lanka, Myanmar, and Thailand. The next step of his mission was advancement of Buddhist education. For the purpose, he joined Mahapandit Rahul Sankirtayan, Bhikshu Jagdish Kashyap in written and translating the Pali texts in Hindi and English. These triple monk Bhikkhutrei decided themselves for composing new books and reading material, as well as translating the Pali literature, which is the fundamental teaching of the Buddha. In his rich and varied publications, he composed about 65 books, including translation of Pali texts into Hindi, as well as composing new books, commentaries, and literature of Dr. Ambedkar, in which the translation of his Buddha and his Dhamma is one of the milestone works. It was well charted teamwork of the triple monk translate Pali Tripitaka in Hindi, the Mahapandit translation, the Vinay Pitak, Digh Nikaya, and Majjhim Nikaya of Sut Pitak, whereas Dr. Bhikshu Jagdish Kashyap handled to the task of translation of Samyukt Nikaya, and Dr. Bhadant Anand Kaushalyan translate the Anguttar Nikaya, and some books of Khuddak Nikaya, including the Dhampad, Jatak, Khuddak Path, and Mahavansh, taking a step ahead in the serious studies of Dhamma. He translated Abhidham Sangho, the book of entry into the study of the Abhidhamma. To promoted Pali education, Bhadant composed Hindi books entitled 21 दिनों में Pali, a guide to learn Pali in a short term. Apart from translations and commentaries on Pali literature, Bhadant ji also promoted the mission of Dr. Ambedkar, equality and social justice through his literary works. He authored several books in Hindi to throw light on vision and mission of Dr. Ambedkar, as well as to spread awareness in society, to inculcate scientific inquiry and modern attitude. In his regard to wrote Intelligent Men, Guide to Buddhism, several books to advance his mission of Buddha and his Dhamma as followers. यदि बाबा साहब ना होते, दर्शन और बौद्ध धर्म एक बुनियादी अध्ययन, पाली कोश, ये कुछ बुक्स हैं, और भगवत गीता की बुनियादी समीक्षा, अछूत कौन और कैसे, जो लिखना पड़ा. These are some books. Thus, being a recluse, he proved himself a man of letter, concerned citizen, and intellectual who contributed significantly in shaping the social psyche of society in general and marginalized in particular. Dr. Kaushalyan stands a shining star in history of Buddhism, a renowned literary figure who dedicated his pen for social transforming to equality, from superstition to scientifically inquiry. May Bhante ji mission be fulfilled. Bhavatu sab mangalam. Thank you.
Wonderful puja to set out for us Baba Sahib Ambedkar ji's immense legacy in India. Our next speaker is Mr. Rahul Kumar, who's in his final year of his MA at the Department of Buddhist Studies at Delhi University, with intense curiosity in Buddhist culture, literature, translations, and ancient history. His academic pursuits are enriched by his dedication towards Pali translations, Buddha's life, and his dharma, which enhances his understanding of Buddhism and collective sources, contexts like Tripitaka and Dhamma. Over to you, Rahul.
Namaskar, honorable chief guests, professors, and all dear students. Myself, Rahul, and my presenting paper title is Dhamma in the translation of the Mahapandit. Mahapandit Rahul Sankirtan was born as a Kedarnath Pandey into a high caste Brahmin family. In April 1983, Uttar Pradesh. Universally, he was called as a Mahapandit, great scholar, was also known as the father of Hindi travel literature. He played a pivotal role in giving literary form to Hindi travelogue genre of writing. Rahul Sankirtan was an author, essayist, historian, and a scholar of Buddhism, and was also known for his integral role in the revival of Buddhism in India. He was a polymath and had a diverse and profound knowledge on subjects ranging from Indian civilization, culture, to Vedas, Puranas, philosophy, history. Upon his contact with Buddhism, he tried and was successful in assimilations of Pali, Prakrit, Sanskrit, Abhrans, Tibetan, Chinese, Japanese, and many other languages in his Buddhist scholarly works. He had knowledge about nearly 30 languages, which can he speak, read, and write. And this ability helped him in the translations of all the major works into Hindi. Rahul Sankirtan has a wandering nature, and this helped him in acquiring knowledge of language related to wide-ranging places of the world. His specialty in languages kept changing with time and space. An important landmark in his life was the adaptation of Buddhism in 1935 in Sri Lanka. In the whole journey of his life, he wrote nearly 140 books, and some of these are considered among the classic even today. He also prepared a Tibetan Hindi dictionary, which is proving to be very useful to scholars and researchers even today. Some notable works among his wide spectrum of scholarships include Volga to Ganga, Madhya Asia ka Itihas, Gulmohar Shastra. For his great contribution to literature and society, he was awarded the Sahitya Akademi Award and Padma Bhushan. His use of Hindi language in his works proved very useful in dissemination of knowledge and experience from his works and life to the common masses, and not just the educated intellectual elites, leaving behind rich legacy. Now I am telling about some of his works on Buddhism. Rahul Sankirtan was close to Buddhism and Buddhist community. Sankirtan close affiliation to Buddhism start from his years in Sri Lanka, THERAVADA Buddhist country. Here first studied Buddhism, learned Pali, and studied Tripitaka, earning himself in the title of Tripitaka master of the Tripitaka, and initiated as a Buddhist monk. Earlier, Anagarika Dharamapala had set out and sacked Buddhist sites in North India and took him to Bodh Gaya. After on his return to Colombo from Bodh Gaya, Anagarika Dharamapala founded the Mahabuddhist Society, reviving in Buddhism in India and promoting Buddhism in the rest of the world, establishing institutions, printing literatures to Buddhism. Rahul Sankirtan, before leaving Sri Lanka for Tibet in 1928, collected lots of Buddhist texts in Sanskrit. He was gained full of knowledge of Buddhism, and particularly of the history of Indian Buddhism. He didn't want to become a monk right off, but he know at the time when he want to enter Tibet, that was not easy for Indians. So he decided and realized that he could only enter Tibet via Nepal at the Shivratri festival. That's why he chose the get of monk. He translated Majjhim Nikaya in Tibet in 38 days, Buddhacharya in 68 days, and Vinapitaka in just 27 days. Whatever errors were found in the translations done by him, his friends used to put him effort in correcting them. He also tried to remove some errors in these texts. Mention on this found in his writing. He explained how the sutras were first translated into Dignikayas translation, or rest of his writings were done by Bhikshu Jagdish Kashyap and Sri Krishnadev, contributing to the formation of this persist. Rahul Sankirtan has also mentioned Buddhacharya writings in the end of his Buddhacharya. In the same way, Rahul Sankirtan, in his introduction to Buddhacharya, wrote that looking at the words of Atkatha, Vinaya, or Sutra, it seems clear that in Vinaya there is a more Atishokti and Alaukikta, the source of light. The most important part of Vinaya Pitaka is Bhikshuni Patimokkha. Vinaya Pitaka is useful to know the conduct rules of bhikkhus In his translations, Vinaya can also see the list of their critical, political, and social affairs by looking at Vinay Pitka. Once gets known how to bhikkhus, while presenting the proposal, used to present in a specific form, which was called Gyapit. Their members were given 3 opportunities to speak in debate, which were heard, and the result of the complaints were read out through perception. During Theravada movement in Nepal, he was most active, and we grateful to explore the extinct Sankirtan cultivated relations with movement and its supporter. Rahul Sankirtan has also indicated the history of Mongolian Buddhism from its initial origin to its future condition. He wrote about Buddhism in Korea and the monasteries and the monks there. When he went to Korea in 1935, Yuandenji Vajra Mountain is the largest Buddhist monastery. At the time, 106 monks used to live there on this mountain. There is a description of a monastery named Huhonji, which was established by a monk in 677 AD. Rahul Sankirtan traveled to Korea and made an important contribution in spreading Buddhism through his writings. Rahul Sankirtan was a great scholar of Buddhism. He risked his life and traveled to remote countries to spread Buddhism. He did a wonderful job of discovering the extinct Buddhism in India and rare texts related to it and bring it onto light. Although before Rahul Sankirtan, some works was done by English, French, Japanese, and Russian scholars in the exploration. But there was something in Tibetan Rahul Sankirtan did. The first attempt to revive Buddhism in India was made by monk Anagarika Dharmpala, later Bhadan Anand Koshalyan. Rahul Sankirtan and monk Jagdish Kashyap played a role in the development of Buddhism. Here are some translated works done by Mahapandit like Buddhacharya, Divyadana, Tibetan Buddhist text, Dignikaya, Majjhim Nikaya, Vinapitaka, Karuna Pundarika Sutra. So here I conclude Rahul Sankirtan initial endeavors relating to Buddhism and his relationship with many countries' different perspective. This relationship was built up around Buddhism, particularly as regard his Tibet trips and relations with members of Theravada movement. To characterize translations of Rahul Sankirtan in many foreign languages and depicts the cultural similarities one culture soup. He was ordained as a monk in Sri Lanka. In his life was not merely to propagate and practice Buddhism as the path leading to Nibbana. Rahul Sankirtan is the only writer who gave a bright global platform to Pali literature by continuously traveling on the path illuminated by the wisdom of Buddha. His contribution to the revival Buddhism as well as the given development of Pali languages will always be remembered with deep honor and regard. He has given some great works, both original and in translation, to the Buddhist world. As for the Pali translation, he traveled to Tibet and unearthed some rare text in the land. The translation from which Mahapandit is highly praised today was done is a despite threat to his life. Another important Buddhist literature during the times when the people of India had totally abandoned Buddhism. He traveled to the most Buddha viharas in Tibet and unearthed such rare texts as were wiped out by the non-Buddhists in India. So my paper is modest attempt to shed light on his contribution to the development of Buddhism. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rahul, for such a cogent, comprehensive presentation on your namesake. And India needs a reminder. I think Rahul Sanskrita's papers are lying, or everything he carried on those mules back from Tibet is still sitting in a state of Bihar. I think few decades have passed, and Indians love drinking tea and chatting. So you have your project ahead of you. Our next speaker is Mr. Abhishek Upadhyay, who's a final year MA student at the Department of Buddhist Studies at Delhi University. With intense curiosity in Indian philosophy, films, Buddhism, Southeast Asian cultural studies, literature, and ancient history. His academic pursuits are enriched by his dedication towards philosophy, life, and heritage through films, which enhances his understanding of historical and cultural contexts. Over to you, Abhishek.
Namaskar, everyone. I am Abhishek Upadhyay, final year postgraduate student of Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi. I am presenting my paper on Kumar Jeev, a devoted translator and a pioneer in Chinese Buddhism. Kumar Jeev, a son of Buddhist scholar of Kashmir and wandering nun, born in 343 century in the Kutch, presently in China. He received full ordination in the royal palace at age of 20 and studied the Vinaya of Sravastivada school. He was first part of a Sravastivada school, but later became a prominent figure of Madhyamika school. It is very hard to know whether he is Indian or Chinese, since during this time both traditions were blended. India was then known as Western heaven for Chinese people. Kumar Jiva held a philosophical discussion with his teacher Bandhu Datta in Kutch, who was not too happy about his students' compliance with the contemporary sects. But Bandhudatta once said, "I am your teacher in Theravada and you are my teacher in Mahayana." This discussion made him forerunner in Central Asia, and his notability quickly spread to China, attracting down a reputed monk of Chang'an to urge the former queen monarch Fujian to invite him. Kumar Jiva studied Theravada and Mahayana Buddhism, and according to many traditional texts of Chinese history, King Zhao Jing was impressed by his knowledge, appointing him Rajguru. Zhao providing him with 800 scholar monks, establishing the Bureau of Translation, and asked him to start comprehending Buddhist Sanskrit text. With the participation of the king and ample amount of funds, Kumar Jiva started the biggest ever project of translating 300 Buddhist scriptures. As noted by Professor B.R. Deepak, Kumar Jiva used innovative methods such as transliteration and avoided the terminology or synonyms which can invoke mysticism prevalent at that time of China. In his translation, he sought unity of words. Kumar Jiva discussed Sanskrit with his fellow monks, making them familiar with Indian literary styles, and some of sutras shows the poetic rhythm of Indian styles. For example, the Gatha, form of verse or poetic expression which employs metaphorical language along with rhythmic repetition to convey deep meaning in concise manner. For example, all phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, or a shadow. It's a part of a Diamond Sutra. He perfectly adopted the paraphrasing style, deleting repetitive and confusing matter. According to book Kumar Jiva, Philosophy and Sheer, published by IGNCA, his version of Lotus Sutra shows the linguistic development by employing a newly developed aspectual structure using temporal adverbs rather than typical Han period variants. Many scholars consider him a lexinal innovator who was progressive while retaining the main points of original scriptures. His translation followed the principle of submitting to the local language with proper structure and reading fluency. Kumar Jiva translation of the great treatise on the perfection of wisdom was so exact and intellectually captivating and had 100 scrolls, while all other translation before him had 1000 scrolls with many absurd interpretation not corresponding to the original text. These translations are widely considered elegant in vocabulary and writing style by Chinese scholars, still making it easy for laymen to understand philosophical concepts. Although many believe that Kumar Jiva did cut the length and made it brief, and did not translate all of the original. However, according to recent studies conducted by Chinese universities, the translations contain most of the content of the original sutras. At Dunhuang, complete version of Kumar Jiva translation were preserved and studied by many scholars and monks, making this city a hub for Buddhist development throughout the Silk Route. Kumar Jiva translation can be divided into two parts, Vinaya and meditation. For Vinaya, he translated Sarvastivad Vinay Pitak, Pratimoksha Sutra. For meditation, he translated Suranga Samadhi Sutra. These translations of Kumar Jiva served later as the root text for the school of Chinese Buddhism and other Eastern school. The total existing translations are 74 texts kept in 384 rolls. Among them, the Pragya Paramita is the most popular translation. However, his translation of Sadharma Pundrika Sutra is considered the masterpiece of Chinese literature. These three scriptures, Pragya Paramita, Moola Madhyamika Karika, and Pragya Paramito Updesh, were called three treatises. His understanding of Arya Nagarjuna Madhyamika doctrine was so marvelous that his translation introduced Nagarjuna ideas in China and established the eastern branch of Madhyamika school. The translation of Kumar Jiva Buddhist scriptures had fostering contribution to the development of Buddhism in China, Japan, and Korea. It can be said that to a certain extent, his translated texts had the direct role in founding sects like Tantai School of China, East Madhyamika School of China, Samnon School of Korea, Pure Land School of China, Pure Land School of Korea, Chan School of China, Zen School of Japan, Sion School of Korea, Yogacara of China, Hosso of Japan. It is important to note that these sects are subsects of Mahayana school of Buddhism. He refined the fundamental concept of Buddhism through his perception and clarity of Sanskrit Buddhist literature. His translation maintained the originality of Buddha Vachan, and it's noticeable that Eastern culture carried forward his approach to spirituality and meditation. Now, East Buddhist culture, specifically in China, they consider him their cultural pride. Kumar Jiva translation are renowned for their polished literary quality. Since he was born in the bicultural environment, he mastered Sanskrit and learned Chinese at a very early age. Kumarjiva's ability to speak and understand spoken Chinese no doubt improved during his decade-long stay in Chang'an, which allowed him to translate without depending on Chinese collaborator and ensured a fine literary quality to the final text. His translation played a pivotal role in making Chinese Buddhism Mahayanistic in outlook. From the perspective of linguistic history, before and after Kumarjiva, Mahayan texts were translated, but it was Kumarjiva who, by the choice of what to translate, defined Chinese Buddhism as Mahayan. His translation aimed at conveying the meaning rather than strictly obeying the original text. In China, there is a legend of Kumarjiva's tongue not being burned by the flames during his cremation, representing his faithful intent to convey Buddha enlightenment from Sanskrit to Chinese language. This attracted laymen to study Buddhist literature, making him a torchbearer in translation of Sanskrit Buddhist texts in China and Central Asia. Thank you, everyone.
Wonderful, Abhishek, for introducing us to Kumarajiva's life's work. Our last speaker today is Mr. Pavan Kumar, who's an explorer at heart and a recent master's graduate in archaeology from Ambedkar University in Delhi. His fascination with the ancient world fuels his curiosity, not only about how our prehistoric ancestors survived and thrived in their day-to-day lives, but also about the mysteries embedded in mythology. So he's very passionate about traveling to official places where history whispers through the ruins and the landscapes, offering a deeper connection to our past. Over to you, Pavan.
Thank you.
Yes.
अभी वो उससे करिए
लगा तो ना इसमें नेट काम नहीं कर रहा ना यहाँ पे नेट नहीं है
Good evening, everyone. Please be with me for 2-3 minutes also. And I know it will be not too big. I'll try to conference people. Conference? No, not there. This one. Okay. So, good evening, all of you. Thank you for there till the last. My name is Pawan Kumar, and I'm here to present my paper on the role of Sanskrit and Pali texts in archaeological study. As Dr. Tenzin said that I don't know how much I do justice of this theme. As same, I would like to say it's just totally different topic, but let's just start. So first, I would like to start with how Sanskrit and Pali texts helps us to construct the archaeological evidences and how they refine history. So first, I would like to start with Dr. B.B. Lal. First, no, this one. So, he has done his master's in Sanskrit. So, he has he wanted to reconstruct the Sanskrit and the Ramayana and Mahabharata, how they were real or not. He wanted to study that. So, archaeological discoveries at the site like Ayodhya, Hastinapur, Kurukshetra, explored by Dr. B.B. Lal. So, what did he explore is in Vayu Puran, he found a he found a sorry.
It's okay. You can just be relaxed because a lot of the material is on the slide. So you want a glass of water?
No. Thank you. So he wanted to, in a Vayu Puran, he found a passage where it is written that Hastinapur was carried away by the Ganga, and the then time king Nisashu, who abandoned it and dwelt in Koshambi. So he tried to dig two sites, like first in Hastinapur and second was in
Koshambi. So what did he find is really fascinating. He found two types of pottery. The pottery he found was PGW, painted graveware. He found. So when they left Hastinapur, so that time they were using PGW. So and the people who went Koshambi, so when they started leaving, they also starting using PGW. So he tried to correlate it with the PGW, stating that the people were both same. First, like Hastinapur people were also the people of Koshambi because PGW were both same. So, and second thing, he also correlated the most controversial thing which he said was that PGW was related to her Mahabharata. So this was the most controversial thing which he said. And second thing, he also started digging the places of relating to Ramayana. He excavated 5 places which were the project of archaeology of Ramayana sites. It was funded by ASI and it was lasted 12 years from the 1975 to 1966 or 1975 to 1976. So what did he did? He did Ayodhya, Chitrakoot, Bhardwaj Ashram, Nandigram and Srivengpuram. And where the fascinating thing which he correlate was the deluxe tableware, which he called it New Black Polishware NBPW. He said that the NBPW was the pottery which were used by the Ramayana, the people who were lived in the Ramayana period. These were the pottery which you can see. And second thing which I now wanted to share with the ancient Pali text and archaeology. So I now wanted to correlate archaeology with the Pali text. First, the Pali texts like Tripitaka and Jataka offer cultural practices, religious beliefs, and daily life of the ancient people. But if we try to correlate them with the archaeological findings, we picture them historical event and social structure. So, yeah. So the foremost one who did this was the Cunningham. Alexander Cunningham was regarded as the father of Indian archaeology, and he used Pali sources in archaeological exploration. He did Barhut Stup for using Pali text and Mahavastu to interpret it iconographically and Jataka tales to stupas railing. Second, he also tried to explore Sanchi Stup with the help of Vinaypitak and through architectural and sculptural element. Sarnath and Taxila, he also explored it with the Mahavastu and the others Pali text. And the second one which I wanted to show or interpret with you is the Karam Tej Singh Sarao. I know people are here, many people are here who are from the Buddhist department. I know they know him. KTS Sarao, former head of Buddhist studies at the University of Delhi, made a significant contribution with his work, Urban Centers and Urbanization, as reflected in the Pali texts such as Vinay and Sutpitak. It was his work who revolutionized the Pali text with the correlation of the archaeology. In this text, he used dual level methodology to correlate with them. First, what he did, he analyzed urban references in the Vinaypitak and Sutpitak. Second, examining them with the archaeological data to understand how the urbanization was flourished in ancient India. So what he did, I want to share some statistics in his book. So in his book, he numbered total 176 settlement, where he identified 80 and unidentified 52. And the number of preference of settlement he identified was 4,285. Now, if we go through more deeper, so we found that Savasti was the referred in 1,378 times, which was highest into 29.44.3 total references. I just wanted to explore more top 3 settlements: Savasti, Varanasi, and Rajgarh. So yeah. So top 3 sites of the excavation. First was the Savasti. It was a prosperous site, ancient site on the Asiravati river, notable for its commercial significance. King Pasenadi's palace, and it was the monastic residence of Buddha, with a flourishing trade network and renowned merchant banker. Okay. And the Pindika. Now here second one was the Varanasi. Varanasi was the ancient cultural and religious hub. As we all know, Varanasi can be found in the reference in Hinduism and also in the Buddhism also. So Varanasi was the cultural and religious hub known for its thriving trade, shipbuilding industry and wealth, with an active maritime trade to Swarnabhumi, wealthy merchants and notable architecture such as the 7-story palace we found there. And third one is Rajgarh, the capital of Magda, known for its strategic fortification, grand palaces, and the significance as a spiritual hub during Buddha's time, with 18 monasteries established within the city. Now I just quickly tell about all. First one is Savasti, and then we tried to correlate it with the archaeological evidence. So in this we found that the Savasti go back to dating 500 BC, surrounded by the Sung period rampart. We found the relevance of Buddhist remains, stupas, and the Kushan period Bodhisattva sculpture. The second one is Rajghat. Rajghat was a place which is in Varanasi. So archaeologists dig there, and they found the 8th century BC to 7th century CE time periods, structure, pottery, seals, and inscriptions. And we do find there the NBPW ceramics, Gupta period gold coins, and other important things. Third one, which was also the foremost, was excavated by the Dr. Ghosh, and he found the fortification, monasteries, and structure during the 5th century BC, validating its significance in early Buddhist period and Jaina texts. Finding from the old and new Rajgarh align with historical records showing its development as a fortified urban center. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pavan. Importance of archaeology sites, that they must be verified, and also bringing up Alexander Cunningham. I think his house is still to be seen in Sanchi, where they excavated, and as Leher I think brought up earlier, James Prinsep, the Ghats in Calcutta are named after him. And there was a lot of work that the British did in this regard. Thank you so much. So with that, we come to the end of our student panel, and we do not have time for question and answers, but you can, email them or talk to them after the session. So please give this panel wonderful papers, timekeeping, a big round of applause. And thank you so much to all of you for your patience to stay until the end of a very long day, but it was a very enriching day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to humbly request our Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdullah, Director of Tibet House, the Culture Center of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, New Delhi, to kindly do the honor to offer the white scarf and the souvenir to our chairperson, Venerable Professor Kauri Jila, as a token of an appreciation and gratitude. Now we have Ms. Kamasishula from the student panel. And may I request Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdullah to kindly offer the white scarf and the souvenir and the certificate of participation for their unwavering commitment and dedication. Second, we have Sewang Lamula. Third, we have Stentil Hadullah. Fourth, we have Ms. Pujala. Fifth, we have Mr. Rahulji. Sixth, we have Mr. Abhishek Ji. Seven, we have Pawan Kumar. Thank you, Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdullah. With this, we have come to the end of today's closing session. Before we now take a group photo. Now we have a group photo of student. With this, we have come to the end of today's closing session. Before we conclude, I would like to sincerely thank our chairperson, Venerable Professor Kauri Girla, for leading this session so beautifully. I would also thank to all the panelists for their insights, full contribution to the today's discussion. Thank you. Now I would like to kindly request our Secretary, Mr. Tenzin Kunkabla, to convey his word of appreciation and utmost gratitude to our distinguished scholars and our participants who joined with us today. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Tibet House, New Delhi, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our esteemed chairperson, Professor Abhay Kumarji, guest of honor, Professor Geshe Samdinla, our keynote speakers, Dr. Angraj Chaudhary ji and Professor Pradeep Gokhale ji, the chairperson of the student panel, Venerable Professor Kaveri Kilji, and all the distinguished speakers for accepting our invitation and for sharing your profound insights with us. A special commendation to the student panel for their remarkable contributions as well. I would like to extend a special thanks to Professor Thamadip Ji and Dr. Nishant Kumar from Department of Buddhist Studies, Delhi University, for taking responsibility of preparing the students from their universities, and also for the support and participation of the classmates of our student panel, who have been very patient and actively participating throughout this conference. And we are very immensely grateful to Venerable Geshe Toshit Amdullah, Director of Tibet House, New Delhi, for the constant guidance and helping us enhance our capabilities. I would like to express my sincere thanks to my colleague and our volunteers for the dedication and enthusiasm into putting all this together. Last but not the least, I would like to thank our audience and students for your participation. We hope that you found the conference enjoyable, and hope we can see you all in our future conferences and seminars. As you can find in your program kit, we have opened the registration for the 5th batch of Nalanda diploma course, and the classes will commence on 4th October. In addition to simultaneous Russian live streaming, this batch will also offer simultaneous interpretation in French and Hindi language. We will also open the registration for the 28th batch of Tibetan language course in October. If you're interested in Tibet's programs and our courses, you can subscribe to our weekly newsletter by sending us an email to programs@tibethouse.in. You can also visit our website, www.tibethouse.in. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter. That is all for today. Thank you for joining us, and have a great weekend. Thank you. I would like to request everyone present in this very room to please come up on the dais and join us for a quick group photo.